Okay, State versus Franklin Tucker, 2017 CF 841. Everyone's here, so are we ready to proceed with defense evidence?
No, Your Honor. I filed a motion for continuance based on disqualification of the filing.
Could you elaborate, please?
Well, I filed a motion for continuance because the was it a 2.330 of the Judicial Administration? It gives you 20 days to file the motion for disqualification, and in order for it to be procedurally sufficient, it's going to take a little bit of time because it requires service, etc. So I took and I asked, again, I put in a motion for continuance for 10 days, which is half the time to get it ready.
State?
Judge, we would object to that. We are here. We have a jury waiting for us. The state is prepared to go forward. And at this time, that would be to us a fabricated delay, and we would object to it.
Yeah, the motion is denied.
Your Honor, if I may be,
Sir, I heard what you had to say. Is there some rebuttal argument?
Yes, there is a rebuttal. It actually does say during trial that yes, this still is applicable, and that yes, because I am afraid of not getting a fair trial, it seems like denying the motion and not allowing me the time to file the motion to disqualify would just be a way of circumventing the motion to disqualify.
Denied. So, you ready to present evidence this morning?
No, Your Honor, because again,
Okay.
and don't get me wrong, I did go ahead and, I got the Chief Justice involved with this, just to make sure that we can get this, cleared up without as little as more, what's the word I'm looking for? But the thing is, Your Honor, the idea that I'm going to get a fair trial at this point when I'm not being allowed to present a defense, you already told me that you're not going to allow me to call Todd O'Quinn because you won't issue an order for me to get him here. I mean, there's no chance of me getting a fair trial.
I'm not going to go and rehash what happened yesterday. There was never a motion submitted nor pending for such relief. So in any event,
Your Honor, you said you wouldn't give it to me.
In any event, sir, so you do not have any of the supposed witnesses that you were instructed to have that you said you were going to have today?
Your Honor,
Sir, I'm just asking you a straight.
I'm giving you an answer here, sir. After what you told me yesterday, I called those witnesses and told them no. You don't have to come to court today because, again, Your Honor made it very clear that you weren't interested in my witnesses.
Okay, State, you have some response to Mr. Tucker's defiance of the court's instructions, his lack of preparation, and
I think the court's been more than indulgent for his requests. The court never denied him anything yesterday. He's got no witnesses to present. The state would request that we keep moving forward.
Okay.
If he's going to rest this morning, Judge, the state does have a rebuttal case that we're prepared to present. Want to go ahead and
well, when you say if he's willing to rest, I didn't hear anything to that effect.
Okay, well, at any rate, Judge, depending on where we go today, if we're able to get to it, the state does have a rebuttal case to present, narrowly tailored to the evidence that was presented by the defendant yesterday through Paula Belmont's testimony. And as far as the defense witnesses, I have no, the Your Honor's put them on notice that they should have been here today. And if they're not, we would request that the court continue moving forward with this trial.
Okay. So, any response to that, Mr. Tucker? Because
Your Honor, again, you made it very clear yesterday that you even went as far as to say you didn't care what I had to say. So, I mean, the idea that, I was going to have those witnesses here and ready to go in lieu of yesterday. I mean, if you would like to give me a day to get them here, sure, I can get witnesses here. But the thing is you made it very clear to me yesterday that you weren't interested in that. And if you are interested in letting me present the defense, I'm more than happy to.
in any event, I'm looking for any input from the state because he was told to have the witnesses here. He doesn't have them here.
Judge,
So,
I can even tell the court, the witnesses that he wanted to bring in today, I don't believe are even under subpoena.
Mr. Walker and Lieutenant Scavilia, their subpoenas were expired, but they were willing to come in today to testify. And
Mhm.
the defendant, it's our understanding the defendant called them off, told them not to.
okay, so he
That's,
doesn't. Okay, so you don't want to present them?
no,
That's
I
fine.
do, Your Honor, but
Well,
I
then-
need to be able to do it, Your Honor. I
Sir,
mean,
you've had opportunity, so
I mean-
you're,
again,
you're,
if I may make a judicial notice, then, again, I am objecting to moving forward and I'm being forced to.
yes, sir. You announced ready for trial. You've been given ample opportunity to present your witnesses.
I don't think so.
And you have apparently decided you didn't want to.
I was told, Your
So,
Again,
we,
again, I was
sir, I
told
know
not to.
you're going to repeat the same things, and that's fine. But
Okay.
at this particular point in time,
If you're going to force me to go to close, I mean, again, it's a mistrial.
excuse me, sir?
It would be a mistrial, Your Honor.
Sir,
You're not allowing me to provide a defense. You are
Sir,
telling me-
you can state and twist and spin whatever you'd like to. The fact of the matter is, there's a clear, unequivocal court order that you have your witnesses ready to go, that you refuse to abide by it. So that's
I'm
the
sorry, Your
bottom
Honor,
line. And
maybe
I'm
I
not going to
misunderstood.
really argue with you
No,
anymore,
I mean, Your
sir,
Honor,
because
was it a written order, Your Honor? Because I haven't seen
it was verbal, just like
Maybe I misunderstood then.
No, sir, you didn't misunderstand anything. You said, in fact, oh, I'll have the motion to disqualify. Okay,
Yep.
you don't have the motion to disqualify. I said, have your witnesses here. So in any event,
It would have been
I'm not going
procedurally
to argue with
insufficient.
Mr. Tucker, so.
Okay. Your Honor,
any-
again, I'm going to have to file an appeal on this decision. then.
Sir, file whatever relief you want to see.
I
That's
do.
all part of the process. But in the meantime,
This is a railroad.
we're going to go forward with the trial in one fashion or another, so I'm just looking for some input from the
Sure,
state.
Judge. So just so the record is clear, Your Honor had required or had directed the defendant to have his witnesses here yesterday. We got through Ms. Belmonte, the other witnesses weren't here. Your Honor gave the defendant, he said he'd have them here today. They're not here today. The state would request that we go forward. If the defendant is going to present anything else, then the defense needs to rest and the state plans a rebuttal case.
Mhm. Okay, so I'm going to take a moment to reflect on these developments. I believe I told the jurors to be here at 9:15, so I will reflect upon it and be back in a few.
Wow. How crazy is that? I don't know what to say here. Cuz we don't know what goes on behind the scene, but I think the judge has been pretty fair with him that I know of. I don't know all these sidebars though. I don't know what that's all about. Obviously, he's not a lawyer and don't understand law. I don't either. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm not there. So I don't know. It's strange. I kind of feel bad for him, kind of not. But who I really feel bad for is Paula and Matthew, the victims. They got to get this right. You know what I mean? And like I showed yesterday, Paula never said anything about Ty here. Yeah. Crazy. How are you, Mark? Thank you for being here with me. Grandma's gone. She'll be back soon. I don't know when, but I miss her. I wonder what's going to happen here. Wonderful. See, I got to look more into this case than I have. I've really looked pretty good, but okay, this happened November 17th, 2017. Two of the guys got sentenced already. Then there's one guy that I felt all along that was involved or knew more. He's in prison now, which is Todd O'Quinn. I don't know, maybe Ty will have an interview with me at some point in time here after this. I'll ask him. Ty has come through here, just so you know. Crazy. I wonder if the judge went back to Chambers to pop some pills. What do you think? You know, like blood pressure pills, people. That kind of pill popping. This is crazy. Mark, what do you think? Let me know what you think, Mark. Anybody. Let me know. I think, you know, what's the problem with Ty here is filing the necessary paperwork for things. I don't know. It's easy for us to say because we're watching it. That's my opinion. Miss Barbara. What's up, girl? Sorry about yesterday. Another bad day. So far this morning, everything's okay. And I just woke up. Just so everybody knows, I just woke up. I woke up like this, you guys. Yes, I did. I think he should have walked. Yes. Winning will give him a chance at millions. I think he already won a civil case with the state or county or whoever he sued. I don't know. I don't know, man. I have to look more into this to really have an opinion, but only 1%. If you guys look at the data, listen to me, the data out there, only people that do pro se, only 1% wins. Ever. That's why I was shocked that he didn't have at least an attorney at his side, you know, just let him do his thing, but show him how, you know, what papers he had to fill out, when to object, all that happy crap. But, you know, it is his life, or his freedom, I should say. That's scary. What do you guys think the judge is doing right now? Oh my God. Okay, because the judge said this trial's going to take 4 weeks. So, you know, in his head, which I understand, Tucker's head, he's thinking, oh, he's got 4 weeks to, you know, get his stuff out there or whatever, what he wants to present. And it's not, it doesn't work like that. I mean, look at the state. They arrested early. 'Cause, you know, 'cause, you know, in his head, which I understand, Tucker's head, he's thinking, oh, he's got 4 weeks to, you know, get his stuff out there or whatever, what he wants to present. And it's not, it doesn't work like that. I mean, look at the state. They arrested early. I think he did try. My opinion. Did you see what the I gotta find it. Did you guys see what the was it Friday? The judge, or not the judge, the state and defense were kind of arguing, and the state goes to the judge. He's looking at me. I'm like, oh my god! You know who that reminded me of? Bryce Rhodes. Remember Bryce Rhodes? Which ain't funny, you guys, but when Bryce Rhodes looked at those two young boys that Bryce killed, they were staring at each other, and the judge yelled at them, and she goes, "He's staring at me." I would see that from a family member, not state saying that about the defense. It's on court TV right now. Yeah. I didn't think the judge. No, he didn't, and I find that funny because one of them is the documents. Okay, what about those documents now? About all the lies, because we know Todd told lies. We know Travis told lies. Shit, everybody told lies. Except for Paula. The only thing she lied about is about the drugs. See, he didn't realize that he had to fill out some kind of paperwork and show it to the judge to have him transported from the prison. I guess that takes time, obviously. They could have done a Zoom though, because the Zoom didn't work for Paula because she was in a hospital. Nobody was helping her. Now, to the prisons and jails, that's different. Because of COVID, they know what they're doing. I don't know. Right. Mark, are you still here? You had a purse full of them? Liars? Is that what you mean? Had a purse full of them. What? Liars? What? What? Oh, gosh. Okay, Judge, we're waiting. It was supposed to be full of drugs, but it wasn't. $27 I think she said $27 and a cookie. Her EBT card. They found that. You know that, Grandma, right? They found the bag. 25 miles away. In a house that Travis, aka John Johnson, lived at for a brief time. Nope, or the money. Or the money. Or the money. Oh,
So we're back. State versus Tucker, 2017 CFA 41. Court having deliberated upon the latest development in this case, finding that contrary to the court's instruction, that the defense does not have any evidence or witnesses to present this morning, despite the fact that knew that the jurors were coming in, knew that the case was underway, despite the fact of not having any witnesses available yesterday afternoon. So in view of all the developments, the court finds that the defendant's case is complete. And we're going to go to any rebuttal.
Yes, sir.
Then we will excuse the jurors. We will have a charge conference. And tomorrow we will have closings. So,
Very well, Judge. Your Honor, would you like me to proffer to the court what my rebuttal case will be?
yes.
Okay, so we've got Officer Danielle Malone here, former Officer Danielle Malone, and we intend on playing some excerpts from her interview with Paula Belmont at the hospital the night of the crime. They're on body worn camera, so I've got the thumb drive here with the excerpts that we intend to play. These excerpts will completely rebut the testimony that the defendant introduced yesterday through Paula Belmont's video deposition testimony. In that video deposition testimony, she talked about how she could tell it wasn't Tyrone Tucker, the second person, et cetera, et cetera. Well, on this video, which was the night of the crime, she completely rebuts that and refutes that with her statements to Danielle Malone. In addition, Judge, Paula Belmont gave a deposition back in May of 2019, and the state also intends to elicit portions or to enter into evidence portions of that deposition, again, that directly contradict or rebut the testimony that she gave yesterday. I've prepared a list of the statements that the state intends on using for the court to review if the court would like. I've also got copies for the defense here too.
Your Honor, I would probably be objecting to hearsay, but, you know, or at least like to know the exception that we're going to use here.
Judge, it's a prior inconsistent statement of the witness, and it's coming in to prove that she made an inconsistent statement, and which is different from the statement she made yesterday in the testimony that the defendant put on. The defendant put the testimony on. It's evidence that he introduced into this trial, and it's the state's right to rebut that evidence with a prior statement made by that witness that is inconsistent, just like with Travis Johnson. Travis Johnson.
Oh, come on. Leave Paula alone.
He was impeached with his prior inconsistent testimony. The defendant put the witness on.
She knows what she saw and didn't see, dude.
The state's rebuttal will be tailored to inconsistent comments or statements made by that witness that rebut what she was trying to testify to yesterday.
That's okay. Put that line cop up there.
Statement and
Yes, sir.
not something else, then it's an exception to the hearsay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, since I haven't had a chance to look at what the state's offering, if I remember correctly, did you just say that we are going to be adjourning for the day somewhere's in here? I just want to make sure I heard clear, because then I'd have time to take a look at what they're offering.
Judge, when I'm handing the court, when I give the defendant, are the excerpts from the deposition that I intend on eliciting. My plan, Judge, is to simply move them in and then publish them to the jury through reading them, because those are inconsistent statements that would rebut her statements.
Well, and I'd also have to object because you already had your chance to cross Ms. Belmont.
No, this state gets to present a rebuttal case that's part of the procedure to rebut any evidence that was presented during the defense case, so long as it's genuine rebuttal and not otherwise, like opening up a new
Yes, sir.
avenue. So what I said was that I was going to allow the state to present their rebuttal, that thereafter I was going to excuse the jurors for the day, that we were going to have a charge conference and have closings tomorrow. So I wouldn't expect that we'd be in session all day by any means.
Thank you.
But but this is going to proceed, but if you need a few minutes to review what the state's proposing, and I'm not quite sure, Mr. Mansfield, what your proposed procedure is. I'm not clear. I mean, you gave me this page of excerpts from Paul's first deposition, May 1st, 2019. I'm not
Judge,
sure.
let me clarify. There's two different pieces of rebuttal evidence I'm going to be moving in today. The first piece of rebuttal evidence, I have the officer here. The officer is going to come in, take the stand, tell us that she went to the hospital to interview the witness.
Yeah, get that line cop up there.
That her body worn was on, and that Paula Belmont made statements to her about what had happened the night of the crime.
Okay.
And I have that video to play. That's the first
Wow.
piece of rebuttal. The second piece of rebuttal are excerpts from her deposition that I provided to the court and to the
Okay.
defense. These excerpts are directly on point with various comments that she made yesterday, and these excerpts rebut what she said yesterday in her testimony for the defense.
Okay, so how do you want to publish that? I mean, you're
Well-
not moving this piece of paper into evidence.
Judge, I would seek to move the paper in, or if not, I would just seek to be able to publish to the jury. I'd say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read to you the question and the answer that was provided to
Well,
the witness, and I mean, the question was provided to the witness and her answer, and I'll just read it to the jury.
and Your Honor, I would like to, again, I would object to that. I would like to, again, at least know which statements you plan on moving the jury, if you plan on moving this whole thing in here.
Okay, so the way it's done, in my experience, is reading the alleged inconsistency that the written transcript or some excerpts from it in writing are not normally the way it's done. Normally it is deposition sworn to on such and such a date, line, page, whatever line, question, answer. The attorneys can either, one attorney can be both the questioner and the witness, or I've seen them, one be the
No, and-
questioner, one be the witness.
Well, Your Honor, if I
Yes,
may
sir.
take exception again. The state had all of this prior to Ms. Belmont taking her perpetuated testimony. They had their chance to cross her then. They had their chance to rebut that.
I believe that doesn't preclude rebuttal evidence. Now, if you need a few minutes to review this, that's fine.
Judge, and it doesn't preclude. This was evidence. This is why we didn't call Paula Belmont. This is why we let the defense call her.
I understand that. I understand that. You can certainly, present any kind of inconsistent statement if it's in fact inconsistent. So I don't know, Mr. Tucker needs, 30 minutes to review some of this
Yes,
stuff? Or
yes, that
10
would be-
minutes or 5 or?
I'll tell you, I don't, looking over this, I'm gonna have to take a look at the video and I'm gonna have to take a look at this deposition. Are you planning on putting the video into?
The video is going to play for the jury, just like testimony.
Okay.
Well, okay, so was provided in discovery?
Yes. Judge, it's-
Okay, so, I mean, are we having excerpts from the
Yes,
video?
sir.
Okay, so,
On behalf of the client.
for the defense outside the presence of the jury. So just like, okay, so
Okay.
uh, 30 minutes to go through this, and I guess we have all the jurors present. Could you tell them that, sorry, we've not going to be with them till about 10:05. They can either stay there or, take a little break if they want to, at 10:05.
And Judge Jones, just for the record, I mean, our apologies, we didn't know there wasn't gonna be a defense presentation today, I would have.
Yeah.
addressed this
See,
yesterday.
see what
I understand.
see what the state's doing here?
One more thing, Your Honor. I mean, again, they did call her when we did the motion to perpetuate. That was your witness.
Understood. Understand, but it was presented in your case. That's the difference. That's like I was explaining yesterday.
You know,
Deposition is one thing,
ooh,
but who chooses to use it is an entirely different thing. So anyway,
Thank you.
we'll be back at 10:05.
okay. Look at the little game that the state's playing now. And what really irritates me, okay, they're using Paula's words and maybe, changed a little bit. Of course it has. And I feel they have been victim shaming her from the get go and harassing her. In my opinion, I wonder why she has an attorney from the state. Okay? This is craziness. It's very confusing. Now the state's playing little games. They know they can do this little rebuttal crap. And I don't think he's getting a fair trial. No, not at all. Wow. Okay, so this will be in 10:05. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to Young Thug's trial. Okay? Okay. We'll keep it going here, people. We'll keep it going. Okay, people, I'm looking. Hold on. Hey, sis, I forgot to say good morning. Yeah, they do not like him. And I will say, I got their court records, and I'm going to get into them more. He does not have any, by the way. I did look up Tucker. I did not find anything on him, just so people know. Okay, Young Thug is not going on right now. It's supposed to be, but it's not yet. Okay. Okay, so what I'll do in the meantime, I'm gonna show you the dudes that are in jail right now. Let me go to my YouTube. And thank you for being here. Believe me, I'm gonna do more thorough, and I do have the DNA document to show whose DNA was there. Okay, let's watch this real quick. It's only like 4 minutes. Just bear with me, people. All right, I did this last night, and by the way, yes, I did look up Ty. Patient with me. Okay, the tree house murder. Okay, I'm going to show you the 3 men that are in prison. Well, 2 are in prison, 1 is not. Now, this is the man right here, Larry Detroit Wilson. He is the one that stabbed Paula in the neck with or put a gash in her neck. I'm sorry. So this is him, okay? And let's see, initial receipt date 1/31/23. Wow, that's it. Okay. Murder, first degree, premeditated or attempt, sentenced to life. Robbery, gun, deadly weapon, 20 years. Let's see, and then it shows his incarceration history. So he started going to prison in 2008. Forgery, forged instrument, grand theft, over 5,000. Robbery, grand theft again. So yeah, he likes to steal. So that's Detroit. And then the guy, Travis here, or he also goes, his real name is John Johnson, but he goes by Travis. All right, so we know he's out and about. So he got charged with robbery, gun, deadly weapon, aggravated battery, deadly weapon. And his sentence date was 5/6/2022. Okay, let's see. When did he go in? Shows when he was released. Okay, hold on here. I'm going to mute this so you people understand, kind of. Do you remember after he did so much time, he ended up being state's witness? Remember that? So he got out early. What? This is weird. 5/6. Oh, here we go. Current prison history. What, did he just plead guilty or something? I don't know. This is him there. And then, remember I told you guys I have a funny feeling about Todd? Look at how sick he looks. Okay, and it says his current release is supposed to be March 31st, 2024. I do not know why he's getting out. I don't think he should. Wait till you see his record. So his date was 1/31/2023. Look at all that. Look at his record, people. Okay. All right. Miss Barbara, yesterday I showed just a tiny bit of, okay, he talked to the cops more than once, okay? And he tried to discredit Paula from what happened to her that night. Oh, Detroit wasn't there. She doesn't know what she's talking about, crap like that. Wait till you hear this guy's record. This guy either knows something or he's involved. In my opinion, I'm no detective. However, I will be showing later one of his interviews. Just saying. Let's see. Elude felony, grand theft, driver's license, suspended felony, grand theft again, theft again, driver's license revoked, driver's license, retail theft, driver's license again. And then it tells you the counties. And then his first first time he went to prison was in 1999. So it was for assault, aggravated assault, robbery, contraband at a detention center, theft again, grand theft, traffic in stolen property, elude from police, grand theft, driving without a license, cocaine, grand theft, grand theft. So how about that, you guys? Look at how thick he looks. Crazy. Okay, I want your guys' opinion for those that have been following. What do you think about that? That guy's record. He didn't get charged with any of this stuff, but still. Is that a rat? Sis, you're funny. Yes, can you believe that? Do you hear all those charges? He's been in and out of prison since 1999, and he did his first crime he was caught at in 1997. So that's his rap sheet for the state of Florida. Well, like yesterday, we only watched 20 minutes of his interview, but he's been interviewed, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times? 4 or 5. I think he's more than that. Everybody's trying to blame Ty for everything, like he's the mastermind. You know, the mastermind, you want to know who I think the mastermind is? April Athena Clay. It all begins there, in my opinion. Oh, yes, you know who I'm talking about. But I'm not sorry then. Cops knew that there was a drug-infested place. Yeah, and I think, well, I'm not 100%, so just don't take my word. I think a lot of those people were homeless that lived in that tree house setup. There's a lot of homeless people everywhere, sadly. I do too. Why is everybody saying her name? Even people that, aren't witnesses have said her name. It all comes back to her because she was mad at Paula for kicking her out or getting her evicted from wherever she was. Matthew gave her, what did he give her? 15-day notice, I think. See, I don't have to discover or anything like that. I'm just going on the interviews I've been seeing. And she said that for payback to come and rob her of her money and drugs. I should go through that DNA report. You know whose DNA is there? Detroit's. I believe they were homeless, but I believe the cops knew everything that was going on there. Yes. And I believe that too, because they tried to tell other people allegedly that Paula is a drug dealer, but I don't think Paula's had any charges. I'm not 100% to have to do a drug, but you got to know they knew that was happening there. I don't know. I don't know why he didn't have attorney just to be, I don't know. Because of this happening, it's not looking good for him. And why would Paula lie? Right? Through this whole thing, she said his name one time that I've seen in an interview. One. And it has to do with the Facebook picture. A picture. They didn't expect any witnesses to survive. The surviving lady messed up. The whole plot, in my opinion, I think it was planned by multiple groups. Yep. Possibly someone who knows an officer personally. Good one. Oh, yeah. Do you know how much corruption is out there? You'd be amazed. You got the liar. That cop, she's no longer a cop, Danielle. Okay. We got the lying cop. We got the racist cop. We got the hot Mike with the police talking about the case. Let's see, what else do we got? We got another narcotics cop. I can't remember what he did, but something happened with him within this case that he's no longer. All these people that were on the case are no longer on the case. And like Danielle, she's now just a regular citizen, and she's a 911 operator. She was only on homicide for 2 years. And I call her a liar. Yes, I do. I'm not sure, but I will say 208 articles of evidence disappeared. Like on Paula's bed. That's where Paula was attacked. Was that bad? They didn't do nothing with that mattress or her blanket. It was still there. So if all else fails, they did a horseshit investigation. And I think April should be behind bars. It feels like Ty had some beef with one of these folks involved, and they pinned it on him because why not? I think maybe he knows more than what he's saying. I know for a fact you can tell that Travis don't like him. And right away, worry, he's the one that his DNA's everywhere. People in Ty immediately, oh, look who's here. Look who's here. My Dan is here. Hi, Dan. I love Dan. Dan's my friend. He comes and says hi to me every time I'm live. I love that. Yep, 100. I think they're jealous of him. Oh, you make a girl feel good. You make a girl feel good. Thank you. Mark, meet Dan. Dan, meet Mark. Right? See, I love how we don't have an echo chamber here. We can bounce our thoughts around, and discuss, because that's what this shit is about. And yes, when I find corruption, okay, in my opinion, I will put it out there, and the people can decide what they think, Yes, Dan. You know how to write these names. Okay, you people know I always write in all caps, but when I do this, when I do that, I'm excited. You know it. That's all right. See, and now if the jury could watch all this other stuff that we get to watch, there's no way they would convict this man because it's not there. Beyond a reasonable doubt, I'm saying. And all Tucker should have done, in my opinion, okay, when the state was up, all he needed to do was just poke holes in their statements, in their people, their witnesses. not put on his what's the word? Help me think of the word. Grandma's not here. It's for them to prove that he's guilty. He just needed to, poke holes into what they were saying. I want the discovery because I want to know what April said, because April didn't want to be interviewed or videotaped for her any of her interviews with the police department. And I want to know all the evidence that got lost. That's a lot of evidence. I don't think he has a chance, should have taken the plea. What was it? I don't remember, honestly. Probably 20 years, huh? But see, the victim immediately, and that's why we watched all the interviews, did not say anything. And you know what? This woman is still traumatized. I don't think she's been the same since. No way I would protect my whatever. What do you guys think of Todd's record? What do they say about past behavior? People can predict future? Is that it? Well, that's not always true. Okay, let me go look somewhere here. Just a minute. All right, we got these guys up next, and I wonder if Tick is still on the stand for Young Thugs. So I've been following Young Thug too. All right, he's going to get life. He put himself at the scene as an accessory to the robbery. Tucker did? The guy that's representing himself? Really? I didn't know that. See, I need the discovery. All right. But we heard the interview with April and the lying cop in the car. Yes, and that is the other cop is Jenna. She is the racist cop that got fired. Premeditated and now wasting the court's time. The judge is a dick. Yes, he is. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not sure. The closing or the opening statement between the state and him was only 15 minutes long combined. I don't know. Oh, you asked where Grandma is? Grandma is with her kids. Yeah. She'll be back. kind of different out there without Grandma, ain't it? Dan, did you know I was in a car accident last week? Oh, look, it ticks up. He's still there. Oh my God. That's not me, by the way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Good morning. All right, without further delay, we're gonna continue. Mr. Stevens, showing the oath. You may continue, Ms. Love.
Thank you, God. Good morning, Mr. Stevens.
Come on.
Mr. Stevens, we talked yesterday, you did, on direct cross-examination about your sentence and the agreement that you made with the state. Tell the jury, if you would, what your sentence was at the time that you signed the plea agreement labeled State's Exhibit Uniform. Do you remember what your sentence was?
Yeah. I think 10,
Do you need to see the plea agreement to remind you?
was it 10 years? 10 years?
I'm going to show you a copy of State's Exhibit 16 uniform. And if you would look at negotiated sentence, and just let me know without reading anything out loud, read it to yourself and let me know if that reminds you.
Yes.
Okay. Is your memory refreshed as to what your sentence is?
Yes.
And what sentence did you receive at the time that you signed State's Exhibit 16 uniform?
10 years, served 2, commuted to probation.
And when you say commuted to probation, do you mean the remaining 8 years?
Yes.
Now, is that the first time that you had to serve time on probation?
No.
So how much time do you have left on probation?
I'm on parole right now. I got in 2025. I get off parole.
All right. And after that, how much time do you have on probation?
The 8 years.
I'm going to show you what has been shown to counsel for the defense and marked as State's Exhibit 27 uniform and State's Exhibit 27 Uniform Bravo. And I'll ask you if you recognize the person depicted in State's Exhibit 27 Uniform and 27 Uniform Bravo.
Yes.
Are these accurate depictions of the person depicted in 27 Uniform?
Yes.
And is 27 Uniform Bravo and a screenshot of a post on your social media account?
Yes.
Are both of these accurate depictions of the subjects that are captured in these photographs?
Yes.
State tender State's Exhibit 27 Uniform and State's Exhibit 27 Uniform Bravo.
Any objection to state's 27 uniform or 27 uniform Bravo? What's the basis? Can I see them, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that your only ground, sir? Yeah, come on up, sir. Mr.
Thank you, Dan. Extremely, extremely depressed. My car was perfect, is no longer perfect. Because, once your car gets hit, that's it. My car went up in the air. It went sideways. So there's more damage on the inside, not from what you see on the outside. 80-year-old hit me. Bullshit. Well, you know what though? What I did, because I care, when they finally did stop, a half mile up the road, I went to make sure everybody was okay involved. So nobody got hurt. Okay. That's what I said. But now they're telling their little lies. That's okay, because there's 12 cameras at that intersection. I got to figure out how to get it though. She hit us. No, I was doing 5 miles an hour. You came and hit me, dumbass. Oh, I got to be nice. I got to be nice. I didn't see you last night, Dan. I was popping in and out of VP's chat. And Mike's. And IBO. Why didn't I think of that? I think about it for everything else. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Thank you. I think about it for everything on my true crime that I do. Why didn't I think of that about myself? I don't know. Yeah, because there's 12 cameras at that intersection. You know what? Cameras don't lie. People do. And that's what I told my insurance company too. Gotcha.
context of where the clips came from.
Judge, typically on a rebuttal case, it has to be narrowly tailored to the issues that you're rebutting. So I took clips from the interview with Paula Belmonte at the hospital. The clips, I think, total like 1 minute and 20 some seconds. The defendant, I guess,
I'm just
wants
reviewing.
to watch the entire video. I have no objection to using the entire video. Whatever way he wants to go, but that's where we're at, I think.
Your Honor, for me to know that, I just have to review it, that's all.
Review what?
I'm just reviewing I was actually reviewing the video right before you came out, Your Honor. I'm trying to make good use of my time. There's actually 3 videos, and I'm not even sure which one it is.
They're excerpts from the 3 videos where she talks about her inability to ID the second assailant. That's what they are.
And,
How much more time would you need?
I don't know, Your Honor. Again, I'm not going to need that much time. I mean, as far as, reviewing the videos, but then I also have to review the depot where these are coming from, because he didn't provide the entire depot. At least not that I can see here. Again, it's being excerpts from the depot, and I don't know the context.
How much time would you like to have?
To do the entire depot and check the videos, all 3 of them, I'd say at least a half hour, Your Honor.
How long would you anticipate this presentation to be?
Judge, maybe half an hour total?
See, now,
Contemplating
now look what the state's done here.
Telling them to come back at 1 o'clock, letting this unfold, because I just don't want to continue to go back and forth and have these people waiting further. So
We agree, Judge.
if that would make it more palatable and convenient, I mean, none of it's convenient for the jury, but if that would be more considerate, then we could resolve whatever objections there are to this. I could tell them to come back at 1. We'd be prepared to present to them. Then we can have our charge conference. I'm assuming, I inquired a few days ago about proposed jury instructions. I'm assuming that package is together.
It's in the process, Judge. I'm just about 90% judge, but I haven't.
Sorry.
And I'll email Mr. Tucker his proposed jury instructions.
And jury verdict form.
Yes, sir.
That was my question, Your Honor, so they already addressed.
And so then, if we let these folks go to 1 o'clock, we have them come back, we have the rebuttal case, we do our charge conference. I guess that's the best way to handle it. That's way I don't have to continue to come back and ask how much more time and wait a second. Just hold on a second.
See, how come he didn't get upset with the state doing this at the last minute? So the state can do it? Make that make sense.
All right. Have a seat, folks. Ladies, gentlemen, good morning. Good to see you all here. So I can assure you, I can tell time. I know that clock says 10:15, and I know I told you to be here at 9:15. So I, in good faith, believed that we'd be able to get to you at 9:15, but just like all of you and all of humanity, I can't predict the future. I do my best to try to gauge how much time things are going to take and what's going to happen. Sometimes I'm accurate and sometimes I'm not as accurate. Unfortunately, in this particular case, I haven't been as accurate as I think I normally am. So I have to, again, be very grateful for your patience, your understanding, your attendance, and all the other things that it takes to be a juror on this case. I do want to advise you that we haven't been idle here. In other words, while you're waiting, it's not like we're all taking an extended coffee break or none of the above. We're working and making progress in terms of ultimately getting the case to you. And so I can advise you that the defense presentation has been completed, that I can advise you of. And so the next step is the state's going to have an opportunity to present its case in rebuttal, which will be relatively short. And so what we need to do, or what has to happen now, in light of the fact that we've reached this juncture in the case, once again, I have to spend some time with the attorneys outside of your presence. How long is that going to take? I don't exactly know, but I do know that the best way to do it and try not to keep you in limbo is to excuse you to 1 o'clock. And that way I am as confident as I can be of anything that at 1 o'clock you'll have evidence and rebuttal presented to you, and the evidentiary portion of the trial will be over at that time. What that then means is that the lawyers, defendant, myself, will confer outside your presence. You'll be excused, and tomorrow we should be able to go to closings and deliberations. So again, I always try to be mindful of your scheduling, your time, try to give you the best feedback I can as to where we're at in this process. So again, I apologize for the wait, but this is where we're at, and I'll look forward to seeing you back at 1 o'clock, and have a good rest of the morning. Okay, so they're going to 1, so so you'd think that, Mr. Tucker,
That's more than enough time.
well, no, I mean, I've got to come back here. I don't have to, but I would think I'd need to come back here at 11 to see if there's any objections. I mean, so if you have any objections, I want to be able to rule on them so we don't find ourselves sending these folks back and forth again.
So 45 minutes, Your Honor, is that what
That's what I'm estimating. I
Okay,
mean,
no, that's just checking.
so like 11:05, and
That's-
sometimes the opposing sides actually reach agreements on some of this stuff where One side may say, gee whiz, I have a problem with that. Did you notice that? And the other side might say, oh, okay, we'll withdraw that one. Other times they don't. They need the judge to make a decision. So if there's any agreements and if there are any objections, if they're not, that's whatever. I'll be back at 11:05.
Thank you.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I think it's more than Adderall, in my opinion. Right? All right, let's go back to
Might have to state for the record what it is, since I'm asking that it be. I would object.
Can you all come on, I'll take one representative. One representative, please.
Okay, I got my opinion on this one too. This DA drives me nuts. Do you know how many times she objects? One day I counted just Young Thug's attorney Steele 60 times. Unreal. This is crazy. Right. Oh, Miss Barbara, remember what I texted you yesterday? Don't forget. Remember, I'm not saying anything out loud no more. Oh my God, she drives me nuts. I don't know, and something happened with one of the prosecutors in that case too.
Times or unforeseen, I'm going to have to take just a brief recess and let you retire to your headquarters. So I'm thinking we'll recess until 11 o'clock and then we'll bring you back in and we'll continue, okay? Thank you for your patience in advance, all right? Remember my admonitions to you. All rise.
Isn't this crazy? It's because of that DA.
And Your Honor,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. You can be seated, please.
I have a request since we are recessing. May I play the video for the court while defense counsel is looking for it so that the court has an opportunity to swear?
I was there, remember?
I know.
So I don't necessarily need it at this one time. I can, if you want to, once it's played, I'm not saying I won't, but if you want to invite my attention to a specific portion.
You know what's really sick? Their state's always objecting here, and the judge is almost always going with it. I don't think he likes Young Thug's lawyer. Right. He's looking at me. Maybe they're mad because he sued them. I'm not sure. Hold on. All right. I'll show you guys something. This here are Todd's interviews. Right here. All right. I don't know what he's gonna do. I don't know.
Text your name real quick.
Todd
Last name, Todd?
O'Quinn, O'Quinn, O apostrophe Quinn,
And date of birth, please.
8/10/68.
Now let me put this down. Todd, you swear and affirm that everything you're about to tell me is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
All right, if it's all right, I'd like to talk to you about tonight and see if you can fill me in on what happened. I'm still trying, I'm on the back end. I'm just trying to get caught up, okay? Start at the beginning, if you don't mind.
The plan was I got, you probably noticed the piece, not really the door, but the piece of wood that's sitting at the top of the stairs leading up against the thing.
Okay.
All I've been complaining about, people going up into her room or something up there when she wasn't there, and this and that. So I had that thing, I was gonna mount it on the stores as like a solid door. You could have a hasp and a lock and stuff.
Okay.
You could lock it when she's gone, lock it even when she's there, so she don't have to go up there. So that's why I was here today. And but I had the wrong hinges. The door was too heavy for the light hinges that I had, so I had to get a new set. So Matt and I, a girl came over, and Matt and I watched movies and played chess, and we
Do you know who the girl was that came
made
over?
made some chili. You know, she's been there. She was there before. A lot of people, so I don't. It was just like I would probably know if I saw her.
Okay.
So, anyways, she just pops in. It was one of April's friends, or it was one of the other girls' girlfriends.
Okay.
And came over. Matt and I made some chili, and we ate. And then, so I had to run across the street to CBS. So I'm going to leave. Matt hears. Well, we hear the stuff there. I think it's Paul. I hear held or I can't make it out. My hearing's not too good anyway. So I just hear a woman's voice.
Where were you at when you heard it about? Were you in the yard?
I had already passed the thing and was fixing to go through the gate, and I turned back and I saw Matt come out and go up the stairs. Now I make it to here. Now I hear Matt yelling, "Help! Help!" I stand there. I see one guy come running out. Blacked out. Shorter guy, lighter guy.
When you say shorter, like,
My
let me
height.
stand up.
Yep, exactly. Your height. But skinnier, way skinnier.
And when you say,
Maybe 145, 155.
and when you say mask, can you describe the mask? a little
Black
more?
mask with a white imprinted skull, like a Skeletor skull,
Okay.
with three little lines coming off the each side.
Okay.
Black long pants, black shirt, black.
Was he carrying anything?
A knife.
Can you describe the knife for me? Can you use
Yeah.
size one?
I mean,
Yeah, I know.
so anyways, he bends the corner right here. He doesn't see me sitting on a thing. He bends the corner right there. Takes off his mask. White hair, brown. White guy, brown hair. So
Did you see what he did with the mask? Did you see what he did with the mask?
he kept saying. Then these boats were in the way, so obviously I'm standing right there. I can't see him. I see him right through here.
And he
Where
rounds
there's no
the corner
boat.
and goes that
Right.
way?
As soon as he hits the bow of this, which is about that telephone pole, I can't see him anymore.
Okay.
Plus I'm yelling now, and he starts to pick up the pace. He's getting somewhere.
Okay.
So I think it's over. I shoot off the wall. I make it up to the second tier. Obviously, Matt's face down in a pool of blood.
Okay. Don't worry about it.
I go to check pulse, check on Matt. I look up. Here's this other one coming down the stairs at me.
What does this guy look like?
Bigger,
White guy, black guy?
black. He said something that made me think he was black, but obviously he had a mask on. So
You remember what he said?
do I know you, or who are you, or I'm gonna get you, something you. I look at, and he's coming at me with a knife. He takes one down thing on me. I block it, here, and he hits me in the pinky.
Right there?
I'm up. Yep, I'm up like this. And somehow the blade actually slid
Hold on.
in between
One,
my two fingers.
hold on 1 second for me.
You see
Okay.
there's a cut on this side too.
Give me a
So
second.
I felt the blade go through my fingers, bro. Like this, I'm up here like this, and it comes down through.
Do me a favor. Just hold still for a second.
Which way?
Just where's the cut at? No, sit. Did you also get your shirt? Was that there before? Is that new? You know what?
So, like that, he's on me. I roll away from him, and in 2 steps, I hit the bottom of the stairs. I'm on the ground. I roll up. I'm on my flip-flops, and I run back across here again, and they say I'm calling them. And then I don't say
It did not look like that this guy had. You remember?
black handle, steak,
Awesome. What would you say?
a steak. Best I could see because it didn't look wide or thick like a hunting knife or a blade. It was just like a serrated. I don't know. I don't know.
Now you don't live here though. You're just gonna do some work.
Yep.
You hang out here quite a bit.
Yeah, I do come here sometimes. No, I'm not. See, I'm not down here very much. I live and work in Marathon.
Okay.
So I just happened to come down for the offshore boat races last week, and was
FYI, all this background noise is not from me. It's on this video because I'm muted.
just staying. I'm not in a hurry to get back up there. I was going to stay till Friday or today. I was going to leave today on the bus, but Paula had been complaining about people coming up there, so I was going to mount the door for her. I kept putting it off. Get your bus out of here and go back there.
I want you to keep that in mind, all right? And I'm not accusing by any means of anything. But I'm not a narcotics addict. I don't care. That's not my forte anymore. I'm here for, somebody gets stabbed, something like that. Now, obviously, I've heard rumblings and things that go on here. And when you say about Paula wanting the door up, do you know, did she have any kind of beef? Why would she have beef? Who she had
She
with?
had beef with that chick that just walked by, the one that rents the room in the back.
Okay, tell me about that.
And there again, from just being there intermittent.
Her reckless behavior is going to get her somehow. These poor decisions, she's 33 years old. You can't tell a 33-year-old anything different. Believe me, I've tried. Plus, I'm older and I know. And meeting all these strange men, okay, you're risking your life. You could be getting a STD. When she's driving that phone, being on that phone, someone's going to get hurt. It makes me nervous when I see it. So I leave. And I'm not hating on her. It's the truth. It's common sense. I was looking at her, a video from a year ago. It just popped up on my feed. And she looked so healthy. It's sad, actually. Not hating on her. It's just reality, common sense.
Catching little bits of what's going on, so I can't really put it together. But the last thing I heard Paula say, to Paula, was that April was threatening her.
What was she saying? Do you remember?
That's what I'm saying. I don't really know
Right.
the specifics of what they were saying. I just got the tip of like, oh, what's going on? Oh, well, they're fighting. She's there. So
Do you know why they were fighting? What it was over? Like that?
Yeah, I'm not there really enough to know that much of it. That's what I'm saying, but
When
you
was
can
the
tell
last-
there was some bad vibes between them.
When was the last time she had talked about April threatening?
The last time I was over there, about three days ago.
When she was in Ohio, I agree. I seen the one video. I thought she should take even a longer break, in my opinion. Because to be honest with you, Okay, I'm just going to say it. These people are not your real friend. Do you know what I mean? Maybe you have some, but not all these streamers are your friend. You need friends outside of the streamers. You know what I mean?
I don't know. And then again, it wasn't like I don't think it was a physical violence threat. It was a threat of administrative threat. What's that about? By that I mean, he wanted to evict her out of there. She was going to call the county, and I'm not saying she was threatening her like I'm going to get you.
Right.
She's saying I'm threatening you to
Gotcha.
get you out of here.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you.
Who's going first? Either you're leaving or I'm leaving, and then
Okay.
same with Matt. With Matt,
Okay, did you hear that? He is talking about April threatening Paula. That's what he's talking about here.
kind of took Paul aside. Then she jumped on Matt and was like, "Well, I'll get you too, and I'll call the city, and they'll shut this place down." You know, because
April has no rights to this
she
property at
rents a
all.
room in the back.
She does rent. April does.
Yes,
Okay, so she usually lives here too,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does she
That's
also
just-
live somewhere down there as well?
Well, I have no idea. All I know is that's the beef between the two that live here,
Okay,
Paula and April.
gotcha.
So, yeah, and it wasn't like a. This definitely. I mean, I would if I had come since I wouldn't say that it happened like that.
Right.
But there was that. You know, but you never know.
I want you to do me a favor and think really hard about the two people you saw. I know it's traumatic right now. It's hard, but think it may have really stood out to you when you think back about any identifying feature, anything like that. Earrings, maybe tattoos. I know it's dark, so that's a little bit harder.
Head to toe, every piece of skin covered. They did, but they.
Now the other guy.
I want to say they didn't have gloves on though.
Okay.
I know. I don't think I saw gloves. That's how I think I saw the contrast between the blade handle and his hand.
When you were at the fight
Yeah.
with the one was he wearing a mask at that time? Okay. I got
No,
you.
I saw the mask off was after he was facing away from me and going that way. He ripped it off. I could tell he was white.
Okay.
My butt's 100%.
What was the mask like the second guy was
They
wearing?
both had identical
Had the
masks.
same mask? Where did the second guy did you see where he went or you were still
I think he took a right. That's
went
why.
opposite.
That's
One
why.
went
When
that way, one
listen,
went
I would have been here waiting on you, but you came here by your fucking self, dude. These and I thought. I swear to God, I thought he was hiding in the bushes waiting on me, trying to get
she
me.
came here by herself. She came here by
Check it
herself?
out.
Oh, I got
You know
you.
what I'm saying? After this dude, he hung back the whole time, dude. I swear to God, that guy left. It was like a minute. I was like, man, I better go check on that.
Okay.
He's still up there.
I got you.
I was like, I don't know if there was 3, I don't know if there's 4. I didn't know nothing. So I gave her my name. Remember? I said, I'm out of here. I don't know what the hell we're doing.
So, as far as you know, Paula got stabbed. Is that correct? In the neck.
Yes. It's
Did
right
you
here.
see her stabbed or no? Okay.
I'm sorry.
then-
I just called her going to the hospital to see if
And you
she's all right.
saw Matt was stabbed.
That's gone, yeah.
Is there anybody else that you saw, or besides the two suspects that was there? Anybody else that was just hanging out?
I think there was one or 2 guys up there with her
Okay.
that were laid down. I didn't see them. I saw him when he came across the street. His shirt was ripped. He had a big knot on the back of his head.
One of the suspects or somebody else?
Somebody else. Somebody that was hanging out with Paula.
All right. So somebody hanging out with Paula. They had a big knot. You said on the back of their head. And
He told me, I was like, what happened to you, man? He's like, man, he hit me in the back of the head and told me to lay down.
do you know who that was?
He was standing right here. She was here when he walked out. No, maybe she wasn't here. I don't know. He may have left. I don't know.
No, I understand.
He left. I don't know if he left before she got here. He
Okay.
might have.
Was he bleeding at all? Was he stabbed? That you saw?
He was just had a shirt.
Okay. I got you.
I can imagine what it was like. I don't know.
Well, hey, I appreciate you talking to me very much. Do you have a cell phone?
Yes, yes. 305. Man, 305.
Again, 2112 for TOD per lower keys. Stephanie, I copy. That's number 2, is that correct?
She was not able to provide me a name. She said it was the mail that was brought in.
Copy.
They currently have him as a John Doe.
Copy. We'll take a look. 105 negative contact with anyone in the front line.
Oh my God, Grandma! How are you? We miss you. All right, let me speed this up.
We're here.
Yes, at that house, same one where that just happened.
Okay, where the incident happened?
Yes.
Okay, did
But
they get
this
your
was about
information?
a week ago, yes. But, no, I'm not talking about now, I'm talking about a week ago I was there.
Oh, a
In
week ago
Detroit,
you were there.
You're asking me how I know Detroit.
Okay, got you.
So
All
I'm
right.
at the house, April brings this guy over,
Okay.
just some random black guy, pretty big, big head,
What do you look like? I mean,
black, very
black. About what height?
Typical nigger, dude, come on. So,
I'm recording here. Be careful. Okay. So anyway, give me your best description.
big, ugly.
Approximately how tall?
Lima 2.
6'2",
Okay.
6'2".
Hairstyle?
none, bald.
2140.
Bald. Okay.
But this was a week ago, bro.
I know.
Okay, so
Can't grow his hair back in a week though.
So
And he went by the name Detroit.
I didn't even know that until the next day. I was like, who was that? Because he was real, it gave me creepy, creeped me out. So I was like, the next day, I asked Matt, the owner of the house. and-
Matt, this Matt, or the other another Matt?
That Matt.
This Matt.
You're the owner of the house.
Oh, the owner of the house. His name is Matt.
Right. We wake up in the morning, and I go, who the, he's gone after we had to run him off. He just badgered everybody all night.
Okay.
Just,
If you don't mind, can I have your identification and information so just in
she
case?
got it already up there.
Who's got it?
The young lady, I don't know, when I was coming through there.
Okay,
I
so
called
she already
her.
spoke
Yes,
to you.
yes, yes.
Okay. All right.
What's your name, sir? Todd. Give me 1 minute. Let me check the computer real quick. Fort Myers, man, I unloaded my boat. So,
You on one of the shrimp boats here?
Yeah. I'm on a shrimp boat.
Yeah. Well, we're thinking that maybe this might be somebody related in a shrimp boat or something like that. I don't know.
As far as I'm concerned, officer, I've been down there for the last 2 days now, and I have not heard anything as far as suspicion.
Okay. Well,
Okay, did you guys hear that? Did you hear the name that got brought up? April and Detroit.
if you guys hear anything,
The next day I wake up, I go, who's that creepy motherfucker? Oh, that's Detroit. First and last ever. You know what Detroit looks like?
yeah, you just told me it's 6'2", bald, ugly,
Big.
and very black. So.
And they both had Skeletor Halloween masks on.
Okay, but
Well, that was
did you
tonight,
see the
not
mask?
last week.
You saw the mask and everything?
Dude, I'm the one that called. I was standing across the street. I seen him run out of the thing, and one was a white dude. One dude never took his mask off. One was a white dude. They split up when they came out. The white dude took his thing off, and I was yelling, "Help! Help! Somebody call the police!" While I was on the phone with 911, and then he took off in a truck
Which way did he head? The white dude.
on Laurel. He went that way. Come out of the gate and went that way.
Wait, we're facing the guy's house. We're facing. If we're facing,
Yeah.
we're facing.
If you run out of his house, you're looking at CVS.
Right.
In between Keys, Yamaha, and the
Right,
other one.
right.
On Laurel, right there.
Okay,
Come out
so
of the
which
side,
guy-
you
which
right
way
there,
is the white-
he bangs a right and goes toward.
To the end of Laurel. Okay.
And that's when I lose him.
And what was
So
he
then I think
wearing?
everything.
Okay, but did he turn the corner and come down second?
Oh, I don't know.
Or did he keep on going straight?
I didn't keep looking at what I did.
What was he wearing?
So I go across I leave CVS. I go in there, up the fucking stairs. Matt's laying in a pool of blood, on the second tier, all stabbed up. Paula's up there whimpering. I don't know. There's some other guy, random guy doing something. I get to the top of the stairs, and here comes the second one. Only one is left, and I thought they were both going. And he tries to get me, and he hits me. I put up my hands and block it, and he hits me in the pinky.
The black guy did that.
Yeah,
That's tonight.
that's tonight.
Okay, I thought you said you were only there a week ago, not tonight.
I was, but I wasn't. I just witnessed it.
Okay.
So I told the lady the
So you were there when the stabbing occurred.
No.
He's such a liar.
After.
Okay.
He's a liar.
I hear him yelling.
470, go ahead.
I just go there and check.
I know you're busy, but I need you back at the crime scene. We need to get all the information you have. Get a hold of these people.
Copy that. I'll be there momentarily. 1118 is the only person I have there on scene. I also got a subject here that said he spoke to 1118 already, but he was there right after the aftermath, giving more information. I'm assuming you're going to want to talk to him.
We're walking up there anyway.
Okay. Do you have any weapons with you, anything like that?
No, nothing at all.
What I'd like to do is take you with me back over there. There's a detective sergeant for homicide wants to speak to you. Is that all right?
Homicide?
Yeah, there's 2 people dead, or one's dead.
Matt died?
Somebody died. The guy that was there.
Hey, well, I just talked to Paula
Oh,
Gospel. I know it wasn't
Jesus.
her.
Well,
It had to be him.
Paula got.
Grandma, so much has happened in one day. It is unbelievable. Remember last week we said we think Todd knows more or is involved. Without a doubt now, I feel that in my opinion, but I'm not a detective. I'm not an attorney. I'm nothing like that. And what's going on with Ty right now, not good. Not looking good. Not good.
Stabbed in the neck.
In the neck. Yeah, she's still being treated, but the other guy's dead. Is that guy named Matt? What's his
The
last
owner of
name?
the property, Matt.
Matt what?
Are we talking about that stilt home over there? It's got the thing.
The
over
treehouse.
top? Okay. All right, listen. You're gonna have to pull it together and talk to us, okay? Because we're losing time here.
Yeah, we're trying to find out who did this, and we don't have much time to go on.
38.
Do me a favor, just relax, keep your hands out of your pockets, all right? I don't know what's in them, I don't want to find out,
Sir?
okay?
Was this gentleman right here with you?
No, I was going to meet him. And I left out of there, and this
Okay.
all happened at the same
All right,
time.
so you on the strip mall down here?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I just went to pick him up.
Did you talk to the other deputy as well as he did or not?
No, I didn't. I don't know anything about the
Then
situation.
you
He
know
was
what
at
I
the
need you
bar. I
to
was
do?
outside.
What I need you to do is go on back to your boat, and he'll hook up with you later on.
You know where I'm at, right?
He'll hook up with you later on. All right.
All right, John.
Okay, what,
Okay, Grandma, Todd is in prison right now. And if you look at his record, which I did a thing on it, his record is crazy, dating back to 1997. He's been in and out of prison several times for drugs, robbery, grand theft, assault with a deadly weapon. And did you hear, okay, like we know, April's name came up for everything, threatening Paula for payback. Did you hear what he just said? He was with Matthew. He said in another interview, playing a game with him. I don't know what game. So yeah, there's that.
if, what's your name, first name again? Todd. Todd, okay. Obviously you know them, okay? You said Matt and Paula. Okay, if you had to guess, what would you guess this was over? Why did this happen? If you had to guess.
Money?
Go ahead.
We still need a QS unit at crossing US 1 and CVS on the highway.
Let me tell you too.
Negative, you go ahead and have them break down. All city units can break down until we get other information. We're about done here.
Let me tell you, there's a feud going on between Paula upstairs, girl upstairs, and April, the girl that rents downstairs, with Matt in the middle. So April keeps threatening Paula, I'm going to videotape you. You know, you're living, I don't know, you're not supposed to be up there
Okay,
living.
so it's like landlord-tenant stuff.
Yes.
Okay. But not over drugs or anything like that. Okay.
Well, that's what I'm thinking anyway. I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any weapons on you, and what's in the backpack there?
A headlamp, and that's it.
Okay, just for my safety, I'm gonna pat you real quick. Now turn around for me. Okay, I'm gonna put you in my car. And we're gonna go over there real quick. Yeah, I wanted to, because they're still down there.
Okay.
Do you mind standing here for a little
Nope.
bit? And he wants me down there to.
If it locks up on her, it's a check mark to undo it, or the screen locks pretty fast.
Okay, we're gonna pass this one.
Okay, all right, cool. All right, so you've been read this before. All right, I'm gonna read it again. You will be asked to view a group of photos of individuals. It is just as important to clear innocent persons from suspicion as to identify guilty parties. The suspect may or may not be present in the group of photographs. I don't know whether the person being investigated is included in this group. Individuals presented in the photo group may not appear exactly as they did on the date of the incident because features such as head and facial hair are subject to change. You should not feel you have to make an identification. If you do not identify someone, I will have you designate the photograph of the person you have identified. Regardless of whether you make an identification, we will continue to investigate the incident. The photos will be shown to you simultaneously and are not in any particular order. Take as much time as you need to examine the photos. Since this is an ongoing investigation, you should not discuss the information or discuss the identification procedures or results. All right? You got that? You read it before. Do you want to read it again? You already know everything? All right. So do me a favor and just go ahead and initial right there. Okay.
See, what I'm going off of mostly is hairstyle, because when he took off his mask, he was going away from me,
Mm-hmm.
and then when I yelled at him, he turned. I saw a quick flash of the face, but I already know the only one that would even be close hairstyle wise would be this guy. No way he had big hair like that. No way long hair.
Well,
It was
remember
closely
that
cropped.
stuff is
That's subject to change.
it can
But
change.
that's really my identification, because that's what he was going away from me. I mean, he like flashed me real quick. I could never in a million years do a facial lineup. He was 100 feet away, glanced at me one time. I'm going by his hairstyle, which I know that's not a good identification, but it was. I didn't see his face.
Okay.
I mean, just for a split second. So I wouldn't even want to speculate
On this right here?
on any of them. Yeah,
Okay.
even the ones he showed me the other day. The other ones he showed me were all older. It was a younger guy, close cropped hair, wasn't parted. It was just like all kind of like a fade around, just kind of matty, bushy hair.
Okay.
But I mean, I really just glanced at his face from a long way away. I couldn't even begin to even. That's why I was telling him to take a picture. I said, photo lineups aren't really they're really frivolous, because I didn't really see it. And even when we were at the scene, they had the masks on.
Okay.
And so he took it off, and he just had like real close cropped hair, and just light sandy, brown hair, and that kind of curly, like thicker.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it.
All right. Well, in that case, right here, the photo lineup I was shown consisted of how many photos, and since you can't make an identification, I'm unable to select the photo as being the person who, and then write down the. All right, and then go ahead and sign right there. It is the 22nd. All right.
Thank you, Todd.
Are you gonna be up here for a while?
I think, they got Detroit, so that's half the problem. I was kind of.
This interview's here. I think he's in jail here, Todd.
I'm not here to talk to you about anything you're in here for. You know that, right? Remember who I am? Yeah, it's still going on. I've been looking for you forever and a day. What? I don't understand how I can help. What's that? I don't understand how I can help. The state wanted to get out with you just to go over your testimony and stuff. I'm going to let you know right now the 3 people that are in jail have all been indicted. They're not getting out of jail. They'll go to trial and go from there. All right. I don't see him anywhere near. What's that? I don't see him anywhere near. Well, I'm telling you, and I've got to pass it on, that there's 3 people in jail that can't be anywhere near. They asked me if I had any meetings, and I was like, maybe I should say something. You probably should have said something about those 3. I really didn't know. Right. Who their real names were. Right. I got you. So I didn't know. All right. Yeah, actually, I'll give it to you right now if you sign it. What else been going on? Man, this guy lets me borrow his car. Don't talk to me about that. I almost wrote Paula's name down here. Yeah, that would be weird. I'm sure they would be in that. Shit would be in Hey, LT. Hey, LT, can you hear me? Hey, what's going on? Yeah, can I call you back in a few? I'm just interviewing somebody at the general tour. You were down in the trailer downstairs, right? Yep. Down there playing chess with Matt. I got a phone call from a friend on the boat, just came in, wants me to go have a beer with him at the Hogfish. I said, okay, about the same exact time. We hear a little.
Okay, this is annoying. This ain't worth watching. You can't even understand anything. So why watch it, right? Right. Let's see if there's any more here. Here we go. Here's a better one. I hope.
April did set Paula up. They had been having beef between each other, and it came to a head, and we put an eviction notice on her door. And less than a week later, this all happened. But I also heard, not specifically say she was going to set Paula up, but she mentioned on 3 different ways she was either going to videotape her and turn her into the sheriff's department. She was going to call the city for her city code or something for her living up there on the thing, or 3, she was going to get back at her somehow.
Like physically or just somehow?
Just set her up.
Okay.
So, to the point where her, not so much as, she didn't obviously mention Detroit specifically, but set her up with her, with her trade, which was, that's the other thing I admit. Paula was up there dealing crack cocaine.
Okay.
And we all partook from time to time, myself included, Matt, everybody. So that wasn't a secret, but it all came to a head, I believe, when we put the eviction notice on April's door. So but also April is the one who also brought Detroit to the property initially, you know what I'm saying?
And when was that compared to, do you remember when that?
It was in, I'm going to say no longer than the 2-week period, but I want to say quicker than that.
Okay.
I mean, I saw him one time up close and personal. He came in and actually sat at the table when you bring somebody to the property, you have to sit down and introduce them to Matt and make sure he's okay with it. And so that's how the, initial, ice breaking went. She brings him in. Hey, this is my friend. You go on her background or whatever, on her faith. And so he stayed there for a little while, got a bad vibe from him the whole time. Very creepy, very, just, I don't know, just something about him. And second time I saw him in passing, going up to obviously there's a second tier on the treehouse, so he was down there smoking crack, and I would pass by him, and he would ask me to use my stem or ask me to use a lighter or something if he needed, or maybe a hit or something. He did ask me for some stuff, and but I was on my way to go get some stuff from Paula, and then obviously the third time is when I saw him the night of the murder.
That night, the night of the murder, when you say you saw him, how do you know it was Detroit? And by Detroit, you're referring to?
That's all I know him by.
All right.
Is Detroit. His
Can you
street
give
name.
give me a physical description of him?
Over 200 pounds, 225, very bulky.
Have you seen him since that incident?
No, I haven't.
Not even in jail?
Not even in jail.
Okay. Do you know?
Bald head.
Couple of things I'd like to go over, I guess, on this. The videos, he stipulated that we would play them in their entirety. I agree. The videos, we play them in their entirety.
Judge, let me explain. The three, typically speaking, what I'm using videos for is to rebut her statements about IDing the second person that came in yesterday. So I pulled 3 snippets from the first video at the hospital, or 3 clips from the first video at the hospital. Mr. Tucker wants that video in its entirety, so I will play the first video in its entirety. These 3 clips were pulled from. That interview goes on, they go out to the hospital. I'm playing all that. That's not my purpose in using this video. This is very specific. Rebutting the statements that you made yesterday on that case where she articulated what she knows about the second person in the treehouse that night versus what she's saying here the night that it happened.
Your Honor. Well, first off, I would like to renew my objection to the video coming in at all because, again, the weighted testimony was supposed to be used solely if she was unavailable and nothing else after that. Had all this available to them at the time, they got their cross in, all that at the time, and now they want to go ahead and redo it. Since mine was stricken from the record, I would suggest that, that yes, I'm not going to get an opportunity to redo mine. I would imagine they don't get to redo theirs.
Okay, Graham, person
What, when you say
Original testimony when she came to testify, Your Honor, it was stricken from the record. I didn't get cross. I didn't get actually direct her, I should say. But now they'd like to go ahead and recross, even though they've crossed this testimony before.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to overrule the objection. I don't believe it's a recross. In fact, it's a rebuttal, so
Okay.
I believe they're entitled to present rebuttal, and I believe the Zoom effort with Ms. Vermont covered that completely, and I think that's at this point.
Your Honor, I just wanted it on the record, that was all.
Yes?
Okay. Now, as far as the current videos, Mansfield was not able to tell me which videos they pulled from, so I had to go and look at all. I didn't do so completely, but I kind of have an idea, I guess, which videos he's pulling from. And like I said, any video he's pulling from, I'd like it played in its entirety, just for context. Because taking clips out of context, taking sound bites, I don't like that idea. It has a prejudicial impact on the jury.
So, is there any?
I have no problem with the video incorporates all three of these statements. Once the last one is made, there's not anything beyond that last statement on ID. So to play that up, that's what I'm presenting.
Just clear. Just let me understand the issue here. The state has, we say, could you identify what, where, when?
I'm sorry, you guys. It's not me. God, this is awful.
What, where, when?
It's a video at the hospital the night of the event when Belmonte was, Miss Belmonte came to the hospital. And, Danielle Malone approached her in the hospital and asked her questions about what happened at the video. And Miss Belmonte gets into detail about the assailants. And assailants, actually.
Okay. So there's portions of that you believe rebut assertions in yesterday's deposition to perpetuate.
Correct. That's correct.
And Mr. would like to have context, so you're amenable to that interview in the hospital being.
The portion of the interview that addresses the ID of the second assailant. That interview was on, but that thing at that. My rebuttal is her statements about that second assailant. So I have no problem playing the video that incorporates the discussion about the second assailant. But at that point, I don't think there's any purpose in playing the rest of her interview because I'm not using that to rebut anything.
So is there anything further from the defense about this issue?
Yes, sir, because innately, I guess, what Mr. Mansfield's trying to argue is that, we're not going to use these cuts, but we're going to go ahead and cut it right then and there. And, again, you're removing all context of where, what was happening, what was going on, her state of mind at the time. You're really, again, if you're going to use this as a rebuttal, you have to provide the complete picture.
There is a rule of completeness, but that doesn't go to the entirety of the interview.
No,
If there was some statement that she made and they chopped it off in the middle of the sentence or within a paragraph that explained, that would be one thing, but there's no obligation to play the entirety of the interview.
Well, it's not that long, Your Honor. And to be quite frank, I'm looking through the deposition here, and that's exactly what they did. They chopped out different sentences.
Well, as long as those sentences are not misleading or they're, but.
That's why we haven't gotten to that part yet, Your Honor. But I'm saying is the video is not that long. If it's the first one, if that's what he wants to use, I don't see why we don't just play it in its entirety.
I've already said I'll play that one in its entirety, the first video.
Okay, and that's the only one. That's the only one with the cuts, right?
So we
Okay,
both know what
we're
we're
in agreement.
talking about. The first video.
Yeah, we're in agreement.
Okay, so, all right, fine. So what other objections are there?
Well, at this point, again, I've been going through the deposition, and I'm almost inclined to want to go through literally just submit the entire deposition. Because, again, these sentences are cut out. They're cut out from, again, they're taken way out of context. And if we want to provide the jury a clear picture of what she said, I think we give them the entire deposition.
But that's not the goal.
He's almost doing it already, Your Honor. He just takes out the stuff he doesn't like.
Well, again, if it's misleading, if it's not complete, but
that would be the
state is not under an obligation, or vice versa, either party is not under an obligation to present adverse material to their case, especially if it's just redundant as to what the other side already presented. So if there's some particular excerpt that's objectionable, I'll be happy to look at the.
Your Honor, like I said, I haven't had a chance to go through the entire thing, right? But as I've seen so far, right, literally, we would have to go through, and again, we're going to have to go through piece by piece by piece And yes, there's different parts where, yes, it is definitely misleading.
Well,
You know,
okay,
so-
well, let's get started because I'm,
Oh, and the other thing, Your Honor, I did have one more issue, or not issue, but one thing I'd like to address is, okay, if they want to go ahead and play this video as a rebuttal, we have videos that actually add context to this video that we would like to play.
okay, so,
Judge, the defense doesn't put on a rebuttal to the state.
Mhm.
I'm rebutting evidence he introduced yesterday with that video at the hospital and the deposition. We've already covered the video from the hospital. I would submit we need to start going through the different deposition statements and see if the court will make a ruling as to whether we should be able to go into those or not.
In all honesty, Your Honor, I mean, this should have been addressed before we came in today. I would say, you know, I mean, it's not like I haven't been, you know, available for communication. I haven't been available to go ahead and to go ahead and look at these things. But what I'm saying is, okay, again, she says things in this deposition specifically in response to things that, you know, happened outside of the deposition. And again, it takes it out of context.
okay, well, again, let's look at the specifics because that's how we handle it.
I would agree. That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, so this deposition was a discovery deposition?
Yes, sir. Back on May 1st of 2019.
Do you happen to have a copy I could look at? or-
Judge, I gave you the excerpts.
You gave me the excerpts, yeah?
You want the entire deposition?
I can
Well-
actually.
I have it.
Well, thank you. Okay, so
Judge, first and foremost, let me draw your attention to the beginning. The witness was sworn in, so we covered that. The first excerpt the state intends to potentially use is on page 13. It's a rather involved question and answer about identity. Yeah, and dark clothing, I don't remember. It's been a
Oh,
year.
wait.
Hold on. Could you please just give me a second to pull it up so that I can follow, please?
Right. Page 13, line 1, just reading from the, actually, from what I can see, it's lines, you want to use lines 1 through 25.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so go ahead, read it.
The first one.
Actually, I can read it. I don't need you to.
Fair enough.
read out loud. Let me read it. Is there an objection to this excerpt?
Well, just 1 second. I just got it up. All right, so let's see what excerpts here. Absolutely. And describe the person. So this is what I'm okay. I don't have anything necessarily in opposition to in this section, Your Honor, but she does go into later. She actually says some things that add to this section.
Okay. Frank, if you have no objection, that's fine. I honestly, starting at the top of the page, it's like confusing. I don't know who it's talking about, and moreover, it doesn't seem to be inconsistent. She's talking about Rory Wilson, at least on, so what?
Judge, may I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I included the beginning of the page just for context, but she really gets down to it. Line 10. Are you sure it was Rory Wilson? Absolutely, without a doubt. Who else did you see there that night? No one that I can identify. Do you know Ty Tucker? I know him, yes. Did you not see Ty? Not that I can identify. I saw another person, but I can't identify him. In the perpetuated testimony yesterday, she was adamant 100% when Colorado asked her that it wasn't Ty Tucker. Here she's saying she can't identify the second person.
I understand that would be inconsistent with the testimony. I just didn't, again, understand how the portion about Rory Wilson, but again, if it's given context.
Your Honor, could I again interject here? I don't mean to, I don't want to
yes,
step
sir,
on your
go ahead.
toes, but okay, but this is what I meant by the videos again. Because, okay, it is inconsistent with a statement she made, but she also says in her videotape deposition, was the perpetuated testimony. She says there was a time there, the detective Pitcher had her thinking it wasn't me. And unfortunately, this is the result of that time, which we have the videos of where he is confusing her. He is giving her other information. He's feeding her information saying it wasn't me. That is, again, not inconsistent with what she says in her perpetuated testimony. She says exactly that.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. I mean, if
I just think it would prejudice the jury to think that, man, she's actually saying something. Again, she is in different states of mind during, depending on when these were asked.
right, this happened immediately after the
No.
episode.
Not the deposition.
Oh, not the deposition. You're right. But in any event, I think that, that's,
I think in all fairness, we should show the context. I mean, again, she says that Detective Pitcher had her questioning at a given point. And I can see why when you look at the videos.
in any event, I'm going to allow this particular excerpt.
Okay.
So then we go to the next page.
Page 14.
This is just a continuation.
It is a continuation, Judge.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see.
Okay. Is there any objection to this segment?
Yes, Your Honor, because again, this one actually does have sentences that are removed. They have, again, there's things in here that are removed. I'd have to again go over quickly here just to make sure that.
Sentences that were removed.
Yes, there's statements that are actually removed from this. I mean, if our copies are correct, it's
Page 14,
Yep.
lines 1 through 25. What's removed?
okay. Let's see. We've got you saw two people.
This is I'm looking at the transcript.
Just making sure mine is on part. Yeah, see. Okay, no. Second person had to go Troy. Bonnets. So far, nothing consistent. See that. See, and this is where I'm getting it at here, right here. This is the section where it's been removed, Your Honor.
What
Says,
section, sir?
No, I can't. I don't remember. I know at one point a small knife fell. I know at one point another stick fell. I believe that is when Roger got it, but you were talking a year and a half ago, and they are memories that I try to hide, so I can't answer that honestly.
Why do you say that's been removed?
Because I don't see all of that there.
Well,
I mean.
I don't know, what I've been given, it says the whole page.
Because I mean, I'm looking at it, Your Honor, it goes, okay, let me see.
Goes page 14.
Oh, you know what, hold on, I may be mistaken, hold on a second. The page here. Okay. And let's see, we're at line 20. Just a second. Check it again right here. No, you can see the same. Okay, I'll backtrack on that, Your Honor. It was my mistake. I was reading the wrong section.
So to be clear, Judge, nothing has been.
But let me again check it for inconsistencies, though. I want to see where we're inconsistent here. Because okay, the only thing that I see that's inconsistent with this is, that she thinks that at one point Rory Wilson has the Billy Club, which again. I don't see how, if he's on top of her slicing her throat, she thinks he has a Billy Club.
Well, Judge, it doesn't matter what he thinks. She said in her perpetuated testimony that the guy on top of her had a knife to her throat and the other guy had the Billy Club. And here she's putting the Billy Club in Rory Wilson's hand.
Again, this goes back to state of mind.
Yes, and those are all subjects that you can make closing argument about. The issue would be weight and credibility as opposed to admissibility. In other words, I admit it, but if you care to and you believe that this was she was confused, that her mind had been somehow or other impacted by some other event, or that it's unworthy of belief, that goes to the weight and credibility. It doesn't go to the admissibility.
No, and Your Honor, I would agree, and I'm just saying that she did make those statements in her current state. In her current statements, she said that she was confused by Detective Pitcher.
Okay.
Now the only other thing, Your Honor, actually, so make sure I'm correct here. No, go ahead. As far as that section, I have nothing else, Your Honor. I'm good there.
Page 15, lines 1 through 25.
Judge, before we do that, so on page 14, is this court ruling that the state's allowed to introduce those statements?
Yes.
Okay.
Any objection to this page?
Your Honor, quite honest, I'm trying to remember exactly what Ms. Belmont said in her perpetuated testimony as far as the altercation. I'm not sure if it's, I can't honestly be sure if it is or it isn't.
Well, let's hear what the state's explanation is or argument.
Very well. Page 15, she clarifies who was in what position. During her perpetuated testimony, she was all over the place about who was where and who was doing what. So here she somewhat clarifies that when Matt came up the stairs, Rory was behind him and who was facing Rory when he came up the stairs, et cetera, et cetera. So she clarifies a lot of where she was on the perpetuated testimony, which was all over the place on who was where on the inside. She also clarifies about there being a small knife that fell. She wanted to get it.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
small knife is in reference to a knife that Roger Ruggett had, and yes, you did try and go after it. I don't see where that, again, I don't know where that's going to come in as inconsistent. But as far as, being all over the place, again, she seems to be all over the place in here too, as I'm reading it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Well, I would agree with you there. Is there an objection or not?
The only objection you would get from me, Your Honor, is I don't think it's inconsistent. I mean, she's all over the place. I can barely keep up with, I'm trying to picture in my head what happened here. And, again, it is all over the place.
Well, yeah, I mean, Mr. Mansfield, unless there's something specific, it's really just hard for me to be able to pigeonhole this into a prior inconsistent statement. It just seems too broad to me.
Fair enough.
So I would incline to sustain the objection.
Okay. Judge, and that was it. It was just basically lines 12 through 18 about who was where coming up the stairs and where was the relation to Matthew Bonner, but it is vague and that's fine. I understand. I won't use 15.
All right. So now we're on to 16, lines 13 through 25. Mr. Tucker?
I'm looking at it again, Your Honor, because this would be one of those where I was talking about lines being cut out. Because it is starting off at 13.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure that there's nothing that adds context, before that or after.
Well, there's nothing special about the pages. It's not like they're organized by,
That's all.
they're not organized by subject matter. They're just, chronological recordation or transcript of what was said.
Line 13. If that's not inconsistent as far as the littler person, dark clothing, it's not inconsistent. Okay, this is what, okay. Yeah, so you heard the second person speak. Yes, I think we killed him. That's what I heard him say. What I would ask the prosecution, what's inconsistent?
Judge, what's inconsistent is right at the beginning, I couldn't see the second person hardly at all, except he was the littler person. And in her perpetuated testimony, she's giving these statements about being 100% sure it's not Tyrone. It wasn't his physicality. It wasn't his stature. It wasn't his walk. It wasn't his persona, whatever. She went on a whole litany of explanations. But the truth of the matter is, here in this depo, she says, I couldn't see the second person hardly at all. In her perpetuated testimony, she was adamant it wasn't his walk, it wasn't his this. It's completely contradicting what she testified to.
Your Honor. If I
Yes.
may.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't see it that way because, okay, she does say that she has trouble seeing him because, Rory Wilson's on top of her and she only sees parts of it, parts of it. She actually later on goes to say in this one that their best view is when he actually goes down the stairs. Now, at that point, she definitely can see size, and she does say that he's smaller than Rory Wilson. She repeated that many times in the perpetuated testimony. Again, again, I don't see where it's inconsistent here. I mean, it may be a little bit, again, maybe, I don't know, confusing, but it's not it's not inconsistent.
Well, did she ever say definitively who among those two people said, "I think we killed him"?
She thinks the second person said that, but she said here that she barely saw the second person, and she heard the second person say that. In her perpetuated testimony, she was adamant the second person was not Ty Tucker.
Well, she doesn't say specifically in this that it was or it wasn't. It's not inconsistent. She just doesn't say it. She doesn't mention it.
Well, I think that the statement, "I couldn't see the second person hardly at all, except he was a littler person," I think there's an inconsistency there in terms of one's ability to be so adamant as to who it's not. Now, if you want the rest of this stuff carved out, I might be inclined to do that, although I think this is precisely what you were concerned about, Mr. Tucker, as to context.
I would agree. I'm looking at it right now. I'm just trying to figure out context right here. It's like, okay, because I know she makes other statements, and I haven't, Your Honor, I did not have enough time to go through the deposition in its entirety. I'm happy we're doing it now, but so I haven't had a chance to look at the entire thing. But I do know she goes into it later, where she's talking about, again, she sees different details. Just because she only, they pick out one detail here doesn't mean she doesn't, say other details in another section.
Well, in any event, I don't understand why this business about Todd O'Quinn at the end is in there.
I can take that out.
I mean,
Again, it was for context, but you can leave it in there.
well, so line 13, okay. Okay, line 14, line 15, line 16.
I think I would object to those, Your Honor, just because she doesn't say who says it. Like, she doesn't say that it was, she doesn't actually get asked whether or not, she recognized the voice, anything like that.
Judge, I would propose that we potentially cut it off at line 18 because that's the sum and substance of the identification.
All right, so
we're just going to go from 13 to 17, is that correct?
18.
To 18.
18 answers the question.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that would be
All
fine.
right.
That would be fine.
So now we're on page 17, 14 through 25. What about this one?
Okay, this would go back to that whole picture thing. Because yes, he does confuse her and has her at a point where she says that it's not inconsistent with what she said in her perpetuated testimony. She says specifically that picture confused her about things. And she says right here that she is confused.
Where does she say?
Well, I mean, she's not saying specifically she's confused. What she's saying is, no, because I didn't know he had anything to do with it. Or if he had anything to do with it, I didn't know what they all lived together. That was being perpetuated to her by Pitcher. And, again, he specifically sat there and told her, Ty Tucker did this, Ty Tucker did that, Ty Tucker, you know, has a long rap sheet. Ty Tucker has all this other stuff, and he's literally pumping her full of it. And
So
she says that, and she says that it confused her.
where's the inconsistency here, State?
Judge, during the perpetuated testimony, she talked about knowing that, you know, knowing that it wasn't Ty, that Pitcher had told her, and she kept saying to Pitcher, are you sure? Are you sure? Because I don't see it. I don't see it.
That's
And
why-
here she says, didn't you tell him at the time that you knew he had nothing to do with this? No, ma'am, you did not know, because I didn't know he had anything to do with it, or if he had anything to do with it. I didn't know that they all lived together.
Your Honor,
So wait, just let me ruminate on this a second. So what is this inconsistent with?
During the perpetuated testimony, she articulated that she knew it wasn't Tucker that was the second person. That is not what she's saying here. Here she's saying that I don't know if it was him or not. I don't know if he had anything to do with it or not at that point when they met at McDonald's. In the perpetuated testimony, she was adamant that he wasn't the second person.
Your Honor, if I
No,
might.
the defense argument is,
Yeah, the prosecution just made it for me. He literally just, you know, spit back what Pitcher was telling her. You know, again, he's sitting there telling her, she's like, are you sure? Are you sure it wasn't Ty? You know, and he's feeding her a bunch of stuff that says it, you know, says her memory is wrong. And later on, after she found out that Pitcher was lying, yes, it solidified her memory.
Judge, he can argue all day to the jury about what Pitcher put in her head, but this is an inconsistent statement from what she made in her perpetuated testimony.
That's why I say it's unfair to put it out of context when she says that, yeah, it happened, and yes, we know it happened. You just repeated it, but you want to use the section where she was being confused by him.
was he, I'm sorry, I mean, obviously he wasn't the deponent here.
No,
so-
no, he literally pulled her in the squad car, I don't know how many times, and literally sat there and said, it's Ty Tucker, it's Ty Tucker, it's Ty Tucker, over and over and over again.
Well, I mean,
And then blatantly lied to her about a whole bunch of things. And she kept on going, are you sure? I don't think it's Ty. I don't think it's Ty. You know, and she's saying, are you sure? And she is obviously confused by the guy. And she says that in her perpetuated testimony. She, you know, again, there's nothing inconsistent. She says at one time she was confused.
okay, so maybe this was one of those times, but nevertheless, it's an inconsistent statement, so I'm going to overrule the objection. So now, page 18, lines 1 through 25.
Yes.
This, Your Honor, I mean, just a quick objection here. I mean, this is one of the ones where I say taking the sentences out of it definitely, man, changes the context.
What sentences are taken
Well,
out?
okay.
But I see 1 through 25 as what the state's.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, let's see, hold on. No, after, okay, police didn't tell you that. She goes, who told you that Ty had something to do with it, right? Let's go back here. Nobody told me. Police didn't tell me. No, well, afterwards, when they arrested him, yes. You know, so, and that, you know.
It's not removed.
I'm
It's
sorry.
right there in full
I would assume you would.
Sorry.
You would want that based upon what you've
Okay,
broken.
not afterwards arrested. Okay. Nowhere near him, that's true. And again, I'm looking for inconsistencies here, because there's nothing inconsistent so far. All right. Nowhere near him. Are you sure that he's involved? I mean, what kind of question is that? do think this is confusing. I told you it was because the police are busted. I'm having a little trouble here. I'm just a little confused. This is actually hearsay too, by Your Honor, as far as, man, the things that I say, right? Because, okay, I'll be happy to clarify what I said in there, but, you're taking my testimony and putting it in there.
Well, a statement contrary to interest is admissible against a party if it's in fact contrary to one's interest. You're right, it's hearsay, but it's one of the many exceptions to the hearsay rule, which is why in many cases, statements made by the defendants are admissible if it's against interest. So,
Your Honor, I mean, the thing is, there's nothing against interest in this. I mean, I did make that statement. I made it on video in my interrogation. I mean, that's where I learned about the knife. That came from Captain Phelps. I learned it from there. So it's hearsay from her to me, to Paula, which the state knows.
well, state want to respond
Sure.
to
On the inconsistency here starts with line 9. What kind of question is that? I had told you I can't identify him. The person was wearing a mask. In the perpetuated testimony, she's saying it's not Ty Tucker. Here she's saying I can't identify him. The person was wearing a mask. So here she can't say that. And in the perpetuated testimony, she's saying it was, I don't know who it was, but it wasn't Ty Tucker. That part I know. That's not what she was saying here. So that's an inconsistency.
Well, I would have.
And then if it continues on, it's the context of this conversation. When you get to the next part, in page 19, the knife that the police found had Matt's blood on it. That's what he said. That's what Tucker told her. And you hugged him at McDonald's? Yes, I was upset, crying because of what Roy did, not knowing, like I said, not knowing that Ty Tucker had anything to do with it, because I can't identify him as being there one way or the other. So here she's saying she can't say he was there or he wasn't there. And in her perpetuated testimony, she's 100% sure he wasn't there. So that is the inconsistency that is being articulated in the from page 18, line 9 to page 19, line 7.
Again, Your Honor, like I said, I'd almost have to, because again, you're talking about the same thing she said, and I've already argued this a few times. And yes, I understand it's an inconsistent statement, but she says she did this in the perpetuated testimony. She says she did that.
She said she did what?
Well, as far as, her story was, she was confused because of Detective Pitcher. And that's why I suggested if we were going to do it, we might as well play it for context because, I mean, again, it's highly prejudicial. And yes, I think it outweighs the value that he has here.
Right. I'm going to overrule the objection here. So from page 18, line 1 through page 19, line 7.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Your Honor. As far as the hearsay, if I remember correctly, I am allowed to add context as far as my words in that.
What do you mean?
If I remember the hearsay exception, I may not be remembering it correctly.
How do you mean add context?
I actually have a chance to respond to what I supposedly said. I can't remember the hearsay.
Well,
exception.
okay. Are you going to be testifying? I guess you told me earlier you were.
Well, I mean, I wasn't planning on it, but I mean, if they're going to go ahead and put my words in here, I mean, I might have to.
Judge, I think what he's saying is that somehow he would be able to get up and flesh this out, and that is not how this works. This is her statement in her deposition that contradicts what she said during the perpetuated testimony.
Well, okay.
Go ahead, Your Honor. Sorry.
Hold it. So let's go back here. I want to be sure before we get into the rebuttal case that you were not going to testify in your own case, because I didn't go through that colloquy. And so based upon what you'd said earlier in the proceedings, that you absolutely weren't going to testify, I assumed that wasn't the case. But if that is the case, then you would, I would certainly allow you to testify before the state's rebuttal case if you want to include your testimony in your case in chief. So I didn't go through that colloquy, and I'll be happy to let you testify in your case and tell the jurors that, that's part of your case, if that's what you want to do.
Your Honor, I would, at this point, I would almost say I'd have to, because I mean, the state's putting out things that I said in response to things that happened, and I mean, I'd almost have to. So, I mean, because that's the only reason I didn't plan on it. I didn't plan on hearsay testimony from me coming in.
I understand. Trials can't completely plan, but I want to make it clear, your testimony would be now. This at the beginning of the afternoon. It wouldn't be after, at this point, the state's rebuttal case. So
I would tell you, actually, Your Honor, if I could do it in narrative form as you suggested, yes.
okay, so any input from the state? As I said, I didn't go through that colloquy. I was occupied with many other things at that point, but I always, before we go any further, go through a colloquy with the defendant.
Correct.
So
No, we have to do that. If he wants to testify, he's got the right to testify, so.
Okay, so as long as you understand, Mr. Tucker, we come back and I'd explain to the jurors that there was one more bit of evidence, or one more evidentiary presentation, and that would be the defendant's testimony. That's your right. Nobody.
I think at this point that would be the best, Your Honor.
Well, that's your choice. And yes, you within reason, you can testify in narrative form. That would certainly mean you have to speak at a pace, not a rapid pace. And normally I tell people who do that to kind of break it into segments and just not one run on, because it's not ideal. It's awkward for a person to ask the questions to themselves. So,
Your Honor, again, if you give me a second so that I can go ahead. I got to figure out where I'm going to start, where I want to end, because I don't want to just run on forever and just rattle off. But yes, I can go ahead and I can testify via narrative form. As far as objections, could I make them from the stand? That's the only question I have.
yes, you'd have to be able to, but of course, the direct is, the cross is subject to the scope of direct within reason, but that can be broader than one might imagine, depending.
Judge, I've never seen it in the narrative. Is there any way to have a lawyer direct him while he's on the stand and have his testimony elicited from a direct examination?
Not a lawyer that I know. I'm not gonna, no.
He's got these advisors. I don't know if they're available.
They're not counsel of record. They're
And they're not available, Your Honor, or else I would ask them.
well, then they have to make an appearance. And if they're willing to, put their name back on the dotted line, so be it. But otherwise, that's the way I've seen it done, and it's manageable as long as the person isn't speaking a mile a minute, which I don't think Mr. Tucker does that. And as long as they, pause and,
The other thing I would ask, Your Honor, because I'm just looking for some direction here. you know, because again, things that happened over the course of this thing. I mean, I talked to other people. I had experiences with, you know, different people.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm sure some of that would be hearsay, it'd be a bit objectionable. I don't know how I curb that, so to speak, and say and tell the story.
I really can't tell you other than it's, you
Just trying to
like
avoid hearsay.
any witness. I don't know what to tell you, other than I'm going to assume that the state will make objections they deem to be appropriate, and I'll make my best ruling. So if you want to testify, again, I just want to make it clear that it would be when we get back. It's not in the wake at this point of the state's rebuttal. It's part of your case in chief.
Okay, that sounds fine, Your Honor. It's just, you know, I think it's better, it's best this time. I wasn't aware that the state was going to do this. That's
I understand that. And again, I'm in an abundance of caution. I'm revisiting the issue about your testimony, and because I made an assumption you weren't, but now you are, and that's fine, and that's your right. And so in any event, to some extent, we're going to continue with this exercise here.
I guess we should, Judge, because I'm still planning on the rebuttal case, so.
All right. So,
I think Your Honor ruled through page 19 would be admissible.
yeah,
Oh, hold on, where were we at?
we just dealt with
Oh, yeah,
line 18, page 18, lines 1 through 7 on page 19. Oh, I'm sorry. 18, 1 through 25, 19, 1 through 7. So now, page 32, lines 21 through 24. Did you see who took your purse? The other person with the backpack. And what did the backpack look like? It was black.
That's not
Black?
inconsistent.
It was black. Okay, what's that?
Judge, it was context. I'm not worried about it. We can take that out.
Okay, take that out. Page 33, line 2, 3, and 4. And what was in it? Stuff, perfume, $27. I don't know what else was in it. It's been a year and a half.
I think Mr. Mansfield and I agree. He wasn't sure if it was inconsistent.
I don't think
I
so.
wasn't either, so.
I don't think so. She pretty much parallels her testimony that I recollect. So that's out. Page 38. Line 2.
Just give me a second here. Mine's coming from the cloud and it's being slow. Actually, page only half page. Mr. Mansfield, do you happen to have an extra copy
Of what?
of the original deposition? 'Cause
No.
Mine, it's coming from the cloud and it's just,
I don't
must
have
have
that
slow
one.
internet.
We can look at this if he wants to.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we've got to wrap this part of it up.
Thanks.
There was a scuffle between them and Roger got thrown like into a tarp. I don't believe I said he was beating him. I was the one getting beat, but there was a scuffle between those two, the other person and Roger. And you saw the second person holding a knife to Roger's throat? No, ma'am. You did not see that? No, ma'am. You were told that? I was told that by Roger. That is why Roger wasn't helping me. And Roger was the one who told you that the other man had a knife to his throat? Yes, ma'am. But you never saw that? No, ma'am. I couldn't see past Rory Wilson because he was on top of me, beating me for the third time. I have told you.
Okay, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't see anything
Yeah,
inconsistent
I'm
here.
trying to see it myself. What is the point here?
The inconsistency, Judge, is that she said she saw the other person, holding a knife to Roger's throat. Here she's saying she didn't see it, that she was told that by Roger, and she says, I couldn't see it because I couldn't see past Rory Wilson, who was on top of me, beating me for the third time. In her perpetuated testimony, she said she saw the second person with a knife, holding a knife to Roger's throat. That's not what she's saying here.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yep.
If I remember correctly, she said she thought the other guy had a billy club, not a knife.
At one point, she said that, but
And then she also puts the billy club in Rory Wilson's hand at one point.
No, that is true. And when I was looking at this testimony, she does. And it's like I told you, she's highly confused right there. And especially the hospital one, she definitely is.
Right.
Which is why, if he wants to play the video.
I'll overrule the objection. I believe it's within the scope of impeachment. So page 43, lines 1 through 10. I don't know if he was the driver. Is that the one that was arrested for being the driver? Question, yes. No, I don't know him. Have you ever seen a picture of him after he was arrested? Okay. Who showed you a picture of him? The newspaper. And you didn't recognize him? No. So what's the problem? Is he talking about Johnson?
Yes, she's talking about Travis Johnson here, Judge.
Okay, and so maybe that's inconsistent with the Zoom, but I told them to disregard that. It's not in play, so unless there's some.
I thought in the perpetuated testimony, she said that she looked in the newspaper and saw the picture. You know what, Judge, that's fine. Take this one up. It's fine.
Page 54, 14 through 25. The second person that you can't identify, do you know whether or not that person was white or black? I couldn't tell you. Okay. Only that the person was smaller than Rory Wilson. Yes. And you believe it was a male? It was a male. And you heard his voice? Yes. But the voice did not sound familiar to you? No. But it wasn't Rory Wilson's voice. So
The inconsistency there, Judge, is in her perpetuated testimony. She testified that it wasn't Travis Tucker's voice. And that, I'm sorry, Tyrone Tucker's voice, and that she knows his voice, and she was even specifically asked, do you know if he was masking his voice or not? And she said it didn't sound like it, and it wasn't Tyrone Tucker's voice. Here she's saying, you heard his voice, yes, but the voice did not sound familiar to you? No, but it wasn't Rory Wilson's voice.
All right. So we'll allow it. Page 57, lines 18 through 25. I may have asked you this, the second person that you can't identify that was there, do you remember what that person was wearing? Dark clothing and a mask. Did Rory Wilson have on a mask? Yes. Were the masks the same? I don't know. I didn't get to see the second person.
Again, Judge, it just goes to her statement that she couldn't see the second person, which is contrary to her adamant testimony in perpetuation, her perpetuated testimony where she was adamant that it wasn't Tyrone Tucker.
Anything
This is the last
further?
page, correct?
Page 57, lines 18 through 25 is
Thank you,
what?
sir. It's 18 through 25. Dark clothing and mask, she says that. Mask, yes. Mask the same, I don't know, I didn't get this is the second person. And if I remember correctly, in a second. You know, I think Mr. Mansfield and I talked about this, you know, in her perpetuated testimony, she says like it was a hoodie mask kind of thing.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
I'm looking at again at the,
I didn't get to
hold on,
see.
let's see, because this goes over into page 58. It's like,
Well, right, but you said he was wearing a mask, yeah.
Yeah,
Did you
he-
see the person from the back when he was leaving? His darkness, what kind of mask was it? I don't know, it was dark. The mask was dark, like a hoodie mask. The
that's
back.
not, it's not inconsistent.
I can't tell you anything about it other than that, so.
That's what I mean. That's not inconsistent. She said, literally, she said it was a dark hoodie type of thing. She doesn't say anything specific about a mask. She doesn't say anything like that.
Yeah. State?
Judge, 50 was more in context with the last lines in 57, where she says, I didn't get to see the second person, which again completely contradicts what she's testifying to in her perpetuated testimony, that she can't ID that person, but she knows it wasn't Tyrone Tucker. Well, how can you say that if you didn't get to see the second person?
Again, Your Honor, in perpetuated testimony, she says specifically she got a look at him from the side. The best look she got at him was going down the stairs. She didn't, because again, Rory's all on top of her. She's getting glimpses of him. She never says that she sees anything, anything that is, again, that's going to specifically.
The point that the state.
She doesn't say anything about the mask, basically. But she says other than it was a black hoodie type thing.
But the point that the state is trying to make here, which they've been trying to make many of these
It's kind of repetitive.
quotes, is that Miss Belmont was adamant, it wasn't Mr. Tucker. She was adamant. And then state's trying to say, how can you be adamant if you didn't see the person? That's the point they're trying to make.
I understand the point they're trying to make, but again, she says that in her perpetuated testimony. The biggest things that, for her that were the identifying features were height, which she did get. She says that again. She's she's saying okay. She didn't get a good look at him, and she does say that in there. But height, weight, and most importantly, the voice.
Right. Well, I believe it's within the scope of impeachment. The only question is, do you want page 58 or not? Because I would think, based upon the arguments you've made, that would almost be advantageous for you. But Mr. Mansfield's suggesting he would strike that, agree to have it stricken. But
No, I mean, if we're going to put the one in 57, you might as well put in 58.
Okay, so that's that. So we're going to come back at 1 o'clock then, and again, Mr. Tucker, you're going to testify. You've informed me.
Yep.
That's fine. The only thing, and I will make you can certainly, as we discussed, when it's crossed, you can raise an objection. The only thing I think it's important to be mindful of, and I'm not suggesting you would do that, but testimony is different than argument.
I understand.
Oh, okay. And similarly, when you get to final argument, that's different than testimony. But you understand that distinction, so then I don't need to explain it.
Your Honor, the only thing I do still have a question of is just because like some of these, like the one where he's talking about, I talk about the knife and all that. I mean, I don't want to get into too much hearsay, but I mean, I was actually told that. So how do I address those type of things when I was told something like that? And that's what I'm telling DePaul.
I really can't.
It's a hairy.
I can't really answer that question.
Just deal with it when we get there.
I'll have to hear your testimony. I'll have to hear if there's an objection. I'll have to make my best decision. But as a general proposition, hearsay is a complicated matter. Judges and attorneys review it and have courses on it and read treatises on it on a regular basis. So your question is certainly not unusual or not something that isn't fairly debatable, but I can only make this rulings when I hear it and when it's objected to.
Tell your story when you can't say who you talked to or what you said.
I'm not here to impose limits other than the rules of evidence and procedure.
Okay.
Judge, I would just ask the court, that Mr. Tucker should not be able to go into the IA investigations and all the
I have no intention.
collateral things that came out, because that's hearsay. It's not been admitted into this case, and he shouldn't be allowed to testify to it when he's on the stand.
Well, he just indicated he didn't intend to, and I, as a general proposition, would be consistent with what I've ruled thus far. It would be inadmissible, but We'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Wow. Horrible, horrible, horrible decision. Horrible. I don't know what anybody else thinks, but that is my opinion. He is crazy for doing that. Just saying. All right, let's get back to Todd. Wow. I want that interview with Pitcher and Paula. This is crazy. I don't like how they have treated her, and from the get-go, they have gone after Ty, and I don't know why. And I think he's railroaded. I'm just okay. Where's Grandma? I want Grandma's opinion. Miss Barbara, yep. Oh my God, this is crazy. You know what? I think everybody that has come through, that has watched this for week number 3, all came to the same conclusion. Oh my God, this is crazy. That poor guy. Wow. All right, here we go with him real quick. 1 o'clock, they said. So in 50 minutes, you guys.
Okay.
He was luckily he was in the box when that happened. He was in Alpha Dorm when I was down there. I immediately saw Tyrone, and they immediately transferred me out of there.
Okay.
So obviously the third time that I saw him, you have the first part of the story. You know, I'm down there with Matt.
Right.
We hear the struggle, the altercation with somebody up there. We both leave out. Matt goes up the stairs. I go out the gate. Then I hear Matt's distressful, plea for help. I go back to the bottom of the stairs. I see Matt engaged in some kind of a physical altercation with a guy. Go up there and see Matt, see him, see a knife. Guy turns on me. Says something, my name, Hollywood, which is what I go by on the street, and he turns on me, cuts me with the knife, tries to stab me, cuts me on my finger. I'm back down the stairs, across the street. CVS call the cops. While I'm standing on the wall at CVS, I see him come out, or I don't know who it is. He's wearing a mask, was wearing a mask the whole time. And I see him come out, takes the mask off after he gets about 50 feet, 75 feet away out of the gate, in front of the outboard motor mechanic place. And I yell again. He takes off running. This time I don't know that there's another person up there. I think back, okay, Matt, now I got to go back and see. I go back in. Matt's on the second tier, face down, pool of blood. I take his vitals, no breathing. I didn't feel a pulse. I hear Paula crying, whimpering, still up on the third tier. My attention goes to her now. I step over Matt or whatever, step around him, and I go up to third tier. When I turn the corner, I see Paula on the bed, and I see another figure on his hands and knees, like looking around on the ground.
Okay.
Okay, and I say, Paula, are you all right? And when I do that, the figure turns around, and it's Detroit. He's also got a mask on, but it's pulled up enough where I can see it's above his brow.
Can you describe that mask at all? You pulled up.
It was a skull Halloween mask with I know I saw the outline of like the indentions, the eyes, the skull,
Okay.
with maybe some white stripes coming off of it, or other bone, like it was black and white. It's
Gotcha.
Pure black with the white outline of a skull.
And it was pulled up to.
It was above. It was
all above his eyes.
above his eyes, about his brow, like.
So you saw his face.
I saw his face.
All right.
So then he turns out to me, and he not
Did you
only that,
recognize his face at that time?
he recognized me, and he says, turned to me and said, Hollywood, get the fuck out of here, and came to come at me. He had a knife also, and then
Do you remember either one of the knives, what they look like? I know that's a
just
weird
shiny.
question.
I mean, they had gloves on too, and I didn't see the handles at all. All I saw was shiny, and I saw Roger, his shirt was ripped, and the other guy there was another guy up there. He wasn't part of I don't think he was part of it. He was
There's another guy up on the third floor
Mm-hmm.
besides Roger and Paula.
No. Detroit, Paula, Rogers, laying there. It was Roger and Detroit were up there
Okay.
when they all came in. He punches Paul in the eye, hits. I
You're
guess.
talking Detroit right now, or
I guess I
you
didn't.
don't
I didn't
know.
witness this part.
Okay.
So, but I know Roger's up there
Okay.
because
I
after
see what
the
you're saying now.
because after the second.
Give me 1 second. It's just wanna make sure we're in your order. Sorry about that.
And I believe that's his. I think that's what his name is, Roger, and he
Okay.
works
I'm
on the
with
golf
you
course.
now.
He's
Yeah, I believe I think you got the name right on that one.
okay. Like I say, he's kind of laying on the ground, on his back, you know, with his elbows up or whatever, and looking, and then so when Detroit makes a move at me, I immediately back down the steps and I'm gone until the female officer comes to CVS, and she tells me to stay there, and she goes in and clears the scene.
And I think we got a little bit sidetracked, but I just need to clarify this part. With the mask pulled up above the eyes, you immediately identified him as who?
Yes, sir.
As who?
As Detroit.
Okay.
And it's not like it was kind of like rolled up, you know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't like sagging like it was. It's hard to say. It was like, you know, when he started moving, it was coming back down. It was but I saw.
Was there anything else unique about him, or anything that makes him stand out?
Just bald head, which the mask was on the top, so I really didn't see that, so I really can't comment on that. But that was from before. I instantly knew just his little accent that he has, a northern accent, and
Okay.
And just his. I mean, I know. There's not too many
Right.
big black guys like that came there. So,
Okay.
but I immediately referred back to you know, the first time. He stuck in my mind pretty good because of I just got a creepy feeling about him from the very first time I met him. So
I've got to ask. The other times I've interviewed you, you never talked about that mask being open. You don't see his face. Can you tell me why?
just for the same reason I didn't identify Tyrone in your lineup. They weren't in custody yet. I wasn't sure what was going on. And as you know, Paula and I bounced around from hotel room to hotel room for 5 days, and I even left the Key West to go to Merritt. I was just terrified, just of repercussions.
And when you say you didn't recognize or you didn't identify, so that night I gave you the lineup of Tyrone.
I saw him.
You recognized him.
Yes.
Did you recognize him as the person that was there that night?
No.
No, but you did recognize him.
I recognize him, but again, like we talked about,
just can't
he
put
was
it-
walking away like a quarter in away shot when he took the mask off. And I keep saying I'm still not saying it was him because
Right.
I'm not going to sit here. I can't
No,
testify to
I
that.
don't want you to do that.
I can't testify to that it was him. But I did see him in your lineup at
You,
at the hotel when you came there.
Can you tell me again about that mask? Do you remember it?
The Halloween mask. It was
Yeah.
just a straight skull mask.
The one that
They looked.
the first guy that came down that took it off. What did his look like? Do you remember?
They were identical. They looked identical.
Okay.
Like they were no difference in either one. That's how I saw the first one, and then when I saw Detroit's was rolled up, I could still see the top half of that one, which looked exactly like. But I saw the full one. Whoever the first guy was, I saw the full one, and it's the full face of a skull.
Yep.
And little like white lines or something coming off, or maybe they were teeth, or
Gotcha.
maybe they were
Just
some
hard
kind
to tell.
of accents of something. But it was like raised, embossed white on a satin black, jet black mask,
Okay.
fully masked, gloves. They were blacked out,
Gotcha.
head to toe.
All right.
So
Appreciate it. Has anybody ever talked since that night? Has anybody said anything to you? Have you heard anything? No? Okay.
The only thing I heard was that there was a third guy involved that was driving a getaway car, and they referred to him as Travis. That's really the only.
Who's
about
they?
I really can't even remember who actually said it.
Okay.
But because it was just in the conversation of a thing. And actually, believe it or not, Paul and I jumped around in hotel rooms for 5 days.
Oh.
She was, we didn't even talk. I didn't ask her anything. She didn't ask me anything. We never, and that's the God's honest truth, we never talked about the case, which I thought was which I told you the first time. Every time I talked to you, it just it hadn't sunk in. It hadn't sunk in. It hadn't sunk in. And it's just surreal. It was just like, I don't know. It was weird that we both left. We never even talked about it. I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to hear anything about it. And I, like we said, I just owe it to Matt to come out and tell you, now you got him in custody, and I don't, I'm a little more, although I'm a little more, confident that nothing's going to happen that way. I'm still going to be, as a person, I think if it comes out, it's a small town down there and everything, Hollywood testified. Does that make me a snitch? I don't know. I may be done in Monroe County. I might have to leave. It depends on how they take it. But Paul was pretty well liked. Matt was pretty well liked. It's probably going to be 50-50. Some people are going to say, I'm a snitch regardless. And some people will say, hey, you owe it to Matt to do it. So I'm doing it as owing it to Matt. If I'm construed as a snitch, then I'll just have to deal with that as it comes. Then I may have to leave. So, this is not easy. This is not easy for me to do.
Absolutely not.
So,
but I appreciate it. Appreciate you doing the right thing. The last part I got to get to here. You're up top with Paula,
Okay.
Roger, and Detroit. Detroit's
I just want to make a comment,
kind of looking around and tell.
like we all do. Okay. I think it was okay. Every one of these people that were interviewed, and especially Paula, to protect her, should have had an attorney present, no matter what, if they're involved or not. Always.
Tells you to leave. What happens next?
and again, I'm not totally up there. You got to remember,
Yeah,
the stairs go up. You go up one flight, then it levels out. That's the second tier. Then you go up another flight, it levels out again, and you have to make a 180. And there's a little landing, a little curve, and then it goes up again, and then it flattens out again, and then she's back at the back. So,
right.
But from the where it goes up and it comes around, there's maybe 4 or 5 steps. So standing there, you can see.
Can you do me a favor? Stand up and walk to what you think the distance is from this camera to where they were at, so I get an idea of.
It's about 15 feet, 20 feet. There's probably, double where I am right now from here to there.
Gotcha.
It's probably from corner to corner of this room.
Okay.
So
good enough.
I mean, that's to the back, and she has a bed sitting there, and like I say, he was on his he was leaned down, and I didn't even put my foot on the first stair.
Right, you went
I
on
just
the
saw his
ladder.
ass when he was at first.
Yeah.
I saw her on the bed, crying, and and I saw Roger on the side. His head was up, and as soon as I said, "Are you all right?" he flipped around and said that, and I was going. I don't even know if he came down the stairs after me. And you know what? I never saw him leave the property. That's why I wouldn't go back with the cop, with the female, the first one on the scene. I wouldn't go back in there because I never saw him leave. I thought he'd still.
Gotcha.
I never saw him leave.
Okay.
So he said, "Hollywood, get the fuck out of here," and I got the fuck out of there.
All right.
I don't even remember my feet touching the stairs. I was gone. So
Did You said both of them called you Hollywood. Did you know Tyrone prior to that? Like, you had a relationship with him or whatever?
I know Tyrone very well.
Okay.
Very well.
Gotcha.
And that's what another thing that, you know, strikes me. I don't want to, you know, in that respect, I didn't pick up on it that it was him.
No problem.
At all. Even when he took the mask off, when he was, and I say again, I'm saying even when
There's
the
a
guy
difference.
took the mask off, still I didn't recognize him as Tyrone, because his hair was, when I knew him, his hair was longer.
Okay.
And, like I said, I did 3-4 months with him in Marathon Jail. That's when I first met him.
Yep.
I got him a job. When I got out, he got out before me. When I got out after the hurricane, came back down, I got him a job. I worked with him. He was working day laborers on Stock Island at the park there, and I stayed with him at Cots. I mean, we hung out. We went to Shrimp Daddy's on the weekends and watched football and
So
ate.
so
I know him
would've
very
known-
well.
He knew you by Hollywood then.
That's nobody knows me by Tyler
your
Quinn.
actual name. just
Nobody
Hollywood.
knows me as that.
Gotcha.
Everybody knows me as Hollywood.
All right.
Very few. Crystal probably the only one. I mean, they know, but nobody says it. Crystal's probably the only one that calls me Todd. Everybody else calls me Hollywood.
Okay.
And,
Is there anything I didn't ask you that you can think of that I should have?
I don't think so. Just, you know, in my heart, I'm thinking, you know, that April had more to do with it than, I mean, for the timing and the knowledge. I don't know. Paula was pretty open with it also. I'm gonna tell you that, you know what I'm saying? She didn't try to hide it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it wasn't uncommon for me to go up there and her have a, you know, they call it a cookie of dope and of crack and $1,000 or a wad of cash.
Do you know how much she had that night?
You know what? That's the other thing, is that I had just talked to her previously, because the reason I was going out the stairs, out the yard and not up the stairs with Matt, is because the shrimp boats had just, a friend of mine from the shrimp boat had just came in and wanted some crack. And
Right.
I was gonna come
Meet
bring him some. So I called Paula right then. And I mean, we're talking, you know, 15, 20 minutes. I called her. She told me she didn't have anything.
Okay.
And so then my buddy says, we'll come to the Hogfish and we'll have a beer, do something. I'll give you the money. And then I said, Paul, I'm gonna go get the money. And then by that time, but it wasn't uncommon for her also to say that she didn't have anything and had it just to throw people off or whatnot. So I said, I'm going to the Hogfish to go get some money. Are you going to be ready when I get back? She said, yes. And so, and then this happened, but you know, and then April had been there the whole time, and then but she wasn't there at that time. You know what I'm saying? It was also weird, uncommon. It was weird, kind of, now that I think back on it, that she was missing. You know what I'm saying? She's always there, and then when that happened, she was nowhere around.
Okay.
But and happened to, you know, knew Paula had it right there, right then. So again, it's speculation, but
Right.
you know, when you spend as much time as I do there, you notice little things like that. Obviously, you know what I'm saying, because you're always on your awareness around cops, you know, CIs, this and that. You're aware of everything that's going around. You know, just like when Detroit was there, there's a new guy. Automatically, you're on your guard.
Right.
Because it's a new guy. I mean, nobody knows him. She brings him right in. You know what I'm saying? And they're, you know, and I mean, they're fighting. Paul and her and April are fighting every night. Every night they're having some kind of a problem, and it was real uncomfortable. You know, because there was always drama, and I was like, man, what the, you know? He's like, I got to get rid of April, but she won't leave. You know what I'm saying? And it's not. So then that's why we put the thing there. She never really threatened me, but I tell you again, we put the eviction notice on the door. Paula signed it, I signed it, and Matt signed it. There was only us three, and then that happens to Paula. So
right.
You know, again, that's just my personal opinion. So I don't know. I think she had more to do with it than me. I don't think Detroit would go there on a whim.
Right.
Not knowing, he doesn't know Paula well enough. He doesn't know her routine. He doesn't know her, you know what I'm saying, well enough to do it. I mean, you know.
Gotcha.
We're all there so much. if that was my, if I was to do it, I'd know her inside and out. It wouldn't even have been a thing. And the other thing they also know, somebody that didn't know that, look at her, Paula's 90 pounds, skinny. You have to hurt her. Matt's borderline autistic. He's not a threat either, really. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, the whole thing just didn't sit right with me. It didn't make sense. Like something bigger was going on,
Gotcha.
So, but there was drugs involved, and that's what Paula did, and you can't deny that.
Right.
So if that's what it was, that's what it was. But
Well, thank you, Ted. I appreciate it. I'm gonna turn this off now.
We're on the video record.
Good morning. We are now on the video.
Okay, this is Todd's deposition. I'm not sure what it's for. Honestly, I'm going to tell you that. And let's see, this was 2019, and I think 2019 was when he went to prison again. I got to look at the paperwork.
Record. Today is the 12th day of March, 2019. We are here at Warren Higgins, LLP, 608 Whitehead Street, Key West, Florida, for the purpose of taking the sworn statement of Todd O'Quinn, taken by Kara Higgins, Esquire, in case 2017 CF 841CK, State of Florida versus Franklin Tucker, which is filed in the 16th Judicial Circuit in Monroe County. The court reporter is Nicolette Greco of U.S. Legal Support. The videographer is Martin Stoneley of U.S. Legal Support. Will counsel please state their appearance for the record?
Sure. Kara Higgins on behalf of Franklin Tucker.
Thank you. The witness will now be sworn. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. All right. Mr. O'Quinn, thank you for coming in today.
You're welcome.
As you know, we wanted to get a formal recorded statement from you based on our discussions at the Suwannee County Jail, the detention center there. You and I spoke last week while you were still incarcerated.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you spoke with myself as well as Chuck Meyer, our private investigator. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you made some statements, and we asked you some questions, and you made some statements about your knowledge of the case involving Franklin Tucker.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have agreed to voluntarily submit to this recorded statement so that we can memorialize the statements that you made to myself and Mr. Meyer last week at the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you were present on the night of November 17th, 2017, the night of the incident at the Treehouse.
Yes, ma'am.
And you spoke with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office on several occasions about what you saw that night, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know how many times you spoke to law enforcement and gave statements?
Between 5 and 10.
Now,
3 lineups. Something he incorporated the help of some other deputies up in Marathon, because I had to get out of the island, and didn't have any support, after with the ramifications of what had happened and what I witnessed. So I moved I told them I had to go to Marathon, and so we did a couple of interview up there. A lineup up there.
Okay.
With a different deputy.
All right. But you think you spoke to them between 5 and 10 times over the course of
Yes,
before
ma'am.
you were incarcerated? Did you speak to any law enforcement or the Monroe County State's Attorney's Office while you were in jail?
I think Pritchard attempted one time. I was still standoffish at the beginning, and that was at the very, very, when I was arrested on my current charges. Within 3 days, I think he came to see me at best.
Okay.
And I refused to say anything. I said I'm not changing anything about my testimony at the time. I have a separate pending case. Has nothing to do with this. And
And that was after you were sentenced?
No, that was at the very, very beginning.
Oh, okay.
I got arrested March 12th, so it was probably somewhere along the 13th, 14th, or 15th. It was very, very, very fast.
All right. Let me just, and let me go back a minute. When we spoke at the jail last week, you indicated that upon your release date, you were going to return to Key West to check in with administrative probation,
did.
right? Okay. And you did that yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your intention to continue to reside in Key West?
Sure, I could.
Okay. Do you have arrangements to stay here?
Not anything concrete, just
When we spoke at the jail, you discussed perhaps moving out of this area.
absolutely,
And you also discussed maybe leaving the country.
absolutely.
Do you have plans to leave the country?
I have goals,
It's a goal.
intention.
Okay. You're intending
Absolutely,
to.
absolutely. I have some short-term goals and some long-term goals, which do include leaving the country.
Okay.
I have the added weight of that probation, even though it is administrative. Which is the as you know, I got on that separate case, had nothing to do with this one. 13.5 months and 2 years of administrative probation. Like we discussed that. Just don't get in any trouble. You can go anywhere you want.
Mhm.
So I'd rather let that time expire somewhere else and try to.
But you're thinking about moving, and you're free to do that on administrative
Absolutely.
probation, right?
That's according to.
Okay.
It shocks me that I can do that, but that's what they say.
And one of the places that you talked about was Costa Rica. Is that one on your list of maybe the places that you're going to go?
Caribbean and Central South America.
Caribbean and Central South America.
Right.
Okay.
I'll be looking for a suitable boat to make the trip, and probably live aboard and restore it until it's ready to launch and go set up some business stuff there. But
You also discussed Panama when we were there.
absolutely,
So that could be another destination.
I agree.
Do you have living arrangements in Monroe County
I do
right
not.
now? No.
Cots.
Okay.
And just friends, but I'm trying to. As we discussed also that to stay out of that. I mean, just out of that where it all happened, and that element of it out there.
Stay
the
out of
environment,
trouble.
Right.
Okay. With regard to the discussion that we had last week at the jail, do you recall telling me that you received death threats when you were incarcerated in Monroe County from Rory Wilson?
Again, not only did my lawyer not know that there was a conflict there, the public defender was also representing. Who is it? Did Tyrone start off with the public defenders or something? What's the I don't know his name, but as soon as I mentioned it, stop. Well, they actually put me in the same dorm with Ty.
With Ty. Okay.
On accident.
So when you were first incarcerated, you were in the same dorm as Ty.
No, do not mix. No. So what happened was they I got the threats, and they shipped me up to Plantation Cake, transferred me up there. I spent the remainder of my time there.
And who made the threats?
Just other inmates.
And did you know who they were coming from?
Exactly. Other inmates at the request of Detroit.
Rory Wilson.
Who, from what I understood, it just happened to work out to where, when I went in there, he just happened to be in the Alpha dorm that he had gotten in trouble or something. He was in Alpha dorm or something. But that's how messages can still get out. You know what I'm saying? Hollywood is down here. Everybody knows, and not only that, they like threw me right in the water,
Your nickname is Hollywood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because you were born in Hollywood, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So the threats that you referenced were coming from Rory Wilson?
They came all the way up to PK also up there. I mean, it was a regular thing.
Did you ever tell Detective Pitcher or your lawyer that you were threatened by Rory Wilson?
Not formally, I don't think.
Okay.
I may have commented on it.
Are you fearful in being back in Key West of Rory Wilson or his contacts?
Absolutely. I think there's still another person out there that may have, or multiple people that may have, participation in this, or the perpetrator, or either their means of, if they already did that, they'll do anything to.
Right.
Who knows? I don't know who they are.
What were the threats that were made to you? Do you remember what was said?
Now that's it's more of a, they mentioned the case, they mentioned bodily harm, and they don't really have the details because they don't, it's not like it comes and they match it up with something. It's just like, oh, you're a snitch, you went, the police. That's the element you get. I mean, verbatim, I don't, it all gets lost in translation, I think, coming up there, but it's basically, if we were together.
So other inmates would threaten you on Rory's behalf.
Right. And again, what happens is it's oh, I heard about you down there, you're this and that, and Rory said, if you better tell him I see him.
And what would they say?
Or if I ever get a chance to do anything.
Okay.
It was different.
So
it's just talking trash, but there's an intention, there's a thread in there in it, but it varies from who translates the message and who brings it up each time.
But you were afraid when you heard these threats?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Was that part of your hesitation in returning to Monroe County?
Absolutely.
Have you ever been afraid of Franklin Tyrone Tucker?
Never.
Has he ever threatened you with regard to this case?
I've never seen him at anything ever.
Okay. So when you spoke about threats with law enforcement and your other statements, you were referring to threats by Rory?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to retaliation, is it fair to say that you and I discussed your fear of law enforcement retaliating against you?
Again, yes.
Okay.
Both.
So you are concerned about either the sheriff's department or the state attorney's office taking action against you now that you're back in Monroe County?
You say action, there's no action on me, but it's going to be, I don't know why they're more getting, I think what you're getting is me saying about who I saw there and them still pursuing the thing. I'm trying, and that's the whole time I split it up. I never commented on it, but they would just comment to me.
Okay. All right.
Of why my participation is to put pressure on Detroit, to put the pressure on Tyrone.
Okay. All right. So we'll talk about that. But you, when we talked, you said that you were afraid that you'd get, rearrested, right?
Well,
that you were
I hope I don't do anything to get rearrested.
No, but that you would somehow be targeted, that you were afraid of that.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. All right. So with, when we spoke last week at the jail, we went over some of the statements that you made to law enforcement. And I asked you if those statements were still true. And I asked you for some other details about the incident that night. Remember?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Since that time that we spoke last week, did you talk to anyone else about the case? About this case?
Nobody.
Okay. So you detailed the night of the incident, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that you had arrived at the treehouse, or that you were already at the treehouse when the incident took place.
I'd been there all day.
Okay. All right. So what were you doing when you were there that day?
Watching American Pickers on TV and playing chess
With Matthew Bonnet?
with Matt
Okay.
and some others.
All right. Now you had been involved in an eviction action with regard to Anathea Clay, who's known also as April. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you and Matthew Bonnet and Paula Belmonte issued an eviction notice
Of sorts.
to Anathea Clay. Okay. And why was that?
She wasn't paying her rent there and was drinking heavily and just very loud and abusive. Nothing physical at that point, but just drama there all the time about between whatever their issues are.
Okay. And
he had asked her to leave nicely, verbally on many occasions. She just would. I guess he thought it needed to go to the next step to like the legal process of she won't go.
evicting her. Okay. And was Anathea Clay angry about this?
Absolutely.
Okay. What did she do in response to receiving that notice?
Threaten everybody, everything. She puts she thinks it's Paula is trying to get Matt to choose her, maybe on a more personal level, but it was just strictly business. April wasn't paying. Matt went around. She wouldn't leave. We asked her nicely. And so we got together and Matt drew up an eviction. I don't know if it was legal or binding or not, but he wanted us to witness it, and I agreed, and we signed it and taped it to her door.
And when you say she made threats, what kind of threats did she make?
It was actually a very long spectrum. It was from videotaping things to, I mean, she threw in DTF. She would go on some drunken rant tirades.
So
There's no telling what would come out of her mouth.
So she threatened to, to videotape. Is it fair to say that there was drug activity going on at the treehouse? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
And that's something that you were hesitant to tell law enforcement when they started to speak with you,
I
right?
still am. I mean, even here on this thing, it's just business, private business that,
You didn't
that
feel
you don't-
you didn't feel
exactly.
was relevant to any of this.
I don't, just,
Okay. So, is it fair to say that you didn't tell the police officers everything about the treehouse and how you knew certain people when they talked to you initially?
Absolutely.
Okay. And that's because you just didn't want to get anybody in trouble?
Absolutely. Embarrassing myself.
Okay. Now, you did tell them, however, about what you saw with regard to the incident.
Absolutely.
And did you hold
I-
anything
who's-
back about that?
I told every detail that they needed to know to have the best information to make their decision off of, just it's if I said the case hinged on because there was drug activity there and stuff, then we're guilty. You know what I'm saying? But that wasn't it. So why? It was something that was behind the scenes,
right?
Orchestrated. It seemed like, and robbery is what they're claiming. But I think that was just a byproduct of it. I don't think that was the original.
Okay, so
plan. I think that he, like you say, Mark, Matt surprised him up there or something.
Okay, Matt surprised them. Okay. You said to law enforcement that this didn't have to happen. Why did you make that statement?
Oh, because of just in regards to the other victims. As the one elderly,
Paula.
You've seen her.
Mm-hmm.
She's not in the best health. What I'm saying is that you don't have to. And Matt, very laid back. Stuff you didn't have to. They're not going to fight back. I mean,
So you don't believe that robbery was the motive?
Absolutely not. Oh, because I had firsthand knowledge of the Paula, again, was very just enough to support her habit. She would sell a little bit on the side just to support her habit. So there was a little activity there, but nothing Matt would never let get out of hand or something. It was very discreet, very.
So, to the best of your knowledge, Paula never had a large amount of drugs
I know
or
that for a
fact at the
That's
treehouse.
exactly, and that's me as a person. That's the first thing I see. It's not. They didn't go up there to get nothing because there's nothing up there to get.
Okay.
There's nothing going on like that.
Okay.
So that's cool.
You told the detective that you believe that you not only heard Anathea Clay make threats, but that she said that she was going to get back at Paula somehow.
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you think that the incident was related to Anathea Clay?
I do.
Why?
I think it really, at the end of the day, it just comes down to her and Paula just having to be just two women not getting along and wanting that. She's just upset that she has to go.
Did you see Anathea Clay that night, the night of the incident?
I didn't see her that night.
No.
Which was kind of unusual. She was usually there every night.
So you thought it was unusual that she wasn't
And then
around.
something else take place, right? As soon as she disappears, she's not there. And that's the other thing too, because Paula works on a schedule that if you're not right there watching it, witnessing it, you would never know when do I go and how, when is, you want to make the best. Oh, if somebody with firsthand knowledge is what I'm saying that has, Paula was very open with it. That's the other thing about the things. She wasn't very open, kind of friendly, about it. It's not like a drug atmosphere. It's not the way it is there. This is look how long it's been there. Nothing. As soon as April Anthea brings this guy over, within 2 weeks, this happens.
Okay.
Then we've been there for 10 nothing's ever have any.
So there was never
I don't
any
know how
sort
many.
of,
You know what? We should check and see how many calls I've ever came into that place for. There's this. It's off the grid. It's very tucked in there. It's very private and discreet. This doesn't happen.
When you're talking about the guy, you're talking about
Matt.
Rory Wilson?
What I'm talking about. Yes.
Okay. Anathea Clay brought Rory Wilson to the treehouse.
Yes.
Okay. And when did she do that?
I want to say the first time, the first time was about 2 weeks before, which we discussed. That was his introduction, and the second time was without her, about a week prior. So it was like a three-step thing. April, 2 weeks, by itself now, and then the incident.
And
Just boom,
that
boom, boom.
at that first introductory meeting, was that the first time that you met Rory Wilson?
Yes.
Okay. So you saw him at the first meeting, which was 2 weeks prior to the incident, correct?
Oh, sorry. He actually came inside the main part of the house the first time. The second time, he didn't come. I wasn't comfortable in letting him come in. Again, the house is split up in different sections, so you can,
So you had seen him twice prior to the incident?
Yes.
All in a span of about 2 weeks?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you were familiar with what he looked like? And you're
he
positive?
definitely got their attention.
Okay.
The whole time. You kept your eyes on him.
And you're positive that that's the person that you saw on the third floor the night of the incident?
100%.
And you told Detective Pitcher that he had actually removed part of his mask or pulled it up?
Rolled up like when I saw him, it was actually from a behind view, and he was on his hands and knees looking for something on the floor. Up there, Paula was in the bed. Roger was laying off to the side.
And what happened when Rory saw you?
He just flipped around and like acted like he was going to come again, or come at me. So that's the second time when I ran, and I went past the stairwell all the way to the CVS to the doors and just stayed there until law enforcement showed up.
Did he say anything to you?
He just referred to me by name and
did he
cursed at me and then told me to
Did he say Todd O'Quinn or did he say? Use
No,
your
we
name?
only know each other by. That's what I was gonna say too. You keep saying, well, you throw me when you say Roy because it's Detroit. I'm thinking, who's Roy?
Okay.
I think you're throwing somebody else in the thing, but it's Detroit. I'm called Hollywood, so
That's what he said. He said Hollywood.
which is just the same thing as calling your name.
Okay. Now we also discussed. So you saw Detroit when the second time that you came back to the treehouse. The first time, and let me start in the beginning. You were in the trailer with Matthew Bonnet downstairs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there were other people there as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that?
A young lady, Yolanda, and
Belinda.
Belinda, which she's called.
She's also called Yolanda.
Right.
Okay.
That's how I know her.
Okay.
And the little black, what was his name again?
Roosevelt. Okay.
And Ben lives in the trailer, the little motorhome outside. So
Ben lives in the other
he's
trailer.
there all the time. But as far as it was us four down in the trailer when it started.
Okay. And you said that you and Matt heard something and decided to go out.
Right.
Now, were you going to respond to what you heard, or were you just going to walk with Matt and go to CVS?
I was going to the Hogfish.
You were going to go to Hogfish?
Right. I wasn't going to go get involved in that.
Okay. So you heard yelling.
Right.
Was it common to hear yelling there?
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. He said, let me go check and see what's going on, because we still look out for Paula. Nothing's going to, happen. So you could just tell it was different that time.
Okay.
I mean, I knew there was something, but we heard a little rumbling going on and stuff like that, but it was
Because it's not unusual to hear
exactly
noise coming
exactly.
from Paula.
It wasn't over the top, yelling or that, but you could tell something was different.
So when you exited the trailer, you walked toward the direction of the gate, the front gate?
Right. Straight out to the gate. The entrance to the treehouse is off to your left.
Okay, so Matthew went to the
Right,
left.
we break off.
All right. And then what happened when you got to the gate?
I heard Matt kind of distressfully, ask for help or was yelling something. Again, I was going to tell you before this started too that I'm hard of hearing this one, but you pick up it's something different. So
You're hard of hearing.
Right. I'm not legible, of what he didn't say nothing verbatim that I can remember, but you could tell he launched into something's going on, a struggle.
Okay. So you're hard of hearing in your right ear?
Right.
Okay. So you went to the treehouse?
Then I went to the bottom. You could see it straight up.
And what did you see?
I saw Matt with his back to the railing and another person facing him, and they were exchanging blows or fighting.
And what did you do?
I ran up to the top of the stairs and swung at the one that he was engaged with. Help him.
And what did he look like?
He was in a mask.
A mask, a skull mask?
Skull mask, everything completely covered.
Okay. And what color?
Black, like Halloween. Just black.
Black. All black from head to toe.
Head to toe.
Okay. And what happened after you swung at him?
He kind of went back, and when he turned to me, that's when I actually saw from the side view. There's nothing on the mask that they wore. There was nothing on the sides. The raised white features on the mask were just in the front. So when I first came up to see him, it was just nothing stood out. But when he turned at me, then I saw the mask, and then I saw what appeared to be a knife in his hand, and he lunged at me and took
and your pinky got cut.
Right. And then I turned and went, and that's when I ran off the property again and stayed on the retaining wall.
And you tried to get help?
Right. Yelling.
Okay. Yelling for the police?
Right.
All right. What did Matthew look like when you saw him struggling?
Just real defensive, and I just saw little red spots on his
In the front of his shirt?
On the front of his shirt.
Okay. And so did you ran back over to CVS and you stood on the wall?
Right.
All right. And did you have a phone with you?
I did, but I can't recall what happened to it.
All right.
Why I just didn't call myself.
Did
That's
you
what
call?
I didn't.
All right. So you don't remember if you had your phone on you or you didn't, or?
I didn't have it on me, so I don't know. I ran out of my flip flops too, so I don't know if it was on the ground somewhere. But I do remember when I got over to CVS that I was asking other people to call, so I didn't have it.
Who did you ask to call the police?
Some other patrons, some other people that were at the parking lot.
Okay.
In CVS.
All right. And you stood there to try to watch what happened?
Right.
All right. And then what did you see next?
I saw the person when I thought was up there exit the property and take a right and get about 50 feet, take off the mask. I started yelling again, and he turned, kind of cornered away, looked straight at me, and again, there's a little window of view there by the boats where they go, but when he first came out, it was a clear shot, and it was just a younger guy took off running.
Okay. What did he look like?
He was younger, shorter, curly, brownish, reddish hair, little,
White male?
White.
Okay. Was it Franklin Tyrone Tucker?
Absolutely not.
Did you recognize the person?
No.
Did you know John Johnson Travis? Do you know him?
I didn't even know that there was 3 people involved until I again was made aware of that. I didn't. There was no other.
Who told you that there were 3 people involved?
You know what? I want to. Well, who was it? I can't remember who exactly told me, but because Detective Pritchard didn't tell me everything at first. He was just be like, we're still investigating. We haven't called. You call, this and that. So, and then I didn't know there was the amount of people involved. Again, the first incident, I only thought there was one. Then he ran out. Then I go back in again to help, and now there's 2.
Okay, so after
it's all over, now I hear there's 3. I'm like,
well, okay, so let's concentrate on what you saw, just what you saw, not what other people told
right?
you, but what you saw.
Then again, to answer your question, no, I don't know that guy. I didn't know he was involved. I've never seen him.
You didn't know him. Okay, so you go after you see this white male that has curly brownish reddish hair.
Right.
After you see him take off, you go back to the treehouse.
Go back in.
Right. And you assumed that was the only attacker.
Absolutely.
Okay. Because would you have gone back in if you had known another person was there with a knife?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. So you go back over to the treehouse property.
Right.
Where's Matthew Vine?
He is on the second tier. He's on the second tier on the flat floor, face down, unresponsive.
Okay.
Pool of blood.
And then when you started talking about this earlier, then you went up to the top tier.
I right again, and things are why I didn't remember about Paula, but I hear Paula, crying.
Okay.
And I was like, oh yeah.
So you went up to the third tier, and
I go up to the next tier, turn around, it's another half tier up there. You see perfectly that's what's in there, and I just see Paula's up on the bed with her knees up, and she's crying. Roger's on the floor, and there's a big figure on the floor.
And the jury, man. All right, folks, you can have a seat. We'll wait for the remaining juror. Make yourself comfortable.
All jurors present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The jury, welcome back. Good to see you back again. I'm sure you recall that I informed you before we took a very early break this morning that the defense's presentation had been completed. I was a bit premature with that. There's one other aspect of evidence that is going to be presented. So, Mr. Tucker.
I guess I'm calling myself to the stand.
All right, so Mr. Tucker is going to be a witness in the case. So if you'd approach the deputy, turn, face the clerk, raise your, just raise your right hand, face the clerk. You like you've already cleared security like everybody else here, so you're good. Just, we want to put you under oath like every other witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, please have a seat on the witness stand.
Actually, if you would, thank you. I'm probably going to need somewhere in here.
All right, so first of all, would you state your name?
Franklin Tyrone Tucker.
All right, so as you all know, Mr. Tucker's acting as his own attorney. So in this particular direct examination, he is being allowed to testify in narrative form rather than asking himself questions and then giving an answer. He's just going to testify as a narrative. So you can proceed.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little weird. Not exactly expected, guys. I'm sorry about that. But I guess we're going to start. I think the best place probably to start is probably around Hurricane Irma. That would probably be the best way to go. I had been in Key West for, I don't know, a while. Been probably a couple of years. Been working on boats. Originally, before this storm happened, I got myself a boat. Actually, I had 3 at one point. But, doing the idea was to, sail the Caribbean, eventually island hop my way down to Venezuela and then go to South America, go up the mouth of the Amazon. Didn't happen. Obviously Irma did a lot of damage. I mean, I'm sure some of you were here and remember. But the thing is I didn't evacuate when that happened. And eventually, just prior to this incident happening, I was working doing hurricane cleanup. There wasn't very many of us here. A lot of people had evacuated, so there wasn't too many people here to do that kind of work. Not that it was my normal thing, but yeah, I mean, I was getting paid pretty good money. To be honest, it was, they had some of the more wealthy neighborhoods that were up in the Big Pine area. They had people who wanted their roofs blue tarped. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but they wanted their roofs blue tarped, and they were paying me $300 an hour to get up there. And at the time, I mean, I was like $300 an hour. I'm up there, no problem, So I did some of that, and I also did hurricane, like debris, getting rid of debris and chopping up, cutting up like I don't know, logs or whatever, trees that had fallen. I do remember finding an airplane cockpit in somebody's backyard in Big Pine, and there's no airport near there, So anyway, but that's what I was doing for money at the time. And I was getting paid cash. So like I said, $300 an hour. And, sometimes I'd do, I don't know, 4 or 5 roofs in a day sometimes. So, that's pretty good money for that time. Right. And, yes, I did stay at cots at, certain points, just because, like many people at that time, didn't have it, a lot of us, if you want to say homeless, I guess that is the word. But the thing is a lot of people were homeless at that point. A lot of people lost their boats. A lot of people lost their houses, lost their homes. I wasn't exactly special that way. But I was working the whole time, and, I was making good money. And my whole plan was to buy another boat, and again, resume my plan to sail off into the Caribbean. And this, this is a personal note, I guess, because of the time. Most people don't know I have a 14-year-old. I had a 14-year-old son at the time that I raised myself. I was a single dad, and I raised him up till.
Judge and judge of the relevance.
Well, because he was supposed to come live with me. That's the only.
I'm sorry, Mr.
story.
You wanted to complete your thought there? If it's connected, go ahead.
No, it's just part of the story because he was actually supposed to, he was supposed to be coming to live with me in about 2 months before, when this happened.
Okay.
Right after this happened, I had about 2 months and he was supposed to come live with me. So, it is kind of part of the story, you see my mentality at the time. But the thing is okay. So anyway, that didn't happen, obviously. So as far as the warehouse, right? The warehouse, I remember it from the storm because yes, I did stay there during the storm. And, it was a big steel building. It was on cinder blocks. So, I mean, okay. It seemed like a good place to ride out the storm. And the only thing I was worried about was the roof getting blown off, so, I stayed there for, I don't know, maybe a week. I don't know, something like that. I can't remember exactly. But, and I know it's come out before that April Walker, Rory Wilson's girlfriend, did not like me. And I didn't stay there because of that. It's like, and not only that, they were having, between Rory and April, they had domestics that, I remember the cops coming out 3 times in one night when I was there. And I'm like, okay, this is not someplace I want to be. Right. So I didn't stay there. I went, I was staying at Cots again. Right. And when I was staying at Cots, it was okay. I don't necessarily like staying there, but I was saving up money. That's basically it, saving up money, getting a new boat. Anyway, so, somewhere's along the lines, and I don't remember exactly when this was, but, I know Mr. Johnson testified that, we met after he got out of jail. No, I was actually at work when he went to jail, and I remember very well when he went to jail because we knew each other prior to that. How, he actually knows how I ended up at the warehouse. The way I ended up there is I had a friend, CJ and Michelle, who lived, they were living in the same, I guess they, you guys know conch houses, I guess is what they call them down here. But it wasn't really a conch house because it's a warehouse, and they had built apartments in there that I guess weren't really legal, but they were renting out rooms, but sharing a bathroom and a kitchen and a dining room, right? And there's multiple roommates that are up there. So I don't even remember how many people live there. There's a bunch of people who live there. But anyway, Roy Wilson and his girlfriend had the apartment downstairs. They actually had an apartment to themselves. And then there were people upstairs who lived in the apartments upstairs, or the rooms upstairs, I should say. One of them was brought up before a guy named David Gross, right? They like to call him the White Detroit in this whole story. But yes, he lived upstairs, and my friends CJ and Michelle had one of these rooms up there. And Michelle, she was the manager at Burger King. She was actually a manager at Burger King. I forget what CJ did. But the thing is okay, CJ somewhere along the lines gets into an altercation with David Gross and punches him in the nose, right? And again, David goes ahead and gets a restraining order against CJ. Now, I just happened to show up the day that, man, the police are escorting CJ and Michelle out of there because of this restraining order, right? And as they're going out, they're going to a hotel. That's where they're going to go, and they can't take all their belongings with them, right? Can't take everything with them. So they asked me. They were like, "Okay, well, would you stay here and watch our stuff? Make sure nobody messes with it. Make sure nobody steals it. That kind of stuff. Stay here, while until we can come back and get our stuff, right?" And I was like, at first I was like, okay, well, I've got to be at work in a few days, but yeah, I can watch it for you, and so I do. And I go and I stay in CJ and Michelle's room. And, I did come into contact with a few of these people, it's like, again, Travis was one of them. I didn't know him very well. As far as I knew, he came down from Michigan with a guy named Scott Gideon. That's the one I asked about. Or no, sorry, Matthew Gideon is his name. They called him Matty. But anyway, he had come down from Michigan with this guy. And, you know, I mean, they were okay. I mean, I didn't really think anything of them, but, you know, but they were okay. And, you know, I don't remember exactly how long I was there before this incident happened, but this is how I end up, you know, in this thing. Because, okay, like I said, I don't remember exactly the time frame here, but I do remember some of the people that were around at the time. I do remember Travis was there. I know Matthew had already left, and I think Matthew went to the beach, if I'm correct. But again, Mr. Johnson ended up with his medications. So, you know, that's a whole different story. But the thing is I'm trying to remember now. It's like, you got to remember, this is around Fantasy Fest time, you know, when this happens, right? Because, okay, it happens on November 17th, right? And Fantasy Fest, you know, that year was on Halloween, the 31st, right? Now I know just my own phone records that I looked at recently when I was looking at it for this case, right? I had 2 phone calls with John Travis Johnson, right? And they're from the 28th of October, right? So I must have met him somewhere in that time period, right? And I know that year for Fantasy Fest, I don't remember what the theme was. I don't remember what the theme was, but I know that the parade was on Halloween night, and I know it was at the Green Parrot that night, right? And you know, I hung out there quite a bit. My friend, longtime friend, runs the place. I don't know if any of y'all know Jim Fossum, but yeah, he runs the place. And so I still have quite a few friends. I've been coming here since I was 13, you know, and then I guess they call it a Key West rubber band is what they call me. You know, it's like I'll move away, I come back, I move away, I come back. My daughter was even born here, right? So anyway, to keep on going here, Fantasy Fest happens, and I'm hanging out with a friend of mine named Ben, and we're hanging out on what we call the party bench. It's right outside the little deli that's right there down on the corner. And he has a dog, can't take him in the bar, so you know we're hanging out on the bench. And some girls come by, and they wanted to paint up our faces, and of course we let them. Right? I mean, it's like, okay, why not, right? So they go ahead and paint up our faces and all that, and you know, then they're like, okay, well, can you pose for us? You know, look scary, that kind of thing. Okay, so we do, both of us, right? So there's a picture of both of us like this. But anyway, so fast forward. We go down to the point where all this has happened. And again, you know, Fantasy Fest, I mean, I have a tendency to drink more when I come to Key West than any place else I ever live. You know, it's like, especially when I was on the boatyard and working on boats and stuff like that, because I did do quite a bit of that. I actually did a restoration project on a big Hatteras yacht at one point. But so yeah, I have a tendency to drink more when I'm down here. And this one day, you know, and this is about the best I could recollect, is, you know, I remember that day I was drinking Fireball with Travis, right? So I know I had been drinking that day. And I know I went into the bedroom, which is, again, CJ and Michelle's room. And I know, so this is during the time period where I'm watching it for them. You know, so I remember that. And I don't remember much else about the day, except I do remember at one point, it's got to be later on in the evening, and I wake up and I'm out of cigarettes, right? And I wake up and I get, you know, and Travis is actually there, right? So I go and I walk to Tom Thumb, you know, to get cigarettes, and I go over there to get cigarettes, and I come back, and when we were up at Tom Thumb, right? I remember looking, and I'm like, I could look up, okay, there's the fire stations right there, and then you can see Laurel Avenue where this happened, right? You can see Laurel Avenue from there. And I could see the cop lights up there, right? I could see a bunch of cop lights up there. And I remember saying to Travis, I was like, man, I wonder what happened up there, right? And it's like, you know, and the thing is again, you know, I'm not in dark clothing. I am in shorts. I am wearing sandals. I am wearing, you know, normal people clothes, right? I guess I should say normal for Key West, right? But anyway, yes, and Mr. Mansfield alluded to this. You know, I did have a nice big long goatee, and you know, I had, you know, Lord knows I have tattoos when I take off my suit. You know, but the bottom line is, you know, I planned on living on boats, and I guess I was living that lifestyle. It's like, you you know, like I said, I planned on sailing off into the sunset, you know, and just enjoying my life and kind of traveling, you know. And, you know, so I kind of looked like a little savage. I'm not going to say I didn't, you know. It's like, you know, us boat people, we kind of had have a style, I guess. I don't know what it is. And, you know, and yeah, it's kind of a freer way of living, I guess. Anyway, but beside the point. So getting back to that night, I remember looking up down Laurel Avenue and seeing the lights, right? By the time we got back, right? So it's not a very far walk from Tom Thumb to the warehouse. But by the time we got back there were cop cars everywhere. I mean, you know, I'd never seen anything like that on Stock Island, right? I mean, you know, literally you had the FWC, Border Patrol, you know, there's police everywhere and they're going everywhere, right? And, you know, there's police sirens everywhere. And I remember, you know, we went back inside, and I think Travis did buy like a 12-pack of beer or something like that, right? And we go back inside, and I remember you could see again. There's a bunch of these cop cars that went down into what they call it Little Haiti there, right? It's a bunch of trailers, and you know, and yes, it's before you get to the Hogfish, right? That road there, and I remember. There's a bunch of cop cars that, man, you're going down into that neighborhood, right? And I'm like, damn, I wonder what those guys did. I'm like, you know, I mean, whatever it is, they want them bad, you know? So, and I think I said that to Travis. I'm not sure. Oh, and by the way, when we got back, that was the other thing. Big Scott was waiting for us when we got back. I remember that too, because, okay, I know Travis, he testified that, you know, he had the key to the door. Him and Maury Wilson were the only ones with the keys to the door, right? So, you know, Big Scott was waiting outside for us, right? And because he couldn't get inside, right? He couldn't get in the door, right? So anyway, so we go upstairs, and, you know, and when I saw all that stuff out the window, you got to remember, I'm still a little bit lit. You know, I managed to walk my butt down to the Tom Thumb, but, you know, I wasn't going much farther than that. So anyway, so I go from there. Let's see, I go from there, and I remember Big Scott and Travis were going to go, and they were going to go hang out on the front porch downstairs and watch the cop cars go by, you know, just see what was up. You know, they're going to drink beer on the porch and watch the cop cars. I'm like, okay, you know, I'm going back to bed, you know, because I was like, you know, I'm not, you know, I'm still not good, right? So I went back in and I passed out and then in the bed, right? And was it CJ and Michelle's room, right? So I passed out in there, and from what I understand, you know, again, I can't. You know, I can't really, you know, say, except for I've seen it on video now. I mean, I've seen it on video as far as some of this stuff. But while I was upstairs and I'm passed out in there, this is where, you know, okay, to clarify, when I went to go get cigarettes at Tom Thumb, right, it has to be sometime after the Florida Keys Electric video that you see there, right? It has to be sometime after that. I don't know when, but, you know, unfortunately, that's all we have for video. So I don't know. I just know that, you know, it had to be sometime after that. Because, like I said, Travis is already there. So it's like, okay, I know it has to be there, right? So anyway, so I don't know exactly, you know, what time. You know, I couldn't tell you exactly what time. I do know that, yes, you know, it would have been helpful if we had the video from Tom Thumb.
Judge, can I interject? Can we come sidebar?
Okay, yeah. So.
Well, this is interesting, and I must say, Ty likes to talk. He is a storyteller, okay? I hope he don't talk too much, but it's kind of nice, you know, for him to, you know, kind of put a foundation. And what I also like, the stuff that I've been showing you that has been put out there for the public to see, we would never see that in a regular trial at all. That's why I said this case interested me when I knew he was representing himself. And then when I seen some kind of corruption in there and some other crap, I knew I wanted to follow this beginning to end. So I'm learning as I go about this case. And what was my point? Here I go. What was my point? Oh, we wouldn't be able to see all these different body cam. We wouldn't be able to see all these reports, you know, so we can make our own decisions.
Okay. So we'll resume with the direct examination testimony.
So I'm going to, okay, back to where we are with the story. So again, I'm passed out in bed, and somewheres along the lines, again, the police show up at the house is because, okay, you know, this was told to me by Travis and Big Scott.
Objection to hearsay.
Okay.
We'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Well, I get woke up along the lines somewheres along the night, and I don't remember when, but I remember, man, I get woken up in the middle of the night, and because when they went downstairs to go and check this out, right? I remember telling them, I was like, I'm gonna go sleep, man. I'm like, yeah, tell me what happened later, you know, just tell me what happened, because I mean, it is kind of a big deal, you know. So anyway, so I go pass out, and somewheres along the night, you know, I wake up, man, and Rory Wilson is there, you know, and Travis is there, and Big Scott's there. And, you know, I mean, we're drinking, and yeah, you know, smoking some weed, you know, I mean, and, you know, as far as crack, I don't remember, man, the crack thing. You know, not too much of it anyway. I mean, I vaguely remember some of it. But, you know, but the thing is because, you know, I say that because I seem to remember somebody having crack and somebody smoking it, but man, I don't remember. I do, you know, again, at this point, I'm resuming drinking, and I am smoking weed at this time, right? So I'm not, you know, again, I'm refogging my brain at this point. So anyway, so after that, let's see, because okay, like I said, you know, again, I had a tendency around Fantasy Fest. It was usually a couple weeks worth of partying, man. During Fantasy Fest is usually what it was for me, you know. But you know, I don't remember much, man, as far as the next day. I don't really remember too much as far as that went. You know, I do remember, okay, this is one thing I do remember. I go, because again, it starts to, you know, it's been many years, and I can't really tell you guys, man, you know, exactly, because it has been years, and I'm trying to, you know, my best to remember here. But I do remember there's a point that comes in there where we have two detectives that show up at the door, right? And they come to the front door. And I opened the door for them. You know, I literally opened the door for them, and you know, I know now who they are. You know, I mean, I'm sure they introduced themselves at the time. I just don't remember them introducing themselves. But it was Detective Smith and Detective Fernandez, right? And now, don't get me wrong. I knew they were detectives because they're not wearing uniforms and they've got their badge on their belt, right? So the thing is okay. So I know they're detectives, right? And they start asking me questions about Rory Wilson. Right. And, you know, I know Rory. I mean, I don't know, you know, again, it's not like we hang out all the time. It's not like I know him, you know, I know him that well. Right. But I know him. Right. And, but they're asking me questions like, okay, you know, they're asking me, you know, is he a drug dealer? You know, they're asking me, you know, stuff like that. Right. And I'm like, well, not that I know of, you know, I know he has a job, you know, I mean, I know he has a pregnant girlfriend. I know that, you know, but, you know, they're asking me a bunch of different questions, right? And, you know, I actually even, you know, I even gave him, you know, Rory's phone number. I was like, you know, if you want to contact him, here, I'll give you his number, right? And I remember Rory after that, man. It's like, you know, it's all weird, but he texts me right after they leave, and because I also told him that Rory's door is around the other side of the building, right? It's actually on the back side of the building. He has like a front door that's all his own, right? And I told him about that. And it's like, so anyway, again, you know, it's a little fuzzy here, but I do remember Rory texting me not long after they left. Right. And, you know, he's like, you know, cops.
Objection to hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Well, anyway, so I do remember, you know, telling Rory, I go to, you know, him because they left me a card. Right. And I go knock on his door and I give him the card. Right. And I said, look, man, these aren't uniformed officers. These are detectives, man. I'm like, you know, and they were asking me some questions about you, and you might want to give them a call. You know what I mean? So anyway, so that's what I tell them, and I give them the card, right? And after that, let's see, I'm trying to remember anything important after that, because you know, okay, after that I don't remember too much. Oh, because it wasn't too long after that where where they come in and they do this raid. But okay, prior to the raid, I remember this. It's Thanksgiving time, right? So it's around Thanksgiving, right? And I remember DeLuna's had like a Thanksgiving dinner, like a free Thanksgiving dinner or something like that, right? And I like DeLuna's, and so I went over there for that. And I think this would be the 21st. I would have to say it's the 21st because actually, I know it's the 21st now. Okay, so it's the 21st, right? And I go and I was a little sketched out by the detective showing up there, because look, the warehouse, like I said, Rory Wilson, and April had cops come there many times, right? And look, it's only a matter of time before you're going to get caught up in something, right? So I didn't want to stay there very long, and I actually told CJ and Michelle this, right? I'm like, I'm trying to be a friend here, but at the same time, I'm not trying to hang out here too long, right? And so anyway, so I remember, the raid at the warehouse. That's what Travis called it. I don't know what you actually call it, but that night, okay, I went to DeLuna's, went and did the whole dinner thing, and this is when I first heard about what had happened up at the treehouse, right? I hear through a friend of mine, Janice. We were having dinner that night, at the DeLuna's thing, and she told me that.
Objection to hearsay.
Oh, okay. I was
The
informed.
objection in terms of the details.
I was informed that somebody got stabbed in the parking lot up at CVS. That's what I was informed of, right? And so that was my first, hearing of this. Anyway, but that same night is when this thing happens as far as the whole raid thing. And I'm telling you, it's the stupidest thing I ever did, man, this whole thing. Because, okay, they come in and I'm upstairs and I'm literally in CJ and Michelle's room, and I had a laptop, kind of like I do now, but I had a laptop and I was watching TV on the laptop, right? And I was just getting ready, watching, another show. And when they came in, the way that place was laid out, they had because it was an old warehouse, right? So they had the one I was in, you could literally see to downstairs, right? It had like a plexiglass window that went across one of the walls. I imagine it was like an old supervisor, like an old supervisor office or something. But you could look down and you could actually see right downstairs, right? And I hear a bunch of commotion down there. And I look down, from the plexiglass, the window, and I could see the cops banging on the door, right? They're actually, because, okay, it's two separate, Rory's got his in the back. There's this big storage room. And then there's like the stairs that go up to the other, I don't want to say apartments, but the other rooms where people were renting, right? And so they're banging on the door, right? And they've got a battering ram. And there's boom, boom. And then I see they've got ski masks on. They've got assault rifles. There's smoke. I mean, literally, I look down there and I'm just like, oh my God, right? And so anyway, do the dumbest thing that you could possibly ever do. I go out of CJ and Michelle's room and I come walking down the stairs with my hands up, looking like an idiot because I'm sitting there going, I'll open the door, just don't shoot. Like they can see me. It's like, so as soon as I open the door, the next thing you know, I've got an assault rifle in my nose, right? And they're leading me out. And, literally I'm like whipped around, handcuffs on, and taken out to a squad car, right? And it's like, and I remember, and one thing I didn't like is I remember as I was going by, seeing Rory Wilson's girlfriend on her stomach. Now, look, April and I didn't like each other. That's true. But she was 8 months pregnant, and seeing her on her belly on the ground did not make me happy. But they take me out to the squad car, and I have no idea what's going on. I'm literally sitting out. Do you guys have a warrant? Am I being detained? Am I arrested? The whole thing. I have no idea why I'm being taken out to the squad car, or why even any of this is happening, right? But based on what the detectives told me that had showed up there a few days earlier, I guess. Based on what they told me, I thought it was over drugs. I thought maybe, they were there for drugs or something. I didn't know. But I just know that, man, they came in, they're coming in like that. They've got a reason, if they're coming in like that. And, so I'm way confused at this point. I have no idea what's going on. And I'm sitting in the back of the squad car, and they left me out there for a while, and I'm still, I have no idea. And eventually somebody got in the driver's seat. I don't remember who it was, but somebody gets in the driver's seat. And, I'm literally I'm asking them a bunch of questions. I'm like, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And so, eventually they tell me they want to take me down to the station. And I'm like, well, look, I don't have a shirt on. I don't have shoes on. You know, I don't even know what this is over. You know, I'm like, am I being arrested? You know, any of that stuff, right? And no, you know, it ends up, it actually is Detective Pitcher. He goes and he gets me a shirt. It's a like a camouflage shirt, but he gets it from David Gross's room, right? And he brings it down, so I at least have a shirt on, right? And so they take me down to the station, right? And when they take me down the station, I'm trying, you know, this again, this is, you know, it's pretty traumatic. I'm not going to say it's not. It's pretty traumatic when that kind of stuff happens. But anyway, not that I've been through it, you know, I've been through it a bunch of times, but I mean, I just, like I said, I'm lucky I didn't get shot going down the stairs. Anyway, so bottom line is they take me into the station. And when they take me in the station, let's see, I don't remember who it was that brought me in. I know they bring me in and they put me in an interrogation room, right? And when they first start talking to me, you know, I'm like, you know, again, I'm wondering why I'm
I'm
here.
objecting to his testifying to his statements made back then.
I just said I was wondering why. I'm telling you my thought, you know.
I understand, but in terms of the statements that you made at that time, I would sustain the objection.
Are you talking about what I would tell the police?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I'll leave that out then. I'm sorry. I didn't understand. I'll leave that part of the story out. Anyway, so I go into the interrogation room, and at first, you know, they're questioning me, and I'm thinking at the time, I'm like thinking, okay, remember I said I thought it was over drugs, right? So, and then, you know, they're asking me these questions, and, you know, first that's what I thought they were, you know, again, they're asking me because they, you know, they want to know information, right? So, but then it comes around to the murder, somewhere's in there, right? And they start asking me questions about it. And again, I'm thinking, again, okay, they asked me what I knew about it, that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, I don't want to, you know, testify to what they asked me. But, you know, but at the time I remember thinking, you know, they just wanted information from me, right? They just want to know what I know, what I've heard, you know, that kind of thing. But somewhere's along the lines in there, and you know, it became very clear they thought I had something to do with this, right? And you know, I remember. Oh, wait a second, because I'm forgetting about a part here. They take me out of the interrogation room at some point, and they take me down. They put me in a squad car, right? And I'm still in handcuffs, right? So I'm still in handcuffs, but they put me in the squad car, and they leave me down in the squad car for, I don't know how long. It had to be like an hour. I have no idea, you know, but I was in the squad car. And then they bring me back up and they ask me a bunch more questions, right? And you know, like I said, now it's you know, I'm getting this feeling. I'm like, okay, wait a second. You know, they're not asking me because they think, you know, because they just want information. They think I had something to do with this thing, right? And yeah, at the time I remember, you know, that they went to that direction. And you know, again, I'm very adamant. I get very adamant once I realize this. I'm like, oh no, you know. But yeah, so I don't know if I can testify to what I said, but I remember, you know, saying it to them. I was like,
Objection to what he said.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, then I won't say what I said then, but I will say this: I was very adamant about, you know, not having anything to do with it. So eventually, it gets down to the point where I've been interrogated all night over this thing, and it got to a point. I mean, you know, I was like, look, you know, I'm like, you know, are you going to arrest me? You know, are you actually going to arrest me? Or, you know, am I free to go? Can I get, you know, look, I'm tired of being here. I'm tired of saying the same, man, you know, giving these answers. You know, can I go home or are you going to arrest me for this thing? And they let me go, right? And not only did they let me go, the bad part about that is they made me walk home. And I remember the directive was to, check out the cameras, how many cameras there are, right? And and they did give me, I'll give them this, they gave me slides, because remember I told you I didn't have any shoes. They gave me slides, right? You know, was it the stuff they use in jail, the slides, right? Kind of like flip-flops. Anyway, so they give me those and send me on my way. So now I got to walk all the way home, which, you know, okay, it's a little distance, you know? And so I walked there and I probably got there, I don't know. I probably got there like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. It was early in the morning and I've been there all night. Right. And when I get there, you know, the door is locked And as we, we've said, I didn't have a key, right? So, but my stuff is still in there. Now I'm freaked out. I gotta tell you, I'm freaked out, because okay, when they, again, that I've never had that happen, right? So I'm freaked out about the thing. And when, I get there, the door is locked, and I remember I had to throw rocks up at the windows to finally get Travis to come down and open the door, right? So he comes down, he opens up the door, and I tell him what happened. I was like, I just tell him what happened to me. I was like, I can't believe it, I can't believe they took me down there, blah, 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 this, that, and that, right? So anyway, but I don't want to stay there. I don't want to stay there. I'm like, okay, this is way more than this is way more than I want, right? So I get my stuff together, and I literally grab all my stuff, and I tell CJ Michelle, I called up CJ Michelle, and I was like, look, look, it's all good, you guys, man, but I can't stay here. You know what I'm saying? I can't stay here anymore. And I remember them asking me if I would at least grab, like, they had family photos and pictures of kids and stuff like that. And they asked me if I would grab that and take it down to Burger King and drop it off there, right? I was like, yes, I can at least do that for you, So I grabbed a bunch of the pictures, man, from their room, and I tried to grab, anything, that could be of value or sentimental value to them, right? Because now I'm leaving, and I'm not staying there. And so, yeah, I grab all that. I put it into a bag for them, and I grab my stuff, and I head on out, and I go ahead. And this is, I don't know, it's I don't remember what time of day it is. I know it's morning, I mean, like I said, I got there probably like 5, 6 o'clock. So I don't remember how long it took them to open the door or anything like that. But I did grab, some stuff, dropped it off at Burger King. And I do remember I called 2 people that day. I called my friend Cliff, and I called my, one of my brothers, Jeff. He's not blood related brother, but he is my brother in every sense. But yes, so I go ahead and I call them because I'm freaked out, right? Because I knew when they let me go, I knew that, okay, they let me go, but I got the distinct impression that, man, no, they thought I had something to do with this, and they were, this was not going to be the last time that they talked to me about this. And I was scared. I'm going to tell you, I was straight up, I was scared. I didn't know what was going on, and I was like, and I can't explain to anybody, the feeling. But I was scared. So that's why I called them up, because I was like, look, man, everything everything.
Objection to what he was telling these people?
Oh, I'm talking about my head.
All right.
But anyway, in my mind at that point, yeah, I mean, everything was telling me, man, it's like, you need to get out of here. Right. I mean, these people, man, they think you had something to do with this. And, but then, the other side of me is going, if I take off, they're going to think I did it. So I mean, I have this little war going on in my head. And anyway, so I went from Burger King, and I started walking down towards Key West, right? Because there's that little bridge and park and stuff there. And I remember as I came across the bridge, there was a couple guys there, and they're drinking off of they're drinking off a liter of Skull or whatever. It's the Rock Gut vodka. And at that point, I was like, yeah, I need one. And I was like, so I sat there with them, took a couple hits off that, and I eventually end up down at McDonald's, right? And when I get down to McDonald's, and man, I'm still sketched out. I'm sketched out about the whole thing, and I don't know what to do. To be honest, I just don't know what to do. It's like, man, I've never found myself in this position before. I don't know what to do. So anyway, I get on, because I went to McDonald's because they had free Wi-Fi there, right? So I could get on my laptop, because I always had a laptop in my backpack, right? So, I get on my laptop, and I'm not even sure what I'm doing, to be honest. I really wasn't sure on what I was doing at that point. I didn't know. So anyway, but that's when Paula shows up. And Paula and I, we weren't friends, right? But we knew each other. It's like, it's one of those things, small island, and we know who lives in the neighborhood. We know who lives on the island. It's like you run into each other. Hey, how you doing? How's it going? That kind of thing. But I don't know that much about her. I mean, so anyway, so I run into Paula, and I remember, because I was feeling so bad and so sorry for myself for, man, being interrogated for overnight, being interrogated for this thing all night, and I'm scared and I'm feeling sorry for myself, I guess, right? And I remember seeing Paula, and she had a bandage on her neck from the night, right? And I remember seeing her, and I was just like, and all of a sudden I felt like I'm not trying to curse, I guess, but I felt really bad, right? Because I was like, here I am feeling sorry for myself, and then I see her, right? And she's bruised up, and she has the thing on her neck, and it's like, and when and I told her what happened to me. I told her that they took me down to the station. I told her what happened, and the thing is Paula. Paula, yes, she did cry, and yes, she did, cry on my shoulder, and and I told you I felt horrible, because it was just like it's like, again, here I am feeling bad because they grilled me all night, and then I saw and heard from her experience, right? And no, I just felt bad about it. It's like, okay, here I am again. I guess it's the somebody always has something worse thing, there's always.
Objection to the self-serving statements, Judge.
All right. I'll overrule the objection. You
Thank
can
you, Your Honor.
continue.
Anyway, so it was definitely, again, while I was still not certain about what was going to happen here, but it definitely put me in a different mindset to see her, right? And but anyway, so after I saw her, I remember I went back to COTS, because now I'm going to COTS, and I'm not going back to the warehouse. I don't want nothing to do with it, right? So I go back to COTS, and they had again another little Thanksgiving dinner thing there, and I had some of that, whatever. And then I went into where the bunk is, and this is when I get arrested, right? And when I got arrested, because Detective Pitcher was the one of the ones who talked to me when they were doing their interviews, and I remember him leading the charge, but there was a good amount of officers, and they were coming in from both sides, and I remember looking up at him, and I was like, I guess we're not talking now, are we? And he's like, no. And so anyway, so they arrest me, and they take me over to the jail, right? And I'm the whole time I'm kind of flipping, and I'm like, literally, like, I'm like telling them I didn't have anything to do with this, and and so I'm telling them this stuff, and somewhere along the lines I get told that it's about witness tampering, right? And I'm like, I thought it was over Paula. I thought it was because I talked to her at McDonald's. And I was like, nobody told me I couldn't talk to her, right? But that's not what it ends up being about, and I won't testify as to what it was, because I think that would Mr. Mansfield probably object to it. But at the same time, so so I'm thinking, again, my head is spinning again, and okay, so now I'm in jail, and they take me, and they literally, okay, the jail has the elevator, goes up, they take me in. I remember getting booked, kind of booked in, whatever the hell, whatever that is, where they check you in, whatever, right? But they do that, and this is, I'm not going to say I haven't been to jail before. I've been to Key West jail one other time, and it was for misdemeanors, right? It was boat charges, it was nothing. I mean, I can't say it was nothing, but it was misdemeanors. But anyway, so thing is they take me right to the back, right? And they put down all these brown paper bags, and there's a bunch of guards around me, and they literally make me drop all my clothes right down the bag, and they put me in the black and white stripes, and then they put me in chains head to toe. I mean, chains, chains, and they take me right to solitary, right? Now, again, I've been to jail before, right? Never for anything close to this. And the thing is and I've never had an experience like it, ever. But they take me there, they put me in solitary, and my mind is spinning. I can't even explain to you guys what it's like. It's like, I just didn't know. I was a normal guy a second ago, and now I'm sitting in a jail cell, and I'm, being put in chains, and man, everybody's, people are telling me I'm a murderer, and so I'm in there, and I'm in the solitary, and solitary is weird. It's 23.
Objection to the relevance of solitary.
Well, I'm just telling the story. I mean,
No,
look,
I
you can tell me where to stop if you want.
Well, sustain that objection.
Yeah, I mean, okay. And I'm not exactly sure what is relevant of anything. I'm just telling the story.
I understand, Mr. Tucker, but
Anyway, so so yeah, I go to jail, and over the course of time, I mean, it's I guess it's not really relevant as far as now. I meet my wife. I shouldn't say meet my wife. I've known her since we were kids, but she was the first person to contact me. She was the first person to contact me when I got there, and I think it was like day 7, and I was surprised. I was really surprised because we hadn't seen each other in 33 years, and I can't even tell you. But anyway, the thing is so yeah, she comes, and by this point, I still didn't have a lawyer. I was still in solitary. I still don't know why I'm there. I have no idea why I'm there really. I mean, I know what they're saying. I don't know.
Objection, Judge, to this.
I just
Okay.
We're rambling here. It's
Well,
not
I don't rambling, but I'm not sure how much what we're hearing here is not relevant. So,
would you like me to?
well, if we'd like a little direction, we can excuse the jurors or.
Yeah, I'll take direction. I'll take direction. I mean,
Well,
it's like, I just don't know what.
I understand.
Where you want me to
I'm
go?
just suggesting that it would be prudent, in my view, for just a moment or two to excuse the jurors, and we'll get back to you shortly.
Okay, he bravely takes a stand, and then here you got state. Okay? I think he's doing really good right now, but I don't know how it's going to end. So he's testifying on his own will. I don't understand the state. I don't get it.
Okay, have a seat. So I just wanted to excuse the jurors. I mean, not finding fault. Mr. Tucker has, certainly comported himself well on the witness stand. It's just that when you start to get into the circumstances of incarceration, of reuniting with ultimately his wife and the like, you objected. That's objectionable.
Yes, Judge, it is objectionable. He's courting sympathy from the jury, trying to tell them how horrible solitary is. I mean, it's not relevant or to me.
I understand. I agree with you. I'm not sure if he's intentionally trying to do that. I didn't get that impression. I got the impression he was telling his story. And I didn't attribute any ill motive. I understand the potential effect that it could have. That's why I sustained your objection, and it's why I excused the jurors to try to give some direction so we don't have to keep going back and forth.
Very well.
So,
I mean, I understand he's being allowed to testify in the narrative, but, getting into how devastating this was for him and all the thought process, I mean, what's the purpose of that other than the court?
Your Honor, I mean,
go
if I
ahead.
may.
Go ahead.
Look, you got to understand, this was an extremely emotional experience. And it's like, when I'm trying to remember this, it is hard for me. This was not something pleasant. It wasn't something cool.
Of course not.
And it's hard for me to bring it up and not bring, not have emotions about it.
I understand that. I mean, I
sorry.
think for most, the vast majority of human beings, it would be extremely traumatic, devastating, life-altering, whatever strong words you want to use to experience that. And I get it. And I think I've given quite a bit of leeway in terms of you, quote unquote, telling your story. But at this particular point, I'm not sure how much else is relevant.
Yeah, I would ask the same thing. What else would you like me to go into? I mean, how far back do you want me to go? I mean, I did miss the one in there. There is the one where I go to Metro PCS. I haven't talked about that because that is one of the things that got me arrested.
Well,
so
I
don't know what you want to know.
I can't tell you what I would like you to go into or
Well,
wouldn't like you to go into. The only thing I can say is that I feel I've granted quite a bit of leeway, but in terms of the building up to the event, if you will, the aftermath, your experience with law enforcement,
Yeah.
your experience being arrested, but how much, I don't think there's much room for any more of that unless there's
a couple
something that you're going to say was seized from you, or you're going to try to explain away some statement that you
Oh, no,
made.
no, Your Honor, but there are a couple of important things that I actually forgot to tell the jury at this point. Not anything. I don't think it's going to take very long. It's just a couple of things as I'm going through this. I mean, I forgot to tell them about Metro PCS because to me it really didn't mean anything at the time,
Okay.
but it does later. You know,
Okay.
so
Well, that's factual in nature, but, and I'm not saying
But I mean, I'm
solitary isn't factual, but that's really not relevant to the proof or the defense. That's just the, what should we say, the fallout of being arrested. It doesn't go to the elements of the crime or a defense.
no, it doesn't, Your Honor. It's just thinking about it. It's just it was like, okay, I didn't know where to end there, and I can end that. I can end that right there.
I
That's fine.
understand that. And you did kind of indicate amenability to seeking some sort of direction, and that's why I use the jurors to try to do so.
Thank you.
So I think we've
gone,
given
I
as
mean,
much
that
of
far.
that as we
Yeah.
can in terms of direction, and so
I'd say there's a couple more pieces, and that's
Okay.
it. Just
All
to
right.
make sure that, again, they get the full picture here.
I understand that. But so let's bring them in, please.
Okay, the state, that detective hates him, and I wonder why. I mean, he wasn't fishing for sympathy. I don't think he was. Me, I would be in tears, but it wouldn't be for sympathy. That's just how I am. And I think this is how he is. He over explains things, in my opinion.
Alternative President Carter. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. The defendant remains on the witness stand and is going to continue his direct testimony. So you can proceed.
Okay, and I was just look, I think we agreed that stopping where story where that part is probably a good idea. But there were a couple of things I forgot in there that happened along the way. I go at one point, and this is before I get arrested. I go to Metro PCS, and I'm going to pay my phone bill. Right, that's all I'm going. I'm going over there, and I'm going to go over to Burger King and get something to eat. And I remember Roy Wilson. He's outside of he's outside the warehouse. I just happened to be going out, and he asked if he could walk with me. Right, I'm like, okay. Again, at this point, I don't know anything, so it's like I'm like, okay. So we walk over there, and this becomes something later, but I didn't think of anything of it at the time, but we go over there and I pay my phone bill, and but this is before the raid, and that it becomes something later. But the thing is that I just figured that had to be in there just because, again, it does become part of the story. So does, the whole Fantasy Fest thing, that becomes part of the story too. Because, I guess I can't testify to what those pieces are. I guess I'll save that for my close. But I felt it necessary to tell you about that trip. And then I just want to make sure that we've got everything here. Because I don't think there's anything else I can remember from the time period that's actually relevant to the situation. Now, I can tell you this because somebody else asked me this not too long ago, and they asked me if I had ever been to the treehouse before, right? And yes, I've been to the treehouse 3 times in my life, right? I was there once because when I first got back to Key West, right, I had gotten back and I was coming from Arizona, right? And I get back to Key West, and yeah, rents here are high. Everybody knows that, right? And I saw an ad in the paper, I want to say. I'm pretty sure that's how it happened. but it was Matt. It's the only time I've ever met the victim, right? It's the only time. And he was renting out the flats on the treehouse, right, for $350 a month, if I remember correctly. And you know, and the thing is, you know, I go there to check it out because, like I said, I'm sure it was an ad in the paper or something like that, right? But I go there and, you know, because I'm looking for a place to stay. I just got back, right? So I'm looking for a place to stay. And when I got there, I was like, okay, it's these flats on the treehouse, and it's built up. It's like a deck on a deck on a deck, I guess. And you know, I'm looking at that, and then, you know, for the bathroom facilities, it was like a trailer in the back, and it was like a caved-in roof, if I remember correctly, and there's a toilet in there, nothing else, right? And I'm like, for $350 a month, I ain't doing it, right? I'm just not doing it, right? But not, that's not to say that Matt was actually a nice guy, you know. I mean, that's the only time I've ever met him, and he was a nice guy. He was, you know, that's about all. I mean, like I said, I didn't get to know him or anything like that, but, you know, he showed me around, showed me what he had, and I just said no. That's all it was. And the other 2 times I was there, was it Todd O'Quinn? I knew Todd O'Quinn, and Todd O'Quinn, you know, we went to the bar a couple times. You know, I went down to the Hogfish, and I had a little bit too much to drink or whatever, and, you know, I couldn't get all the way back to, you know, either Cots or, you know, I stayed a couple of different places, but yeah. And I couldn't make it all the way back because, again, remember, this is after the storm. You know, I'm still trying to rebuild, you know. And so anyway, I you know, I remember staying there two nights. Like, there's 2 different times, but different times, not 2 nights in a row, but 2 different time periods. And just because I couldn't make it back. And I remember one night, I don't know if Paula remembers, but I remember one night she woke me up yelling at me. But yeah, and it's like, you know, but the thing is so yeah, those are the only 3 times that I've been to the treehouse. And let's see. And then what was the other one? There was something else somebody asked me not too long ago. And I think it's kind of relevant. Trying to remember. It's like, because yeah, that takes care of that. But I'm trying to remember here. Oh no, somebody asked me if I knew Matt, and like I said, I've already answered that question. It was, I met him once, you know. As far as anything else, I'm trying to think of anything else that you guys need to know. I don't know. I guess Mr. Mansfield can remind me now. I guess I'll go ahead and turn it over to Cross.
Okay, thank you. Is there any cross-examination?
Yes, Judge. So, Mr. Tucker, your story in front of this jury today is you were drunk that day.
Yep.
Plastered.
Yep.
You're drinking highballs, red balls, what you call them?
Fireball.
Fireballs. What's a fireball?
I'm surprised you don't know, but okay.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
No, you're wrong. I was getting ready. I'm answering your question. Fireball is it's a whiskey, it's cinnamon whiskey. You know, it's very popular. That's why I said I'm surprised.
And that's what you drank. That's what you were drinking the day that this all happened.
Yes, sir.
Got so drunk you went back to the warehouse, went upstairs, fell asleep,
Knocked out.
knocked out.
Yep.
Now you were at the warehouse. You said you had been there on and off, right?
Well, not necessarily on and off. I mean, I actually staying there. I think there was only 2 times. You know, there was during the hurricane, and then there was the time period, you know, for CJ and Michelle. Other than that, I knew a couple people who lived there, and yes, man, I'd stop by there every once in a while.
So you were basically house sitting for CJ and Michelle.
Yes, sir.
But this is not a apartment building, right? This is like a flop house. People are renting rooms or hanging out in rooms.
I wouldn't call it that. And the thing is, you know, because that's a fairly derogatory term. And
Okay, the question is very simple. It's not a rentable apartment building where you rent rooms.
Okay, to put it this way, was the landlord doing something illegal? Sure. Did everybody else know that they
Not the
weren't supposed to
question,
be there?
Mr. Tucker.
Well, I don't know what you're asking.
The question is very specific.
Okay.
How do you object?
Okay? It's not a place where you rent apartments. Is that correct?
I don't like him
Yes,
either.
it is because they had apartments there for rent.
Okay. There were actual legitimate apartments for rent in this
They're
warehouse.
literally- and that's why I was answering your question the way I did. Legitimate, no, the landlord was not. He was, he's subletting this thing, and he built apartments in it.
So you were
Now-
house sitting for your friends, right?
Yes.
And that's the only reason you were even staying at the place at that point in time.
Yes.
But you didn't have another place to live, right? You were going, you said
No, I mean, the
cops.
thing is, yeah, I was actually saving up for a boat. I actually had money in my pocket.
Okay, I didn't ask you about money in your pocket. You were actually staying at a homeless shelter known as COPS.
Yes,
Is
I
that
was.
correct?
Yes, I was.
All right. So you didn't have a permanent home.
No.
And you did your share of partying during this time.
Yes.
Right? You said it was Fantasy Fest, and this is what you do at Fantasy Fest. You really, you tie one on for a couple of weeks, you said, right?
Oh, yeah. Around Fantasy Fest time? Yeah, of course.
Goes on for a while, right?
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Again, yeah, probably every Fantasy Fest I've ever been to.
Yes.
Showing what's been previously marked as whiskey for identification. You recognize that?
Sure do.
And what is that?
That would be me.
Is that how you looked at back in November?
It sure is.
Does that seem to move in, W?
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor. I'm just wondering what the relevance of what I looked like back then. But
I mean, if there's an objection.
no, it's okay. We can go ahead and put it in.
All right, so admit as dates next in order.
Thank you, Ms. Brenda. So this is how you looked back in 2017, right?
Hmm?
Pretty full goatee.
Oh, yeah. Big full goatee.
Big full goatee, right? Kind of thing that would be hard to cover if you were putting a mask on that stopped at the chin, right?
I wouldn't say that. I actually wouldn't say that
Wouldn't
because
agree with
I
that?
mean, again, that would be speculation, so I'll object.
Okay, so you don't agree that it would be hard to cover if you just had a simple face mask?
I'm not going to agree to that at all because, man, again, I'm not saying
Certainly
it
easier
would.
to-
I'm not saying it wouldn't.
Certainly easier to cover with a neck gaiter, right? You pull the neck gaiter up, it covers the mouth, the chin, everything.
Well, the thing is here's the thing: is that whole neck gaiter thing. I didn't know what one was until after I heard your client say it. Or
Didn't
I
know what
shouldn't
a
say
neck
not
gaiter
your client, but whatever.
Didn't know what a neck gaiter was.
No, I didn't actually, to be honest.
All right, so now you're living at this warehouse. You know Rory Wilson, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You guys are hanging out now and then, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean,
Partying
like I said,
together?
I don't know. You know, like again, I didn't go over there all the time because April and I did not get along. So not trying to hang out with her too much.
April didn't like you.
No, she did not.
You didn't like her.
No, I did not actually. Now, did we hang out sometimes? Sure. And I remember
Nobody likes
there's times
April.
we did party. You know, that was like I remember one time we went downtown. You know, Rory Wilson, because again, here's the thing: is I remember this during the hurricane. They had, was it the hogfish they were
Mr.
giving-
Tucker, I'm going to cut you off, sir. There's no question pending. Did you hang out socially or not with April Walker and Rory Wilson?
No, April Walker, I tried not to. You know, I'm not saying she didn't come looking for Rory a couple times, but yeah, I tried not to. But Rory Wilson, yes, I did hang out with him on a few occasions.
And you heard that
Excuse me
out.
one thing. Is that exhibit being published or are you gonna take it back to the?
Oh, I've already published it, Judge. I
Okay,
already-
so we're gonna either put it on the podium or let's bring it to the
Okay.
clerk. Thank you.
Okay, so, Mr. Tucker, so you heard the testimony, right? You heard that there was an allegation that you threatened April Walker.
Oh, I've heard that testimony, but testimony wasn't true.
So you didn't threaten
Oh, no.
Wilson's pregnant, nine
Oh,
months
no.
pregnant girlfriend.
Oh, no.
You
No,
actually
no, no.
felt bad for her because she was put on the ground during the
Yes,
raid.
I did. And man, look, even if I don't like somebody, you know, again, seeing them on the ground
Mm-hmm.
in that position when she's 8 months pregnant, yes, that's not cool. You know, that's bottom line. I didn't like her, but that doesn't mean you put her on the ground in that position.
Now, you testified that you went up to CVS with Rory Wilson that night.
No, I did not.
When did you and Rory Wilson go to CVS and for you
To tell
to
you the
get
honest
some?
truth, that was put to me by investigators. They said that, but again, I told you I was drunk that day, and I'm sitting there and I tried to remember it, and man, I'm sitting there going, I don't remember doing that.
But you just testified to this jury that you went to CVS to get
Oh,
cigarettes.
I went to
wasn't it?
Tom Thumb
Tom
to get
Thumb, okay.
cigarettes, and it wasn't
Tom
with
Thumb.
Rory Wilson. It was with Travis.
With Travis.
Right.
You and Travis went. Let's
So
talk
let's
about
get the
Travis.
story straight.
You and Travis were acquaintances, right?
Yes, we were acquaintances.
Okay. Travis was staying at the warehouse as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, you and Travis were both staying upstairs in the warehouse, right?
Yes, when I was staying in CJ and Michelle's room, yes.
Travis was in another room upstairs.
Yes, he was upstairs. But you got to remember, he also went to jail. So, I mean, he wasn't there for a second. So,
Right? But he came back about a week later, right?
To be honest, I don't remember how long it was. I know I was at work when he went to jail.
Let me ask you, Mr. Tucker, was Travis there the day of the raid?
That's the thing is he wasn't there in the beginning,
Mhm.
right? Because man, he wasn't there.
Was he there when they took you down and put you in the police car?
No, he wasn't there for that.
Was he there when they took
He
you
wasn't
off
there
to-
for that part of it. At least not that I know of, right?
Was he there when
wasn't
they took you off to jail?
Was he there no? Because when I went to jail, I was at COTS. And when I went to jail, they didn't grab me from the warehouse. They grabbed me from COTS.
The night of the raid, they didn't take you down and then let you go?
They did take me down and let me go, but that wasn't taking me to jail. That was taking me down and interrogating me all night.
Okay, so the night they took you down to interrogate you, was Travis there when you guys left the warehouse to go down and be
Hold on,
interrogated?
hold on. Let me make sure I'm hearing this correctly. Please repeat the question.
The night of the raid,
Right, gotcha.
when they took you down, not to jail, but to question you.
Right, gotcha.
Was Travis at the warehouse when you guys left to go to the police station?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know.
And how
'Cause
did
I
you get
was-
to the police station that night?
I
They
got
took you?
there in a squad car in handcuffs.
Okay. Now, let's see. You said that while you were after you got arrested, you were in jail and you got reacquainted with an old high school friend of yours.
I thought that wasn't relevant.
You just testified to it, sir.
Okay, well, in that case, yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you, just answer the questions if you could.
Okay.
And if there's a relevance objection, you can make it,
Thank you.
but you don't need to question me.
Okay.
You said you were in jail.
Yes.
And you got reacquainted with this high
Yes.
school wife or a girlfriend of yours who became your wife.
Well, actually, again, she wasn't my high school girlfriend. She wasn't, she was a friend that I knew from when I was 14 years old. And yes, I hadn't seen her in 33 years.
And you guys ended up getting married, right?
Yes, we did.
And she is actually very wealthy, isn't she?
Multimillionaires.
I beg your pardon?
Multimillionaires.
And you guys are you married today to her?
Yes, I am.
Going beyond, I'm sorry, but I cut him off of your objection and I.
Okay, Judge, well, he just
What
testified
does that
about
have
his
to
wife.
do with
He
anything?
mentioned it and you touched upon within the scope, but I believe
Okay.
this is beyond the scope.
I have
and
no
it-
problem talking about my wife.
Okay.
I understand, but I do.
All right, so now
Wow, he's a
you're
joke.
not in jail the entire time waiting for your trial, right?
No, that's not true. I was in jail for 2 years.
And then you actually got out pending your
Yeah.
trial.
$2 million bond.
Let's talk about Paula, your relationship with Paula Belmont.
Okay.
You just testified that you weren't great friends in the beginning. You just kind of knew of each other, right?
That is true.
She testified you'd never been to the treehouse, but that's not accurate, right? Because you testified you'd actually been there
Well,
3 times.
I don't remember her ever testifying to that, but she may not have remembered it. It was one time. That's it.
I thought you said 3 times. You'd been
No,
there.
I've been there 3 times, but and she woke me up one time yelling at me.
Okay.
Because man, I wasn't supposed to be there. Apparently, I don't know. But man, the thing is, she woke me up and she was yelling at me. I don't even know if she remembers it.
And now describe your relationship with Paula today.
Paula's one of my best friends.
One of your best friends.
Yes.
All right. To show you what's been previously marked for identification. There's a composite, 2 photos, Sierra 1 and 2. Do you recognize these photos?
I sure do.
What do they depict?
They depict me and Paula at the hospital when I'm trying to make her feel better and making funny faces at the camera.
When were these?
Isn't this
Very recent.
isn't this attorney a joke?
States Exhibit S for identification.
Any objection?
Nope.
All right, admit S,
19A and B.
all right.
He was trying to get that picture in from the beginning.
What's next?
So you said these were taken recently, like in the last 2 weeks?
Actually, you want to know exactly which day? I think I can remember.
Sure, go ahead.
It was the day that I actually, went over there to check on her because she said, she said that, she was, her doctor said that it had taken it worse. It was the day before I came in here and asked for the motion.
And then she laid in bed with her. Didn't she have some kind of a infectious disease or something?
See,
And some body
you're
soup.
stalking his Facebook.
That's true.
Tom's hanging out?
Took a chance. I was trying to
Wow.
make her feel better.
And you said you become some of your friends with her, right?
Like I said, she's one of my best friends.
I know, right?
Well, what's changed? Now you said you were not always friends and now you're best friends with her. What changed?
Well,
Life.
I don't know if you know the story of how that happened, but I'll go ahead and tell it to you if you want me to.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Paula was a victim in the crime, right? And now I am an accused murderer at that point, right? And here it is when this all happened, that makes it so that I can't talk to Paula, right? I'm not allowed to communicate with her. That makes sense, right? They had a protective order that immediately went in and I couldn't talk to her. Paula, she gets diagnosed with COPD, right? And Paula, she actually files a motion with the court, right? Because she wants to, and she goes on the press and she starts saying this on the press, right? She wants to apologize to me for her role in anything that they've done to me. That's what she says.
So she's
And the judge
apologizing to you.
She wants to. She can't talk to me, right? So she wants to.
Now you're aware in the beginning she couldn't ID the second person, right?
Look, I'm aware in the beginning.
Very simple question. You are aware, yes or no, that in the beginning when she was first spoken
Mr.
to,
Mansfield.
she could not. Mr. Tucker,
You're
listen to
asking
the
me to
question,
remember
okay?
6 years ago and
It's
then
a very
what-
simple
and what I
question.
thought then.
Are you aware?
Gentlemen, let him finish the question and you can answer.
Yeah, let me answer it.
Okay, He hasn't finished the question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Ask away.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Are you aware that 6 years ago, when she was first interviewed by the police, she could not ID the second person? Are you aware of that? Yes or no?
I'm going to tell you, I'm aware that she could not positively ID the second person, man, when this first happened. No.
And she was able to identify Rory Wilson, but not the second person, correct?
Yes, she did not positively ID the second person.
Well, she said she didn't get a good look at the second person, right?
That's not true.
She went
She
with the
said that she
voice.
was focused on Rory Wilson at the time and
I
that
object, Your
the
Honor.
second person,
I object, Your Honor.
she
He's
couldn't get a
asking me to
look
go
at.
what I know from video and what I know from police reports now. You know,
To
that's,
sustain the objection, there are varying statements that she's made.
Yep.
So, at one point, she said it, but presumably you're aware of other statements.
right.
She
Go
said
ahead.
something
Because
about the
again, I
voice.
watched all these videos and I read
So
all
let's go
this
back to
stuff.
that first night when she's
That
interviewed.
wasn't
She
his
says
voice.
she can't ID the second person, right? Didn't get a good
Excuse
look
me,
at her.
hold on, excuse me, which night are we talking about?
Night of the crime when she's
Okay.
being interviewed.
Again, you're asking me to go to video, you're asking me to go to police reports, and that is hearsay. So
Are
I'll
you
object.
aware that she was
Object.
unable to identify the second person?
Excuse me?
Are you aware she was unable to identify the second person
At which time period?
the night of the crime?
Again, you're asking me to go to police reports, you're asking me to commit hearsay.
Simple question, sir.
So objection.
Okay, I'm going to overrule that objection.
Okay.
It's just your awareness
Okay.
of one
My
point in
awareness-
time and one statement.
My awareness at the time, right? And if I can, and I'm going to have to remember this because the Lord knows I've gone over this a million times. So I'm going to have to think about my memory here. At the time, as far as even any statements by Paula, hold on a second. Because, okay, I was in jail when this first happened.
I'm asking you
Right?
as
No,
you sit here,
sir,
Mr.
you're
Tucker,
asking me to
I'm
remember.
asking you as you sit here today, not where your mind was back then, as you sit here today.
Okay, as I sit here today,
Are you aware that she could not ID the second person
And
on
you're
the night
asking-
it happened?
okay, and you're asking me to commit hearsay.
I don't believe that's the case, so you
Oh, okay.
can answer it, and
Okay.
remember, you'll have the opportunity
Okay,
to read.
as
Mr.
I
Tucker,
sit
Mr.
here
Tucker,
today.
Just let me
Oh, sorry.
finish. You'll have the opportunity for redirect.
Okay, thank
So if you, after this is finished, want to elaborate on certain things you may, but in terms of succinct answer to this question, you do
Yeah,
need to give.
I'll give you a succinct answer to this question. Okay, it depends on the time period as far as Paula. As today, I could definitely tell you that different time periods, she said different things. I can say that.
And you're aware that the very night it happened, she did not identify the second person.
The very night it happened, again, that's the only reason I would even remember this right now is because we've been going over it recently.
Correct.
And I'm going over it, and she had varying statements at that point.
Well, you're certainly aware that at the perpetuated testimony,
Yes.
she was able to say it wasn't you as the second person, right?
I'm also aware that she was, again, coerced into making statements by police. So, okay.
Didn't ask you about that, sir. A very simple question.
Well, if you're
You
gonna,
were
if you're
aware,
gonna lead me, if
you
you're
were
gonna lead me-
aware that during her perpetuated testimony that you sat and watched,
yes,
you observed her adamantly
Yes.
stating it was
Yes.
Tucker's not the second guy, right?
Yep, I sure did.
That was 4 years after the crime was committed.
That was 4
about
years.
3 years.
That was 4 years after the crime was committed.
Well, September of 20 would be
Yeah.
about 3 years, right?
Okay, somewhere in there. But here's the thing.
And there's no question pending, sir. I'm asking the questions you're
Okay.
answering.
Go ahead.
Okay? That's how
Go.
this works.
Okay, go for it. Ask me another question. I'll take any ones you got.
Great. Good to hear it.
Yeah. That's why I put myself up here.
Oh my God.
Now, she testified that she had talked to your wife through Facebook. Did you also communicate with her through Facebook?
No, I was not allowed.
So you never had any communications with her?
No, not on Facebook at that time.
Have you had any? You saw her at McDonald's after the crime, right?
Yes, but I was not under arrest at that point. I was not under a protective order at that point.
Okay, but when you saw her at McDonald's, you guys had a conversation there, right?
Yes, we did.
And did you tell her anything about the crime when you saw her at McDonald's?
I told her what had happened to me about the police interrogating me. And she did ask me some questions. I remember that. I remember answering, different questions as she asked them. I remember she told me her experience. She told me how horrible it was. I remember, like I said, sitting there feeling like, you talk about feeling, God, not sorry for somebody. That's the wrong way to say it.
So you
but
communicated
whatever.
with, is it fair to say you communicated with her at McDonald's?
Yes.
Now, is it your testimony today that you've not communicated with her directly at all from that moment until today?
No. When did I
Okay.
say that?
So tell us about those communications. You said you weren't allowed to
Okay.
talk to her, right?
Yes, sir. And I
Okay,
also said
and when did that end?
I also said she filed a motion with the court to be able to talk to me. And that, yes, she was going on the press saying these things, that she wanted to apologize to me. Judge Jones granted that motion, and
you
she
had
was allowed to talk
communications.
to me.
And then
that's
you've had-
when, and now we
You've
are.
had general communications with her ever
Please,
since.
He was still
Sorry,
testifying.
I'm just telling
No,
you.
I'm not talking to you. I'm saying, if you weren't complete with your answer, go ahead.
Yeah, look, there comes a point where.
Judge, again, there's no question
No,
pending.
well, he was still answering the
Thank you.
last question.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
go, finish your answer to the last question.
Judge Jones granted the order allowing us to be able to talk. And that day, yeah, I was in tears.
Okay, so you got the in tears part out. The jury heard it.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah, thanks.
All right, great. Let's move on. So you've talked to her admittedly since then.
Oh, quite a bit.
Quite a bit,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, quite a bit.
You remember her taking a trip to California?
Vaguely, yes.
She posted pictures of it, right?
If I remember right, she posted pictures of Woody.
Of who?
She likes Woody from, I guess, I forget what the name of the movie is. It's some Disney thing, man. But she likes a character named Woody.
Oh, Woody from Toy Story.
That's what it is. Thank you.
1 minute, please, Judge.
All right.
I'm not sure if we could talk at that time, though.
See, this attorney's got bad behaviors himself. He is acting like a little toddler, having little tantrums. I don't like him. There's something about this man I don't like. I hope the jury's really paying attention to how he's getting treated, okay? And he took a risk going on the stand like this. I knew the state was excited about that. I will.
Violet. Yeah, these are.
Excuse me. Wouldn't he normally have to show this?
I'm sorry?
Show this to me before he brings it?
Not necessarily. This one-
Checking.
That's fine. He's
I'm
got
just-
it.
it's weird.
He's certainly going to give you an
Sure.
opportunity and, go from there.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Tucker, showing me the marks, Tango 1 through 5 composite.
Okay.
Recognize these photos?
Yes, they're from Paula Belmont's Facebook page, and the thing is, I don't think we were talking at that time.
How do you know her from her Facebook page?
Because I've seen her Facebook page.
So you remember seeing these on her Facebook page?
Yeah, I don't understand the relevance of them.
Judge, at this time, I seek to move in what's been previously marked as Tango 1 through 5.
Okay, is there any objection?
Again, I'd like to know the relevance of the pictures.
Okay, you're objecting.
Stalking his Facebook.
Okay,
Their
so we'll
Facebooks. That's
have to have a bench
Hi.
conference then.
How are you, stranger?
Run around.
Thank you, sir.
I do not like that man. Okay. I don't like this baby. You big baby. Literally, I mean that. So, they've been stalking his Facebook, his wife's Facebook, Paula's Facebook, whoever that other person is. Paul? I don't know what he said, but what a jerk is right. Right. Okay. Good news, people. I got documents. Okay. I got some documents. Remember, they want to rebuttal some of Paula's statements to Detective Pitcher. I got some videos. Yeah. I got the DNA report too. Okay. They just want their little tiny bits out. No, let's see the whole thing. Let's see the whole conversation. Not just what you want to pick out. No, I'm not an attorney either. I just have my very strong opinion. And that's that. I wonder what they're saying.
All right, so let's pick it back up. You're aware of her trip to California, right?
Yes, I am.
She took pictures with Woody, you said, right?
Yep. I think she takes them pretty much on every trip she goes on.
All right. Ever since that order was lifted, you've had pretty steady communication with her. Is that fair to say?
Fairly steady. Sometimes, man, a little more, sometimes less.
Now, you talked about this friend, Big somebody. What's his name again?
Big Scott.
Big Scott.
Yep.
Big Scott was staying at the warehouse with everybody?
No, he was not. He was there that night, yes, but.
Which night is that, sir?
That would be, I guess that would be the night of the crime. Because again, like I said, I went go get cigarettes with Travis, come back, and Big Scott is at the door.
And so Big Scott, was he a friend of yours or an acquaintance? How would you describe him?
Actually, he's a friend, and he was a friend of, I think he was a friend of a couple people there.
And at some point, are you aware of Big Scott telling you and Travis and Rory, I don't know what you guys are plotting, but I want nothing to do with it? Do you remember that comment? No?
No.
When did you first learn that Mr. Bonnet had been murdered?
I told you that already.
Okay, but you need.
I didn't. Well, actually, I shouldn't say I knew Mr. Bonnet got murdered at that point. At that point, the first time I heard anything about what had happened at the treehouse, and it wasn't even the treehouse where, they told me somebody got stabbed in the CVS parking lot. That's the first time I heard about it.
So the way you heard about it, the stabbing
Yes.
was alleged to have happened in the
Right.
CVS parking lot.
Right. The next time I heard about it, I was at the police station.
Is that when you found out it was actually at this treehouse location?
Yes.
And that's when you were talking to Detective Pitcher, right?
That would be Detective Pitcher, Danielle Malone, and Captain Phelps.
Now, at some point, didn't you tell Detective Pitcher what you told this jury today, that you were not involved and that you were sleeping off, you were drunk and sleeping it off or something?
Yeah, I told him the same thing. I couldn't remember much, man, from the night. And yes, I remember passing out. I remember waking up
Right.
because I needed cigarettes, and I went to the Tom Thumb, and Travis went with me.
And that's what you told Detective Pitcher, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you even told Detective Pitcher that just ask Travis, he'll back you up, right?
I thought so. I didn't know anything was wrong.
All right. Well, Travis didn't back you up, did he?
No, he didn't.
Travis
there's a
came
good reason
clean
for that.
and gave a statement to the police, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And
Okay.
Travis is a liar.
Okay. Yes, he
Need your
did.
commentary on it.
Yes, he did.
Didn't you know, Miss Barbara? That's what police do nowadays. They stalk your Facebook.
Do you remember when you saw Paul at McDonald's in this whole timeline? When did you run into her at McDonald's? The very next day? Was it 2 days later? 3 days later?
It was, let's see, hold on. It would have been, okay, because the raid, supposing, if you want to call it that, whatever you want to call it, that happens on the 21st. Going into the 22nd is when I'm literally being interrogated all night. That day, whatever that day is, that would probably be, that would be the 22nd again, because it's that morning. So, okay, 22nd, it would be on the 22nd.
Okay. And let me ask you, Mr. Tucker, you were making pretty good money, right? $300 an hour to put these blue tarps up?
Yeah, I was doing all right.
What's the reason you hadn't gotten a place? You were still living in these
Well, because
temporary
again,
places.
I lived on a boat before, right? And as I testified, I was trying to save up for a new boat. There are going to be plenty of cheap ones around, but here's the thing: is I don't like paying outrageous rents that are in Key West. I'd rather buy a boat and live on the water.
Now, you said you'd passed out that day drinking these fireballs, right?
Yes, sir.
What time in that, what time, take us through that day, the timeline for that day. When were you drinking these fireballs?
I know. Look, it's like I said, I don't really remember the day that well. I remember drinking during the day. I do remember that. I don't even remember all who was there. I know there were other people that came in and out. I know I passed out somewhere along the lines, but asking me specifics, especially 6 years later, I couldn't tell you.
So you started drinking these Red Balls. Was the sun still up?
That would be Fireball, sir. And
Fireballs.
Yes, the sun was still up, while I was drinking. That is true.
All right. Do you remember getting out of bed and going right to the partying phase, or did you do something else before it
No,
started that day?
I already testified to that. I told you that.
Okay. Well, I'm asking again.
Okay.
I appreciate you reminding me.
I'm just saying I woke up at some point in the time, and I went and got cigarettes at the Tom Thumb, and I came back, and Travis was with me, and yes, Big Scott was there. I told you what happened after that.
But I'm talking about earlier in the day when you got out of bed that day. Did you go do something, or did you just start drinking?
No, actually, I'm pretty sure, because if I'm drinking during the day, I had a day off. So, if I'm drinking during the day, I had a day off. So, yeah, I would imagine I had the day off.
And do you remember passing out that day?
Yeah, remember passing out? I don't know if that's a proper term, but no,
Okay.
I don't remember passing out.
Don't remember passing out?
I remember I passed out somewheres along the lines, but yeah, I don't. I guess I'm being too literal here, but I remember. Yes, I went to sleep sometime during the day and night. I don't know.
And do you remember what time you woke up?
No.
Day or night?
Night.
Police cars already out and about?
Police and cars were already up there on Laurel Avenue. I could see I could see the lights from the Tom Thumb parking lot. I could see all the lights that were up on Laurel Avenue.
Do you know how many times Mr. Bonner was stabbed?
At this point, yes.
So now, I guess your story is that this is all being pinned on you, right? That you didn't do
Well,
this.
You would know better than anybody, Mr. Mansfield.
Oh, would I? But I
Yes.
wasn't there. You were. So why don't you tell me? Are you telling me this was all pinned on you?
I hate to tell you, again, Mr. Mansfield.
It's very simple,
You
Mr.
just
Tucker.
said
Is
that
your
I was
story
there and you have no
today,
proof
is
of
your
that.
story
Sir.
today that you were,
Sir.
this is all being made up and that you didn't do this?
Yes, this is it. That is my story all day.
Okay.
And I've said it since day one.
So this is just the big Bubba system going after you to pin this on you.
Yeah, and Mr. Mansfield. Again, I can answer that. You know, would you like me to answer it? Would you like me to tell you how I know that? You said you didn't want to go into that.
Well, you know what? Let's not go into that because I'm pretty sure what your opinion is has no factual basis to it.
Really?
So in other words, this is your theory that this is all being pinned on you by the big Bubba system.
Your Honor, I would object unless he wants to let me go into the things he doesn't want to go into.
I'll sustain that last question as argumentative.
Listen to that guy. Bubba system.
So now
Can I
you
read your-
may conduct redirect in the same fashion, but just remember it's within the scope of the cross. We're not, all right?
Okay, thank you. I don't know even know if I want to read. I don't know.
Well,
what I
you
wanna
don't
read.
have to.
I'm just trying, let me think about what
All
Mr.
right.
Mansfield just asked me
All right,
because.
take a moment.
Don't talk to the judge like that, dude.
You need
Come on
a
now.
moment. Take a moment.
Thank you.
It's
And-
not mandatory redirect,
No.
just if you want the opportunity.
Right, again, as, again, I think I would like to address that last thing there, but I mean, yes, I do know that I'm being set up yes, I'm being set up for this because I'm here. That's an obvious thing. I won't go into what, again, the things we're not supposed to be talking about right now, I guess.
I can talk about it.
But, I do, let's see, as far as, everything else, I mean, everything else you just asked me, I already talked about, so I don't think there's anything else I need to say.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. You can-
I can talk about it. You guys, we can talk about it. We're gonna figure it out, people.
It'd be a good time for an afternoon break, folks. About, till, I'm just looking at the clock, 1:55, no, 2:55. 2:55, same procedures and protocols if anybody wants to go outside the jury room, let the bailiff.
What do you say, 2:55? Well, he handled it pretty good, you guys. So we're gonna talk about that Bubba system.
All right, so the jurors have left and you've testified now and already made my previous ruling, so that completes the defense case. I don't know if you're gonna make a motion, renewed motion now or after the rebuttal, which,
You talking about a renewed motion for acquittal?
that's what I'm talking.
Yes, I would like to do that. I'd like to do that after the rebuttal, I guess.
All right.
What time is it?
It's, what, 2:38, basically.
Okay, so I don't know how long that time I'm doing that.
Well, I mean, I don't know how long this video and the deposition excerpt shouldn't take very long. I don't know how long the video is. Okay, so that's, their rebuttal isn't gonna take that long.
I needed to be play the full first video, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I just-
All right, well, let's all take a break and then we'll have the jury, then we'll have the rebuttal, then we'll excuse them, then we'll have the argument for the motion, and I assume that the state's got a proposed set of jury instructions.
We do, Judge.
And I presume you've shared them with the defendant or will?
I'll give him his copy right now. With the jury instructions and the verdict.
Okay. I guess,
No, I'm gonna give you hard copies.
Okay, that's fine.
and we'll talk about, all right, we'll be back.
Okay, now, me and my big mouth, I'm gonna go off here. Later on tonight, I want to show the DNA, and he's going to talk about that prosecutor Remember, he picked and chose whatever he wanted from Paula's interview with Detective Pitcher. Well, I got it, and I want to go over it because I want to see it from beginning to end, not what he picks out. Okay. And yeah, I don't like him. I don't like that guy. Bubba, the Bubba system. So I want to find out, well, I will find out in time, why they can't get into why they've been after him from the very beginning. In my opinion, the state has not met the burden. In my opinion. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at my phone. Hold on. Okay, you guys, we're going to watch this real quick here before he starts. Here's the interview with Paula with that Detective Pitcher. Hold on, I'm waiting for it to pull up.
This really sucks. I'm shaking like a leaf. They being right next to a wall. No, because I got to do this. Just my nervous. But it makes no sense because they're all in jail. But every time you talk about it, it's normal though. Is it? It is. Unfortunately. It sucks. Just do me a favor, take a couple deep breaths before we talk. All right? Just relax for a minute. Let's talk about something else. How's everything else going? What have you been up to? It's okay. Good. Look at it. Okay, so my backpack. Do you know where that is? Do you know that answer? It's in property, yes. Okay. I was
Okay, so that's Paula and Detective Pitcher. Let's see if they're back yet. Nope. Hold on.
Swab. All right, do me a favor, close your eyes.
I'm going.
You don't need to. That's that first, all right? If I jab you, I very much apologize.
I
All right.
blood.
Keep your eyes closed. 'Cause
They're
you don't need
closed.
to see this. Open up. Sorry. All right.
Every time I should know to bring a tissue when I'm near you.
Yeah, certainly I might take offense to that, but no.
Will you tell me when you take the gloves off?
I will, and
Okay.
all right. The gloves are off.
I don't like them. Sorry.
Again, I don't blame you. And so everybody knows why you don't like them. It's not because of anything I did. It's because of the night of the incident.
Still. Anyway, yeah, they have them at Cots and go through your stuff, and I skits out there with them. And I mean, I know, just like you, I know they're not going to hurt me. But
Nope, I completely understand after what
that
you've been
black
through.
glove thing.
So, give me your name and date of birth again real quick.
Paula Belmont, 12/29/1960.
I wanted to, and I hate taking you back to that night, I really do, so I apologize.
Okay.
But I want to ask you some questions. I'm going to be a little uncomfortable to answer,
Mhm.
but I need you to be honest with me, all right? That night, were you selling crack cocaine or supposed to be selling crack?
A little bit.
A little bit. Can you tell me how much you were supposed to get or had that night?
I had like $50 worth of shit.
Okay. Did you have it after the incident, or did they take it during the incident?
She took it.
They took it? Okay. You never saw it afterwards anyway?
Not that I know of, but everything was in such shambles.
Okay. Who all knew that you had that? Had anybody ordered crack cocaine from you that night or anything like that that would have?
Todd tried to come up and get stuff, and I told him I didn't have anything.
Okay.
And I told him I didn't want nobody to come upstairs, only Roosevelt, because Roosevelt stayed up there sometimes.
Okay.
Todd, April thought I was getting a lot.
April thought, how much did she think you were
April thought I was getting a cookie.
April thought you were getting.
Because I have a friend who that's what he used to come down and do, and he had stopped by and he brought me Arby's, Arby's roast beef.
And so she thought the cookie was in the Arby's bag, right?
Yeah. I had Arby's roast beef and cheese. It was kind of cold, but you know we don't have Arby's down here.
So she thought you had a full cookie.
Mhm.
Okay. I was just wanting to clarify that a little bit. Anything else that we never talked about that night that you can think of? I think we.
No, just that once again, I still just can't figure out that it was, what's his name? Tyrone.
Okay.
And you know what? I also don't understand why it's not premeditated. If Detroit can charge it on me.
Well, before we get into anything like that,
okay.
I'm happy to talk to you about anything.
Oh, okay.
But anything related to that night in terms of.
No.
All right.
No.
I'm gonna go ahead and turn the recording off then.
Did you hear that? She wants to talk to them about certain things. Oh, we're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about him. This is crazy. I should be back any minute. All right.
Please be seated. Okay, so now back. So I guess the state has a brief rebuttal case, and so let's bring the jury in, please. Mr. President. Thank you. Please be seated, members of the jury. Welcome back to court. This case is completed at this point. The state is going to be given an opportunity to present a case in rebuttal.
Yes, sir. State, well, thank you, Judge. The state's going to call Officer Danielle Malone.
Okay, here comes the liar.
Yes.
I don't like her.
Please come forward through the gate, approach the deputy in front of the witness stand. That's good right there. Turn and face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat on the witness stand.
May I proceed, Judge? Thank you, sir. Ms. Malone, you're an officer, right? So it's just Ms. Malone?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Malone, I called you back to the stand on our rebuttal case. I want to ask you a few questions. Now, the night of November 17th of 2017, how were you employed at that time?
I was a detective with the Major Crimes Unit.
And were you dispatched to the hospital to conduct an investigation?
Yes, sir.
And what was the purpose in having you go to the hospital that night?
Was to meet with the victim, Paula Belmonte,
The victim of what?
of the robbery, murder.
And was this the same night that it had happened?
Yes, sir.
And what hospital did you report to?
Lower Keys Medical Center.
You remember about what time you went there that night?
It's probably around 10-ish.
I mean,
At night.
Clearly nighttime, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to make contact with Ms. Belmont?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to ask her questions about what had just happened?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time.
Yeah,
So
we watched this yesterday of her questioning.
Yeah.
She was pretty much leading her to whatever she wanted to hear, in my opinion. Okay, what's going on now?
Well,
Ms. Malone, now, when you went to the hospital that night, when you went to the hospital that night, did you have your body worn camera on?
Yes, sir.
Right, and did it produce a video of your conversation with Ms. Belmont?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a chance to watch this video prior to coming to court today?
Yes, sir.
Does this video accurately and fairly depict that conversation?
From what it seems like, yes.
Does it appear to be altered or tampered with in any way?
No, sir.
So at this time, I would seek to move in our video here.
which has been marked for identification as, I don't know if it's been marked.
Something here, Thumb Drive for Paula Belmonte, Center Hospital.
Yes.
It's been marked as you.
Okay, Judge, the state would seek to move in what's been marked as uniform into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. I just would like to get a little closer look.
You would, yes, you may do so. Okay. You for identifications admitted into evidence as the state's next in order number 19. It's going to be published. The defendant's going to position himself as he has done previously to be able to get a good vantage point as to it. And we want to be sure that, as always, you can see it and hear it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge. May I go ahead and publish?
Go ahead.
Describe the other person.
If you want to get a chance to get person.
Wait a minute, stop.
The other person is
Stop
smaller.
it. This is not.
Okay, so they will like her.
Okay,
The smaller guy?
so this is not the portion or the one that you.
This is just a small segment of the overall video, which we're going to.
Give us a moment here, some technical difficulties.
I can't wash my hands because.
That looks like right.
Hi. Your friend Todd? He was at the house. Never know that. I don't know. I'm here to talk to you, okay? On Danielle, okay? I need you to tell me about the person who did this, or the persons that did this.
Okay, I don't know the one that I do know, what was on top of me when stabbing. He was living in Detroit. Big black guy.
When you say big, what do you mean by big?
Big, like you, big. They told him that it was big.
Okay, stocky, muscular, fat?
Stocky, big.
Stocky, and taller than I am?
Yeah, he did
How
that.
much taller?
Yeah, about, yeah.
Okay, yeah, about 6 foot.
We had been at the house earlier, and then we had I was there playing chess or something, that, I don't know, because I was upstairs. He's a friend of jazz, he played.
Okay.
And I kept saying, so I had somebody come and beat me up, steal my money. She kept saying that she tried to have Kristen Dinklocker do it, she has Melissa Davis to do it. Matt put 15-day notice on her door yesterday.
Okay.
But it was the one that brought him to the house originally. And last year, they say the same thing. She knows, all they know is his nickname is Detroit.
His nickname's Detroit.
He's some kind of warehouse.
Okay.
Warehouse somewhere, Front Street, I believe.
On Broad Street? Okay, is he black, white?
He's like,
How old is he?
they might use from like 53, somewhere in that area.
In his 40s or 50s?
50s, something like that.
In his 50s?
Yeah.
Okay. Any scars, marks, tattoos?
I don't know. He's got a friend online.
Okay, but you've seen him. Did you, any scars or tattoos?
Nothing where, no.
Okay. What kind of clothes was he wearing?
Black shoes. Dark shorts and dark sweatshirt, dark. Like this, like this in the dark.
Okay.
So he had some kind of that, but I knew it wasn't, and he became like that.
Okay.
So I didn't see all the dark, it was not to me, I thought it was you. I mean, I couldn't tell the person was even masked because I was in the dark, and I didn't tell who it was him.
Okay. Well, we'll describe the other person.
And if when I get a chance, the other person, he was on top of me. The other person was smaller, little, he, smaller than one like her. He could get something real big with his hand.
The smaller guy?
Something just looked like that, big, like something long, big. He's like a guy, or something, I don't know. It was about this long.
Okay, was he white, black, Hispanic, male or female?
And he was all dark looking too.
And there was a male?
Yes.
Okay, so a smaller black male. About how old was he?
I don't know. But I had to do that Detroit and then downstairs in Matt's house, and I see his fingerprints out of the end of it.
Okay.
Just he hung out there and they put that.
Okay, the other person. How old was he?
I don't know. I don't know. He's pinky covered. I had a 200 pound man on top of me, and I was just catching glimpses.
Okay.
Roger is the one that you want to ask about that. Roger, that we just look at somewhere. Roger, Roger Luggett, Rugged, R-U-G-I-T-T, he's the one that got beat up by the other guy.
Ms. Malone, she said I had a 200-pound man on top of me, and I was catching glimpses. Who was she referring to when she said glimpses?
The second person,
She was only catching glimpses of the second person.
yes, sir.
Okay, and he lives in the city? Roger lives in the city? He works as he must probably lives. And this time he's probably staying there. He's the maintenance, he's the Lord of God. Okay. I know y'all talk to the other folks there, I don't really like. How old's Roger? He's 65. Do you know where Roger would have gone and why he wanted to stay? Well, he was scared to death, but most of his work. The other guy there, Roosevelt Washington, he ran away. He was upstairs, upstairs. Roosevelt, everything was doing it, and that, he was here, place, test stuff. Is Roosevelt white, black, or Hispanic? And he said his name's Roosevelt Washington. Where's he live at? Okay. I honestly, I don't know. How come the stairs, he said he's not, he tried to stop the guy, and then, that got stabbed in the video. So, where were you when this all started? Upstairs, when I stayed upstairs. Okay, where was Matt? Sleeping downstairs. Okay. I can't see him on the top step. Like stairs, that I can't do it. Okay. Stay that you can do it. So explain to me exactly what happened, okay? If you run it up the stairs, like if there's something coming up, I turn around and I go over to him. So if you come and say, where's your purse, where's your purse, where's your purse? Okay. Did he get your purse? Okay, describe your purse for me, okay? Well, if you go with like that back too, then we change the purse. Okay. My backpack is black. When I see the other guy like that, like I said, I couldn't look at it. And then I do the more back, I did not shoot. Somebody, yes. What about the other guy? Have you ever seen him before? I basically had an asshole, and I could barely see him, because I had two other guys who were on the top of me, I don't have no clue about this, I've got nothing. We never talk, say word, suddenly kept talking, that's it. Another reason why I
She said I had a 200-pound gorilla on me. Who was she talking about?
Rory Wilson.
And did that affect her ability to see the other person?
Yeah, she said she could only catch glimpses.
Anything else in there? What about in your backpack?
Like wallet, I think it's going to like eat it because it's supposed to fly on Christmas. That's some jewelry in my backpack. This place some keys. The keys, so they sell the keys down the road there. You probably told me about the keys.
Where down the road? Which way down the road? Who found your keys?
But the people took off the car. I heard the car start. Heard the car start. You go
Then does Detroit have a car?
April, and if he's taking the activity, I don't really know. All the time is he was
Okay, so you heard a car start. What did the car sound like?
It was sounded like a car. It just sounded like a car. It wasn't really big down or anything. It just heard the car start. That was all. It might not even been there's the way that somebody comes from CVS. My mind, it was they went down the steps and then I heard a car. I don't know.
I'm gonna give you a break, okay? They're gonna clean you out, and I'm gonna be back, okay?
So that, I don't.
Listen. Listen. I know you're upset. But you want us to catch the person who did this to your friend, right? I understand that, and you've been very helpful, okay? Just while they're cleaning you up, just, and see if you can just think of anything, okay? Okay. We're gonna do all of that, but okay, and you think it's on Front Street?
I think it's Front Street. Is it anywhere else on Front Street?
Honestly, I haven't worked on South Island in a very long time, so I don't know, okay? Can you describe it tonight?
It's to me, I think it's only about that long.
Okay.
It was short.
Okay.
Isn't that the saddest thing ever? Okay, I am glad State showed this to the jury. Want to know why? Because on Friday,
Her ability to identify the second attacker.
Yes, sir.
Now the state is going to, Ms. Malone, I have nothing further for you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, cross-examination.
I move it a little bit this way, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Malone, we had a little question and answer before, but I'm going to just ask you a few questions about this video. You said Paula looked upset in that video, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is directly after the crime, right?
Yes, sir.
So she's down in the ER, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know if they gave her any medications?
I wouldn't know that, sir.
Okay, so you don't know if she's lucid at this point?
appeared lucid to me.
Okay. Now, you say she appeared lucid. How many times did she say the name Anthea Clay in that video?
I didn't count.
Okay. Did you testify previously that Anthea Clay was never rise to the level of a suspect?
Correct.
Okay. Did you go and interview Miss Anthea Clay after this?
I did not, no, sir.
Okay. Did anybody?
I believe they did. I don't know who, though.
Okay. Do you remember, again, the first interview video that was done with Anthea Clay?
I wasn't there.
Okay. I think you testified previously that it was how long afterwards?
I believe they met with her that night.
No, the video, the interview video. You
The-
said, if I remember correctly, you testified that it was almost 2 years later.
That they conducted a full interview? Yes.
Okay. Was she arrested?
No,
Okay. Why not?
because she never rose to the level of a murder suspect.
Again, Ms. Malone. Paula, what did she say in that video? Did she say over and over again, this was Anthea Clay? She set this up.
I believe she said that once, and then she stated over repeatedly to talk to Anthea Clay because she knew Detroit.
And actually brought Detroit to the treehouse, correct?
I don't recall them exact words.
We can play it again if we need to.
I'm not, I just don't recall them exact words.
Okay. And if you wouldn't mind, Your Honor, Joy, can I go up and, hit the video for a second? There's a couple things I'd like to clarify.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll make this really quick. I'm glad the state decided to show this video. Want to know why? Because Paula on Friday was unable to talk. So they get to see Paula on video after this happened.
Objection, that's not what she said. She
Yeah,
said she
I
didn't-
will just, wait, okay, I will just sustain the objection as to,
Objection asked and answered.
no, I'll overrule that objection.
How many times she said the name Anthea Clay?
No, the Anthea Clay did this. Anthea Clay set this up, something to that effect.
I recall one time.
Now, I want you to listen to this part, if you wouldn't mind. What did she just say there?
She asked me if her friend was dead.
She said her friend's dead, right? Agree? Her friend's dead, right? Now, if you listen to this, tell me what she says in a second.
Who called you? Your friend Todd? Who else? He was at the house. Okay, dead. He's dead.
What she just say there?
He's dead.
Did she just say, my friend Todd, he's at the house, he's dead? What would that make it sound like?
I don't understand.
When you watch that little video clip right there, did she just say, he's at the house, he's my friend, Todd is at the house, he's my friend, he's dead? Something like that.
Yes, sir.
Would that make it sound like she's saying that Todd is dead at the house?
I didn't believe that at the time, no.
I didn't say I didn't ask you if you believed it, I said, would it make it sound like it?
Judge, I'm going to object. The video speaks for itself.
Well, I'll overrule the objection. Is that what you heard?
No, sir, that's not what I heard.
So if you replay it,
You can replay it, but that's not what I heard.
let's check it out. Maybe I'm.
Who called you? Your friend Todd? Who else? He was at the house. Okay, dead. He's dead.
Yeah, what she just said.
She said that her friend Todd called her and told her that her friend was dead.
Everyone's saying
Yes, she said Ty was at the house and that he's dead in a form of a question.
I don't know about the form of the question. I wouldn't say that exactly, but okay. Again, we can agree that this could be confusing, correct?
It was not confusing to me.
Asked and answered, we've covered it.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. What's the question that?
Anyway, got to that part. Okay, and then pull Anthea Clay. Let's go to this.
Say big ones.
Jump ahead. Not go too far.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, having a hard time hearing you, the court reporter, so let's.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Now, Ms. Malone, at the time you were a homicide detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who called you? Your friend Todd? He was at the house? Okay. He's dead. Never know. I know they jumped over to nothing but his bed. I don't know. I'm here to talk to you, okay? I'm Danielle, okay? I need you to tell me about the person who did this, or the persons that did this. Okay, I don't know the one that I do know, what was on top of the study. He was living in Detroit. Big black guy. When you say big, what do you mean by big? Big, like you big.
And who's Detroit?
Rory Wilson.
Thank you.
They told him that he was big. Okay, stocky, muscular, fat. Stocky. Stocky, and taller than I am? Yeah. How much taller? Yeah. Okay, so about 6 foot. He had been in the house earlier, and he had been downstairs playing chess or something like that. I don't know, because I was upstairs. He's excited as he play. Okay. Get it paid. I kept saying he's gonna have some come and beat me up, steal my money.
Sorry about that. Having a little trouble here. Okay.
Okay, stop.
What'd she just say there?
She said Anthea Clay, and that Anthea Clay was trying to get somebody to beat her up.
And steal her money.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And how many times did she say Anthea Clay right there?
The name, I believe, 3 times.
Okay, 3 times.
He's muscular, fat, stocky, and taller than I am? Yeah. How much taller? Okay, so about 6 foot? He had been in the house earlier, and he had been downstairs playing chess or something like that. I don't know, because I was upstairs. He's excited as he play. Okay. Get it paid. I kept saying she's gonna have some come and beat me up, steal my money. She kept saying this. She tried to have Crystal Dinklocker do it.
What'd she just say there?
She tried to have Crystal Dinklocker do it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I
Did she
I
just
didn't
say
catch it.
somebody else? She tried to have somebody else do it?
I believe so. I believe Melissa something.
Judge, can we come sidebar?
Yes.
Oh, boy. Can we have a sidebar? So anyways, my point is, if you didn't hear me, I'm glad the jury gets to see this part of Paula. This is just her demeanor, because on Friday, remember, she was having a hard time and she was like really, what's the word I want to use? I don't want to say edgy. I don't know the correct terminology here. So they can see her. This is Paula. This is who she is. Because I'm sure they didn't get a good understanding about who she was because of Friday's video. So thank you, State. Thank you, State, for showing that video. Okay, I'm gonna shut up. The state's laughing now.
Just said,
April's the one that brought him to the house originally.
okay.
And April's Anathea Clay. That's her street name.
She knows him. All they know is that he's Detroit. He's warehouse.
So she just said she knows him, right? She knows Roy Wilson. Detroit.
Yes, she knows Detroit.
Okay.
Warehouse somewhere close to Street, I believe. On Front Street? Okay, is he black, light? How old is he? And light age from 53, somewhere in that area. In his 40s or 50s? Something like that. In his 50s? Okay. Any scars, marks, tattoos? I don't know. He's April's friend.
The April Clay again. She just said
That he's April's friend?
April's friend, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you've seen him, did you, any scars or tattoos? Nothing I'm aware of, no. Okay, what kind of clothes was he wearing? Black boots. You know, the cops usually wear uniform for the shorts, dark shorts and dark sweatshirt, like this, like this in the dark. Okay. So he said sometimes that's about, but I didn't know what they know what they did, he came up there. Okay. Well, I didn't see well in the dark, that's where he got to me, I thought he was, I don't know, because I couldn't tell the person was even that, because I was in the dark, but I knew exactly what it was. Okay. Well, describe the other person.
Thank you.
I didn't really get a chance to see the other person, he was on top of me. The other person was smaller, little, maybe. Okay, smaller, little, like her. He had something real big in his hand. The smaller guy? Yeah, something, it didn't look like that, but it was big, like something long and big, maybe.
No. She testified, I'm sorry. Did she just say that the smaller guy had something big in his hands?
Yes.
And again, we just heard how many times with April, and I lost count. How many times? With April and Anathea Clay?
I didn't exactly keep count, but about 5 times she said her name.
Multiple times, right?
Yes.
She knows him, friend, brought him to the tree house. She set this up. I'm asking. Is that what you said in there?
About Anathea Clay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Again, Ms. Malone, and you say, again, did anybody go and talk to Anathea Clay?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm going to sustain that
Okay.
objection. That's
Okay. Was Anathea Clay ever brought down to the station that night?
Objection asked and answered.
I haven't had.
I'll
think I've asked that.
overrule that objection. You can answer the question, ma'am.
To headquarters? Not
Yes.
to my knowledge.
Okay. And again, she says that, Anathea Clay is a friend of Roy Wilson. Did you know where Roy Wilson was that night,
At that time,
at that time?
I did not know.
You didn't know. Okay. And again, did you know where Anathea Clay was that night?
Me personally, no, I did not.
Again, did anybody else?
Somebody talked to her that night, yes.
Somebody talked to her. Okay. And, but she wasn't brought down to the station, right?
Not to my knowledge.
And again, how many times does she mention the name Detroit in this video?
I didn't count, but it was quite a few.
Quite a few, right? Would you say it was more? That she said April Anathea Clay more, or that she said Detroit more?
Probably about equal.
About equal. But Roy Wilson is a suspect at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I would ask, with your experiences, that you were experienced homicide detective at this point, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
I'm asking, okay, you testified earlier, based on your experience and training, that, your knowledge of homicide, being a homicide detective, correct?
I believe I stated my training and knowledge of the case.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you, how long were you a homicide detective for the MCSO?
Judge, objection beyond the scope of my direct.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
sustain that
Okay.
objection.
I'll go back. Ms. Malone, again, so Rory Wilson becomes a suspect. Why didn't you not want to ask Anathea Clay? Why didn't she become a suspect at this point?
Objection, Judge, asked and answered.
We'll do it one more time. You can answer the question, ma'am.
Rory Wilson was a suspect because Paula identified Rory Wilson as the man that was beating her and held a knife to her throat.
Okay.
That wasn't the question.
I literally, again, she became okay. He became a suspect because she said, I'm just clarifying here. She said that he beat her, he beat her and put a knife to her throat, right?
Yes, sir.
Got it right. Okay. Okay. And did she just say that Anathea Clay did this? She'd been trying to set her up and have her beat up and have her money stolen from her.
Objection, asked and answered already.
I'll overrule the objection. Didn't she basically say that? You can answer the question.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So why would Anathea Clay not rise to the level of a suspect?
Because she was a person of interest in possibly setting this up, nobody else put her in the crime.
Okay. Did anybody else put her in the crime later?
A CI eventually did, yes.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I'm not certain on the date.
Okay. Anyway, was Miss Anathea Clay ever arrested for this crime?
No.
And if I remember correctly, you said Miss Anathea Clay is deceased at this point, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what killed her? Or I shouldn't say. I should rephrase that anyway, because again, do you know how she died?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Is there any redirect examination?
Ms. Malone, to your knowledge, during this investigation, was there ever enough evidence obtained with which to charge Anathea Clay with being involved in this crime?
No, there was not.
During this investigation, was there enough evidence obtained to charge this defendant with the crime?
Yes, there was.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. So you may step down, ma'am.
Okay, that don't make sense. April's name from the very beginning was out there. Through everybody. I haven't
Anything else?
heard.
Yes, sir. The state at this point is going to seek to read out to the jury certain portions of a deposition by Paula Belmont
This guy don't
given
know
on May 1st of 2019. She was sworn in at that time, swore to tell the truth, and her statements were made under oath to be truthful, and the state has certain portions of that deposition that we feel are relevant for rebuttal.
Well, maybe she got confused. Doesn't make her a liar.
Understanding,
God.
you saw this person's deposition to perpetuate yesterday. That was video and audio tape. This is a separate deposition, but again, it was under oath. There were questions, there was a court reporter, and there was a transcript made. It was under oath. So now counsel's being given an opportunity to read certain portions of that deposition for rebuttal purposes.
Thank you, Judge. Again, for the record, this deposition was May of 2019. Questions being proffered to Paula Belmont, May of 2019. Yeah, in dark clothing, I don't remember. It's been a year and a half at least. Question, I understand, but you immediately recognized him when he approached you. Answer, oh yeah. Question, is he the one that stabbed you? Is that right? I won't say stabbed, he cut my neck. Question, he sliced your throat? Yes, my neck. Question, and you're sure it was Rory Wilson Answer, absolutely, without a doubt. Who else did you see there that night? No one that I can identify. Do you know Ty Tucker? I know him, yes. And you did not see Ty? Not that I can identify. I saw another person, but I can't identify him. Question, can you describe the other person that you saw? Answer, no, because I had Rory Wilson on top of me, pounding the hell out of me. Question, did Rory ever go down the stairs? Answer, they both. The first person went down the stairs and then Rory went right behind him, attacking Matt. The first person was getting Matt from one end, the second person was getting Matt from the other end. Question, and you saw two people, Rory and the other person attacking Matt from behind? Answer, yes, one was in front and one was in the back. Question, and you said initially that you believed that the second person had a billy club. Answer, I think it was Rory. I think it was Rory. Question, you think Rory stabbed Matthew Bonnet? I didn't say that. You just said billy club. That had nothing to do with Rory stabbing Matt Bonnet. Then the question, let me go back. I want to make sure I completely understand your answer. Who had the billy club? Ms. Belmont's answer, I believe it was Rory. Rory had the billy club. Question, did you see any other weapons? Answer, no, I can't. I don't remember. I know at one point a small knife fell. I know at one point that other stick fell, and I believe that is when Roger got it. But you are talking a year and a half ago, and they are memories that I try and hide, so I can't answer that honestly. Question, did you see the second person with any weapons? Answer, I didn't know. I couldn't see the second person until they were going down the steps because I had Rory Wilson on top of me, beating the shit out of me. But you said you saw Rory and the second person attacking Matthew Bonnet. Yes.
Mr. Mansfield, I think it would probably be good for the record if we just identified page and lines.
Okay, Judge,
just
that's fine.
So like you started with, you
Yes.
go ahead and. would
That's
you do
fine,
that
Judge.
for
Let me just back up then. So what the state is referred to in the deposition is page 13 and page 14 so
Page
far.
13, lines 1 through 25.
Correct. And page 14, lines 1 through 25.
All right. Now, what's next?
The next one we're going to go to is page 16, line 13. David, I'm sorry, Judge, page 16, line 13. Do you remember what the second person was wearing? Answer, I couldn't see the second person hardly at all, except he was a littler person. Dark clothing, and it was the second person that said, thank you, David. Dark clothing, and it was the second person that said, I think we killed him. Question, so you heard the second person speak? Yes, I think we killed him is what I heard him say. Now, Judge, I'm going to move to page 18, line 1. Who told you that Ty had something to do with it? Answer, nobody told me. Question, the police didn't tell you that? Answer, no. Well, afterwards, when they arrested him, yes. Okay. Ms. Belmont continues, not when I was having lunch with him at McDonald's, or I would have been nowhere near him. Question, are you sure that he was involved? Answer, what kind of question is that? I had told you I can't identify him. That person was wearing a mask. So I wasn't the one who identified him. So the question, so the only reason you believe he was involved is because other people have told you that he was, because the police, and she says, answer, because the police arrested him. Okay, are you aware of whether or not any of his physical evidence was found at the scene? Answer, I don't know anything about that. All I know is the police arrested him. Then she goes on to say, actually, he himself told me that when we were at McDonald's, he himself told me, oh, the police had found a knife with blood on it because I said to him, oh, good, it would be my blood. And he said, no, it's Matt's. Whether that was, this is Paula still speaking, whether that was true or not, I don't know. But he himself told me that while we were sitting at McDonald's, that the knife that the police found had Matt's blood.
That's through line 25 on page 18.
Yes, sir, that's correct. The next page I'm referring to is page 19, line 1. And it picks up from where the previous page left off. So he himself told me that while we were sitting at McDonald's, that the knife that the police found had Matt's blood on it. That's what he said. And the question, and you hugged him at McDonald's? Her answer, yes. I was upset, crying because of what Roy did. Not knowing, like I said, not knowing that Ty Tucker had anything to do with it, because I can't identify him as being there one way or the other. That was Paula's response. I can't identify him as being there one way or the other. That line 7 on page 19. The next section that I'll be referring to is page 38, Judge, line 2. Paula's answer to a previous question. There was a scuffle between them, and Roger got thrown into a tarp. I don't believe I said he was beating him. I was the one getting beat, but there was a scuffle between those two, the other person and Roger. And the question, and you saw the second person holding a knife to Roger's throat? Answer, no, ma'am. You did not see that? No, ma'am. You were told that? I was told that by Roger. That is why Roger wasn't helping me. And Roger was the one who told you that the other man had a knife to his throat? Yes, ma'am. But you never saw that. No, ma'am. I couldn't see past Rory Wilson because he was on top of me, beating me for the third time, I have told you.
That's through line 25 on
Yes,
that
sir.
page 38.
Next page, page 54, line 14. The second person this is the question. The second person that you can't identify, do you know whether or not that person was white or black? Answer, I couldn't tell you. Question, okay, only that the person was smaller than Rory Wilson? Answer, yes. And you believe it was a male? Answer, it was a male. And you heard his voice? Answer, yes. Question, but the voice did not sound familiar to you? No, but it wasn't Rory Wilson's voice.
That was through line 25 on page 54.
Page 57, line 18. I may have asked you this. The second person that you can't identify that was there, do you remember what that person was wearing? Answer, dark clothing and a mask. Answer, yes. I'm sorry, dark clothing and a mask. Question, did Rory Wilson have on a mask? Answer, yes. Were the masks the same? I don't know. I didn't get to see the second person. That was line 25, page 57. Moving to page 58, line 1. But you said he was wearing a mask. Answer, yeah. Question, did you see the person? Answer, from the back when he was leaving, his darkness. What kind of mask was it? I don't know. It was dark. The mask was dark, like a hoodie mask, the back of it. I can't tell you anything about it other than that. Those are the statements, Judge, from the deposition given on May of 19 that the state published for purposes of rebuttal.
Anything further by way of rebuttal?
No, sir.
Okay, members of the jury, we've reached one of those points in time where I have to conduct a little bit of business outside of your hearing. If you wouldn't mind going in the jury room for a few minutes, I'd appreciate it.
I will be showing you guys something very interesting here in a minute. I feel it's interesting.
All right, they're gone. So, just want to get an idea of how the rest of the day is going to unfold here. 3:50. So, has Mr. Tucker received a copy of proposed jury instructions?
I have, Your Honor. I haven't had a chance to peruse it yet.
I have a packet for the court as well, if you would like it now.
It's all right.
Check it out.
I'll get it, but it doesn't have to be right at the moment.
Just let me know.
I'm just trying to gauge whether we're going to be able to do the charge conference this afternoon, which is what I proposed, and ascertain whether Mr. Tucker is ready to address that.
Well, Your Honor, I thought first that we were going to do a renewed motion to.
Well, we are.
Okay.
We are, but, none of it involves the jury. So I thought I would kind of figure out what time to tell them to be here tomorrow and hopefully be more accurate than I have in the past day or so. So what that I have to calculate is how long it's going to take to do a charge conference. If it's going to be contested to any great extent, it's going to take longer than if it's fairly agreed to, fairly well agreed to. So
I would like a chance to go ahead.
I'm sorry, could you speak up,
I'm
please?
sorry. I'm sorry. Let me do this.
You would like to have a chance?
Yeah, no, I'd like to have a chance to go ahead and review that so I can, get with my advisors and try and figure out what I want to do with that.
So that means to me that you do not want to go to a charge conference.
Not this afternoon, if it's all possible, Your Honor. I would imagine if we could go to it tomorrow, that would be great.
May I see now the proposals, please? Yes. It's a pretty thick packet,
That's what I felt.
but that doesn't mean it's complicated. But it is a thick packet.
Yeah, just so the court's aware, I know that some judges, anytime they reach some type of homicide or some type of manslaughter charge, they like to read the introduction to homicide. I don't know how the court would do it. I think that's the court's discretion. But I did include various times in there, every time we address either manslaughter or second-degree murder or felony murder rules. So that might make the packet a little lighter.
So again,
Your Honor, I'm definitely going to need time with this just because, okay, I'm looking at it. And yes, I understand you're trying to explain the concepts of some of these things, but my name is used in it over and over and over again in association with crimes I'm not even charged with.
well, it's the norm that the defendant's name appears in jury instructions repeatedly. There's nothing extraordinary about that, but I will give you the overnight to
Thank you.
review it and prepare.
Thank you.
I prefer not to, but I recognize that it's relatively late in the day, and it's in a somewhat complicated.
It looks pretty extensive too, Your Honor.
Well, most of these are standard jury instructions, but there are, there's various questions like lesser includeds. I don't know if you're requesting any lesser includeds. And if the state is, so that's an issue. A lot of this stuff is pretty standard. Now I'm looking at the robbery instruction. It looks like it's almost in a different format than some of the others. I don't know why we've got all these italicized portions in that, but that's stuff we can work through. The challenge is, in my experience, you go through a charge conference and almost inevitably there's changes that have to be made. It's just almost, unless you have an agreed set of instructions, then there's changes that have to be made. So then I'm just curious, and we don't have to answer this question now, but just food for thought here. Okay, and you do have some interrogatory verdict form for with the weapon and the like. So you did address that point. All right, so we're going to do the charge conference tomorrow, but then we're going to go into closings. And I don't like to, have the jurors start deliberating too late in the day. So that means I'd like to, have a focused charge conference. So we can deal with the motion for judgment acquittal this afternoon. So, and presumably, if there's changes, the state has the capability of getting those made fairly expeditiously.
Yeah, sure.
And then in terms of, again, I'm just thinking out loud here, trying to plan closing arguments, I'm not going to hold you to it today. I just want to get an idea so I know what to tell the jurors is how much time would you be thinking, both of
So I'm guessing like maybe an hour, hour and a half?
That's a pretty broad range. What was your thought, Mr. Tucker?
I was thinking around an hour, Your Honor.
All right, well, yeah, hour and a half, that's certainly an hour. I mean, an hour and a half, but it's been a long trial. There's a lot of evidence. We can hone it down, but so that tells me if I tell the jurors to come at 10, that means we have to be here at 9 and ready for business, which I would think an hour for a charge conference should be adequate. So I'll tell them to be here at 10 o'clock and, do your homework tonight. I mean, again, you can review them with whoever you'd like to. I would imagine a lot of these are fairly standard, right out of Florida standard jury instructions, but there could be always questions. So anyway, I'm going to tell them 10 a.m. Please ask them to join us. Thank you. Please be seated. Everybody, welcome back, members of the jury. Again, we all appreciate your flexibility, your patience, your attention, participation. We're going to call it a day for the jurors. We're going to remain here, but there's nothing more for you to do this afternoon. The evidentiary portion of the trial is completed, and tomorrow I would anticipate going into closing arguments and final instructions and deliberations. So we'll probably need to do, myself and lawyers, defendant, some work tomorrow morning. So if you be here at 10 o'clock, that would be great. Continuing to follow the cautionary instructions and Have a good evening and 10 o'clock tomorrow. All right, so the jurors are gone. So before we have the argument, did you need a few minutes or are you ready to?
No, I think I could use a few minutes, Your Honor, just a few.
Excuse me?
I could use a few minutes, Your Honor.
Okay, but before we take a break, Ms. Knowles, to her credit, is very meticulous and careful when it comes to the exhibits, and she's concerned, as am I, as to exactly, are there other videos on this last, I don't know if that was the last exhibit for the state, I think it was the video, are there other, what's the number? 20. I mean,
I think there are 2 other videos on it, Judge, so we're gonna have to transfer that to a single thumb drive in order for it to go in.
well, that
Can we
would
just
be,
delete the other? Actually, somebody much smarter about these things is sitting right here, and she said she can delete the other files and just leave the video that we played for the jury on that thumb drive.
That's fine, Your Honor, as long as it's just that one video.
right, that's what we don't want is, otherwise, the only other option we would have, which is not a great option, is to not have it go back into the jury room, and then if they want to see it, tell them they got to come out here while somebody controls it, whereas if someone who is knowledgeable about these things is able to delete the portions that weren't published, and then the defense can view it or whatever assurance is necessary, if there is any needed, that it's just what was played, no more, no less. That would solve that concern.
Okay.
So, all right, so what if 4:20, 4:15, what do you want?
4:15 would be fine.
All right. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'm not going to talk ill about the dead. However, I want to show you guys something because I've been wondering where April's been. Okay, there's 3 things I want to show because one thing I found was interesting. Okay, she passed away December 24th, 2021. And then in 2018, hold on, her boyfriend Corey passed away. Okay, now in 2013, this is what I found was interesting. She was arrested and charged. A Marathon woman has been charged with aggravated battery as she cut a man on the arm in a parking lot at Walgreens drugstore. The victim told detectives he paid a woman $100 for sex the night before the attack. He said he saw her the following day and she, without warning, pulled a knife and cut him. And there was witnesses. How interesting is that? Anybody? I'll probably be sharing that. Today, there's a lot of stuff that happened today, so I'm going to be doing a lot of clips because nobody wants to watch a whole 7-hour live, you know what I mean? But isn't that interesting, people? I think so. Why was she never charged? She's got a record for being violent. Just saying. And I want to know and I'm sure in time, I want to know why they targeted Ty. What do they have on him? You know what I mean? What did they have on him? All right, I'm going to mute myself. All right. Look at what I did, you guys. Can you believe it? Hold on. Did I do it right? I didn't do it right? Let me try again. Hold on, you guys. I'm trying to do something. All right. Oh, okay. Vote, you guys. I want your opinion. Come on. All 5 of you vote. Well, how about that? Why doesn't it show on mine? Okay. That's weird. Oh. Okay, I want to thank everybody for being here. And okay, this is what I want, because Anna is, okay, involved in this case, okay? So don't think I'm talking ill about her, right? But I want a understanding why, hold on. Hold on. Ty's wife, boy, she's pretty. She's a very pretty lady. Okay, this is what I'm going to show you guys. I mean, if we're going to look into cases, we got to, she's only had, let's see, 2 interviews that are public. Okay. This one was right when it happened at 1:44. This is at 2 years later. Let me see, 17, 18, 19, almost 2 years later, right? What ended up happening, as she said, she did not want to be on tape. So what they did, they talked to the DA, and so she got to do her interview with the police with it not being recorded. I thought that was interesting. And, if anything comes up and Ty did it, I think he should, have to pay for an evil deed like that. However, in my opinion, I don't see it. I do not see it there. And later on, let me show you. Is this it? Okay, this is crazy. (2022). I'll have to look again. So I got the DNA analysis report and then a couple other reports. Then we'll take it from there. But all 5. Oh my God, I muted myself. I'm sorry. So vote. All 5 of you people vote. Do you think he's guilty? Yes or no? I did it this way in case people don't want to type it in chat. Because I always get the not the popular opinion, but that's okay, right? Okay, and here's some crime scene pics. There ain't much, but I'm going to show you. This is the treehouse steps here. Here's a $100 bill, and there's something funny about this $100 bill here. I don't know if the cop was joking, but he said about this $100 bill, if the last 2 letters are 27, it's mine, and then laughs. And the last 2 numbers is 72. Just saying. Paula said she only had $27. So I don't know where this $100 bill came from, but it's within the crime scene photos. This is the picture that they showed in the courtroom of him being at the hospital with Paula. This is a picture they got off of his Facebook. Now, remember, the guy that's into the knife is Travis. He had a bunch. Now, this, it looks like maybe it's fake. It looks like it's a Halloween costume, but I'm not 100%, so I'm saying this allegedly. And if they're trying to say this is the knife, from what we've been hearing, it got a sharp end and a jagged. So it's a sharp side and a jagged. So yeah. All right.
All right, we're back on the record. So is there a motion from the defense?
Yes, renewed motion for judicial acquittal.
Any further argument, or you're going to rely on your?
I'm actually going to make a slightly further argument, just because there's been new evidence entered in, I guess. So look over a little bit just so the prosecutors can see it. Okay, Your Honor, if I remember correctly, it was a prima facie case is what we're looking at here.
No, actually, that was from the close of the state's case. It's actually the state has to meet a higher burden.
Okay.
For when all the evidence is closed. So,
well, I would submit that again, if there's a higher burden, I didn't think there was enough. I mean, there was definitely enough for a prima facie case. I would not have challenged your ruling there, sir. But if there's a higher standard, if you're talking about the jury having no doubt, or at least no reasonable doubt, I would submit that there's no way that the state has presented a case that comes close to anywhere close to beyond a reasonable doubt. I would say that because, okay, still we've got, okay, my testimony, we've got Ms. Belmont's testimony. Now, again, we've kind of discussed Ms. Belmont's testimony today, And yes, at different times there were, there were different things she said because of different things. I mean, again, this one in the hospital, yes, she was definitely right out of the crime, I guess. And yeah, she was definitely upset. We don't know if she was on medication. We don't know if any of that stuff, was because of that. Yes, Danielle Malone can testify to what she said, but she can't testify what her state of mind was. Same thing with, again, when we went through the deposition. Now that one, I happen to know her state of mind at the time, just because, again, of reviewing videos and everything else. But yes, there was reasons for that too, and I'll address those in my close if I have to. The thing is, but the state, again, now I just went and testified too, and I don't remember anything in Mr. Mansfield's cross where he tied me into the crime or tied me to a piece of evidence or even impeached any of my testimony. So, I mean, I would imagine my testimony is probably weighs as heavily as anybody else's. But so with that said, I mean, okay, we go back to the first ones. There was no evidence presented against me from any of the other witnesses except for Travis Johnson. Now, Travis Johnson, again, not only did he change his story when he was on the stand within those 2 days. I remember a couple questions just offhand. I remember, when we asked him if he was not telling the truth about some of his statements, and we went through the whole vacillating thing. And the very next day, he comes in here and completely different answer. He actually says, yes, I wasn't telling the truth. Between the 2 days, again, I would imagine, I haven't had a chance to ask him, but I mean, it definitely seemed like he had a discussion with the state about some of his answers. Now, even the vacillating, again, I had to look that up. I have been to college. I'm fairly well educated, and I had to look it up. I didn't know what vacillating even meant at that point. But yet Mr. Mansfield and Travis Johnson both use this word back and forth like it was a common word. I would again submit that, Mr. Johnson probably had a little bit of help with his testimony. Even so, his testimony doesn't match the evidence. And then there's some serious inconsistencies in here. Because one of the things that Ms. Paul Belmont says is that Rory Wilson was wearing the same clothes that day that he was wearing that night. Travis Johnson, if I remember correctly, his story was that we go upstairs, change into dark clothes, come downstairs brandishing weapons. So if that's true, then why does Ms. Belmont say she saw and could recognize Rory Wilson? Because he was wearing the same exact clothes he wore that day. Another one is, again, the inconsistencies in the weapons. Again, the state is trying to put the murder weapon in my hand, what we assume is the murder weapon. We always assume that, I guess. Mr. Wilson's already been convicted on that murder weapon, rightfully so. His DNA is on the handle of it. You have both victims' DNA and blood on the weapon. I'm not saying, again, that because again, I understand the principle behind felony murder, but they also haven't they haven't given any evidence other than Travis Johnson's word that I was there. And so far, Travis doesn't seem to have had, he doesn't seem to be very truthful, Your Honor, or credible, if I would say. So if he's the only thing that's putting me there, then you would have to, again, you'd have to wonder if the jury is going to believe him. Now, again, Mr. Mansfield had a chance with me. He could have went ahead and tried to impeach anything I said up there. He didn't. Not one thing.
Well,
okay.
like that,
I mean,
that's debatable. I mean,
this
is real life.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not like a Perry Mason type thing.
No, I get it. I mean, it's not. I'm not trying to be. It's not a showboat or anything like that.
I know that. I'm just saying that, he's not most likely Mr. Mansfield or any other lawyer isn't going to somehow or other get you to break down on the witness stand.
No, I didn't expect that. But you would expect if they have all this evidence, enough evidence that they're going to bring me to trial and they're going to go ahead and try and put me on trial for murder, you would expect that he would have at least one thing that he could take from the murder and make me a liar in my story. One, I mean, at least one.
Well, who knows what he might be arguing about?
Well, I mean,
you know, I mean,
look, I gave a story up there that, yes, this is what happened to me. And I've never been asked it before until today. Now, as far as, my entire story. Again, in this entire story, to be honest, I mean, even with when the investigators asked me questions, I know we didn't testify to that, but I've never in this entire story, nothing I've ever said has been proven to be untrue. Nothing. And yet here I am. Now, Mr. Johnson, again, there's plenty of things that are inconsistencies. Again, there's nothing that says he's the getaway driver. We went ahead and had Captain Phelps, we played that tape and look, at great risk to me, I put that tape up there because I also knew that the statements, the incriminating statements weren't true, and I'm going to have to address that with the jury in the close if that's what indeed happens. But yes, the only thing said, the only thing that ever said John Travis Johnson was the getaway driver was Captain Phelps. It came right from her. Now, Mr. Mansfield did try and say that Travis offered her, my name without any help from Phelps. And that's completely untrue too. Again, if you want to talk about testimony and going over testimony, I guess, or rehearsing testimony, I don't know. But the thing is yes, when he did that, he asked him, he's like, okay, did she offer, did you offer her Tyrone Tucker's name without being asked by Captain Phelps? No, Captain Phelps, on the other hand, said, we know who the asshole is here. And his answer was, is it Tyrone? That's not exactly saying, hey, Ty did this. That is literally leading a witness into, or leading a suspect into saying it's somebody else. Again, as far as all the evidence goes, there's no evidence other than that. I let the state put in almost every piece of evidence they wanted to, almost everything they wanted, right? Not one of those pieces of evidence has been tied to me, not a single one. The jury's going to be back there looking at all these pictures, nothing in there. There's not a single piece of evidence that Mr. Mansfield actually put to me, not one. So, okay, there's that. And then, okay, I haven't made very many objections, but that's also because, again, there's nothing to object. I mean, they can say their story. I've heard it before. And same thing. The inconsistencies are still there. With John Travis Johnson, his stories are inconsistent at best, right? And again, now we have Miss Belmont. Miss Belmont, yes, we had a few different things. And yes, I'd hoped to have a few more witnesses here. I did. And I'm not going to. That's okay. At this point, I'm not even necessarily sure I need them. Ms. Belmont, yes, she went through different periods of time. Apparently, Mr. Mansfield wasn't made aware of the motion that Your Honor granted, letting us talk and letting us become friends. But other than that, it's like, I could tell you the different reasons why she felt different ways at different times and why, different things happened with Ms. Belmont. There's videos of that too. We've discussed putting them on, but again, it wasn't necessary apparently. But there's nothing else, Your Honor. I mean, literally, it comes back down to Travis Johnson. You're talking about one man's word versus another. And at this point, I think I'm much more credible than Travis Johnson. So, I mean, unless the state's got something else that they can bring out, something else that they can show the jury to even suggest the story's true.
There's no more evidence.
Okay, well then.
That's the evidence is.
Then I would suggest, Your Honor, that there is no way that a jury could look at this case the state put on, and that they could come up beyond a reasonable doubt that I actually did this crime. And whether it be felony murder, whether it be robbery, whether it be any of it. Because again, you can't even put me there other than Travis Johnson. So, I mean, I guess at this point I would defer to the state. I mean, the state, I'm sure, wants to go ahead and be heard.
All right, well, thank you. Does the state want to?
Reasonable minds could evaluate this evidence, and if they believe Travis Johnson, they find him credible, then they would convict this defendant. Now, the defendant says, I'm much more credible than Travis Johnson. Well, that's his opinion on his own testimony, but I submit to the court that the corroborating evidence the state introduced to corroborate Travis Johnson is compelling. And if a juror believes that evidence, they can render a verdict of guilty. As far as him letting us move in evidence, he could have objected if he didn't want to. The evidence that we moved in is the evidence we moved in. At the end of the day, this court and the jury has received good and competent evidence from Travis Johnson and from Danielle Malone and from the DNA analyst and from Dr. Steckbauer, and together the elements of these charges have been proven through these witnesses. Now, the defendant put on the testimony of Paula Belmont, and I submit to the court that testimony has been fairly impeached extensively as to her knowledge of that second assailant who would be this defendant. He says nobody puts him at the scene of the crime, but that's not true. Travis Johnson watches the videos and articulates who is who in these videos that we saw. At the end of the day, we have the defendant, all he's put on is the testimony of Paula Belmont and his own testimony. And then there's obviously the jury instruction that's catered specifically to how to evaluate testimony. And if that testimony, if the person giving it has something to gain from it, certainly the defendant has something to gain from his testimony, and so would Travis Johnson for that regard. But Travis Johnson has been consistent in his statement from the beginning until now, albeit a couple of minor, I guess, changes or inconsistencies. The sum and substance of his story has been consistent from the date of the arrest in 2017 to the date of his proffer in April of 22 to the date of this trial and Rory Wilson's trial. And because of that, Judge, the state would request that you deny the motion for judgment of acquittal.
Your Honor, do I get
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In addressing Mr. Mansfield's claims here, again, we can go back to he wants to say that Travis Johnson is credible and that he hasn't changed his story. That is not true. Travis Johnson has changed his story many times. Again, if we were looking at the videos, he changed his story numerous times. As a matter of fact, he even admitted that instead of vacillating, he was lying when he first told his story, right? Then he goes ahead and oh, wait a second, Captain Phelps comes by, tells him exactly every single detail and every single part of his story. And yet that's the story that the state still presents. But unfortunately, it still doesn't match the other witnesses or the evidence. The evidence does not put the knife in my hand. The DNA puts the knife in Roy Wilson's hand, contrary to John Travis Johnson's story. If you want to go again, even to the other witnesses, Roger Ruggett, 2 skull masks, even Paula Belmont, you want to talk about her and her testimony wavering or vacillating. Yes, she does, but she never says, not a single witness in this case has ever said a neck gaiter with Jägermeister all over, which you would think is fairly recognizable. They want to talk about a beard being recognizable. Well, guess what? So is a Jägermeister neck gaiter, I would imagine would be too. Again, I don't see anything in here where John Travis Johnson, and I'll tell you what, even his behavior up on the stand, he played really well with the whole innocent getaway driver thing for a little while. But yeah, when he gets upset, it shows. And the other thing is, he also says that in 2017, he was sober. But then he also goes ahead and says, wait a second, I'm doing all this dope. I'm smoking crack. I'm doing all this other stuff. That doesn't sound sober. Then you also have, beyond that, okay, not sober. And then you talk about his story, core to his story. How many times did he say, I did it for $50 worth of gas money? $50 worth of gas money. Now, again, comes back on stand, and this is in the same, by the way, in the same cross, he goes ahead and says, at first it's $50 of gas money. Now it's because, and I would imagine this is true, because he wants to get high. That's different. So Mr. Mansfield, he wants to say that he hasn't materially changed his story. He has materially changed his story, but he also doesn't match the other witnesses. He doesn't match the other evidence. Roger Ruggett says 2 knives, okay? That doesn't match John Travis Johnson's story. Now, Paula, again, she has varying stories, and I would submit there's reasons for that, but again, it doesn't match John Travis Johnson's story. Now, John Travis Johnson, sure, he could come up with all that other stuff. He could drive you, he could literally draw you a map, man, for the route. He can literally go ahead and map out I would imagine he could probably map out the whole crime. That would be easy to do if you were actually there. I mean, I don't see where John Travis Johnson would have a problem doing that. He's admitted he was there. He's admitted to his deal. Yes, he's getting, I mean, you talk about a sweetheart deal. 5 years.
Judge, we're going beyond an argument for judgment of acquittal here.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
to some extent. I mean,
Okay.
you know, I think,
I'll comment
Mr.
back.
Tucker, you're probably tipping your hand for your closing argument.
Not
but,
necessarily.
I guess that's not, not a mystery what some of the things in your closing is going to be, but
Thank you, sir.
you're getting into quite a bit of detail here.
I'll address one other thing. He challenges my story, right? And he says, because I have interests in this. I didn't take a deal, Your Honor. I could have. I didn't take one. John Travis Johnson did.
Yeah, I'm
And I mean,
aware.
you talk about what
those
I have to gain.
respective decisions.
Well, I mean, what I have to gain from this. That's what Mr. Mansfield.
Well, yeah, of course, that's one of the things that any witness is, one of the considerations is what do they have to gain,
Gain.
what's at stake?
Yes, and what do I have to lose, Your Honor? I have a lot to lose
Your
too.
freedom.
I do, and for the rest of my life, Your Honor.
Yes,
Not
sir.
just for a little while, rest of my life.
But that's making that point. is-
I'm just saying, I didn't have to do this, but I am. And the reason I have my personal reasons for doing this, but it has nothing to do with, oh, I want to gain this. If it was, again, some kind of payment or something like that, I could understand. But no, no, I'm doing this because I have my own moral reasons for doing this. But again, that's what I submit. Again, you want to talk about who's more credible, who's not. It boils down to, at this point, whether or not you believe me, whether or not you believe John Travis Johnson, whether or not you believe Paula. But I mean, there is no physical evidence. And he brought in, and this is one thing I do need to address. He brought in Dr. Steckbauer, which I don't know how that proves the state's case, because it is.
Well, in a homicide case.
I mean, it proves it was a homicide, but it doesn't.
You're going to have the medical
No,
examiner.
I get that, but okay, how does that tie me into the case? How is that proof against me?
There's an old saying in the law that every hit doesn't have to be a home run. It takes many bricks to build a wall. So
I've heard that too.
That certainly wasn't a home run, but it's all part of a case that's put together that may or may not succeed ultimately. in
Well,
terms
no,
of
I
conviction.
understand,
But
Your Honor.
you've got to be able to look at that basic process.
I understand, Your Honor, but there's also an old legal term that I've heard
Well,
before
tell
too.
me, what is it?
A brick is not a wall.
Okay.
A brick is not a wall.
Right.
Okay, they have a brick. They don't have a wall. And again, so, yes, okay, yes, Dr. Steckbauer is part of the case. I would never deny that. And his testimony is definitely valid towards the case. It's valid to say somebody got murdered, this is how they got killed. I don't debate that at all. Same thing with the DNA analyst. Now, the DNA analyst, we covered the whole inconclusive results and how I said they were being used as a positive by the state. That is not the same thing as positive results. And even in that testimony, things that they were trying to use as inconclusive as positives weren't even things that were put into evidence. You're talking about the gloves, you're talking about the sweatshirt. That stuff, man, wasn't even found at the crime scene, had nothing to do with the crime, at least that we know of.
We're running out of time.
But anyway, the point is, Your Honor, yes, I understand why they're important to the investigation. I understand that. But I want to know how that proves that I had something to do with their charges. How does that prove their case?
Well, I'm not going to make their closing argument for them, and I'm not going to make your closing
No,
argument for
I
you.
wouldn't expect you would.
you know, I used to be a trial lawyer for many years. I've tried many a criminal case and homicide cases. So I know a lot of your questions are rhetorical in
Yes.
nature, but as I sit here, I, you know, have my understanding and ideas. So in any event, thank you.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
So it is a different standard for this motion. We discussed quite a bit for the close of the state's case, prima facie case. Now it's analysis of the entire evidentiary record, the totality of the evidence, and the judge has to ask himself or herself, does that or can that support a verdict of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt by a reasonable juror? Is it so devoid of convincing, persuasive evidence that no reasonable juror could find the defendant guilty? And if that's the case, then the judge would rule as a matter of law that there's an acquittal right here and now. So, Mr. Tucker, you're obviously very, very knowledgeable about this case. Very conversant, very knowledgeable. As we kind of alluded to during your argument in the States, and I'm going to look at just one of these jury instructions because you and the state mentioned it. It's 3.94. And the actual verbiage is, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? So, did Mr. Johnson? Yes. Do you? Yes. I mean, and that's the point. The jurors can consider that along with a lot of other things, but that's one of the factors. Another jury instruction, again, part of 3.9, weighing the evidence. And it came up in jury selection, interestingly enough. Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it is called or upon the number of exhibits it is offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. So you obviously feel that the nature and quality of the evidence is weak, shaky, whatever adjective you want to use, and state has a different take on it. I will readily acknowledge you have a lot to argue. You touched upon some of those things in your argument here, and I'm not going to sit here and say that you don't have a lot of things to argue, but I believe that ultimately the evidentiary record is such that I couldn't and wouldn't and be mistaken to rule as a matter of law that it should be taken from the jury's hands, because I believe, depending upon the credibility determinations that they make, that there could be a guilty verdict and is and would be supported by the evidence. Again, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I readily acknowledge your arguments, but I'm going to deny the motion based upon the finding that I've made. So we go forward. Again, please study these jury instructions. If you have any objections or specials or additionals, that's the kind of thing that we do in a charge conference. I basically work from my Florida standard jury instructions here, as well as the proposals. Some of these, I assume a lot of them come right from the Supreme Court's website. And
They all do, Judge.
they all, okay. So that means there's standard jury instructions. That doesn't mean that they can't be other proposals or objections. All I'm saying is that's kind of the starting point. So you do need to be prepared to, if there are any objections or additions or verdict form you find to be objectionable or in need of change. Those are the things that we talk about during charge conference. So I think we have ample time, and if there's changes, then they can be made, and actually, I think the arguments could start even while the changes are being made. But having said that, I mentioned the length for closing. We're still somewhere between hour and a half. But, and I guess, unless there's, I give each side an hour and a half. It doesn't mean you have to use it all, but what I don't want to happen is to say, get to an hour and have someone look up to me, either defendant, defense counsel, or the state, and say, Judge, I need more time. I'd much prefer to be a little liberal at the beginning, so we know that when the time is up, that's it. So hour and a half, but that's the max. The state gets to go first and last. Total amount of time is the same, but the defendant's sandwiched in between. You get the same amount of time. They're going to make a rebuttal argument. The total time has to be equal. We don't have to use it all, but the maximum is equal. So unless there's something else, we'll be here at 9 and hopefully have a smooth charge conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's that. Hold on. Oh. Oh boy, here we go. All done. Oh, what a long day. Well, I'm glad you're better. That's awful. I bet. And I'm glad you're okay, and I'm glad you came through. And I want to thank everybody who watched today. I'm going to come on later tonight, not sure what time, because I want to go through the DNA paperwork and pictures interview with Paula. So thank you, everybody. Joe, see you soon. Okay.